All right, everybody, I think we're about ready to kick off this live stream. I'm so excited. All right, hello, welcome everybody. Good morning to those on the East Coast. It's later in the morning. To those on the West Coast like myself, it is very early in the morning. We're so excited to have you here. What a day. Welcome everybody. The national hashtag Save70 virtual rally and comment-a-thon. My name is Kyle Porter, and I am honored to help open up what is going to be an incredibly important day for this community. Before we begin, I want to thank every single person who's joining us right at the beginning here. We understand you guys have work today and things going on, so feel free to pop in and out. But we are going to be live on YouTube and X all day. We are trying to do Facebook. Let's see if it works through. It stays up, but really YouTube and X. And some of you have been with Seven Hope from the very beginning. And we really appreciate the support that you've done. Today is a really important day in our fight to save 7.0. And I'm going to give you a little bit of background on what the day is going to look like, some of the things we're going to do, and then kind of we'll get into our guests. So the big news is we have just put up the schedule for the day. I know down to the minute, bear with us. So we had to put this together a little bit last minute, but that's okay because we made it through. So if you go to 7hopealliance.org/rally, R-A-L-L-Y, maybe our producer could change our little ticker for a second. 7hopealliance.org/rally, R-A-L-L-Y, you will see our schedule for the day. We've had some last minute changes, so we had to, put it up. We couldn't get it out ahead of time. But I want to take a second and kind of go through what our schedule is going to look like. Again, we understand that people are going to jump in and out based off of, but I know there's also some amazing speakers that we have today that you guys are going to want to see. So I'll just take a quick second to go through that. Again, that's 7hopealliance.org/rally to go check that out. So we're going to start with just a quick kickoff. I'm going to give you a little background on the day. We're going to talk through some of it. Then we're going to dive into an awesome conversation about drug policy and some of the parallels to what we all went through in cannabis if you've been in the industry for long enough. At 10:30 a.m., we have an incredible two guests. We have Soren and Dr. Carl Hart of Columbia University, who are going to be speaking about why criminalizing millions of Americans is draconian. So we're really excited for that. That's at 10:30. 11 o'clock, we're going to welcome Jeff Smith of Hart, who's going to give us kind of a rundown of the federal situation and where we're at and where we go next from here. Then we're going to hear from Students for Sensible Drug Policy at 11:15 on some scientific research. Throughout the day, we're going to be bringing in some consumer stories. I know a lot of you applied to speak. I know that we didn't have a chance to get back to every single person who applied to speak. We had a lot of submissions, but we are going to hear a ton of consumer stories today. So throughout the day, such as at 11:30 a.m. Eastern, we're gonna hear from some consumers. At 11:45, we've got the national documentary trailer premiere that I don't know if you've all heard, but there's a national documentary just released about people using 7-OH and how it has helped them. And so we're going to premiere that trailer or potentially even clips of the documentary, depending if we have enough time, as well as I'll be sharing the live YouTube link of that. At noon Eastern, this is very, very important. Excuse me, I also have a cough. We're going to be doing a social media takeover, and that is a major part of what we're doing today, and I wanted to talk to you all through it. At noon, we are all going to get together. We're going to not pause the live stream, but we're going to go live to our computers and phones. Everyone on the live stream is going to go together, get on their phones, and we're going to hashtag Save70. The entire idea of this, and I want to share this really important goal with everybody, is that we need to trend today. Why do we need to trend today? Because we know that in this world, a lot of things are guided by what is happening on social media. We need to make our voices heard. How do we do that? We trend. Now, we know that a lot of people don't use X, or formerly known as Twitter, but But the problem is a lot of meta platforms don't love our message. And so we were really focusing our efforts on Twitter or X. And so if you don't have a Twitter or X profile, maybe go sign up for one right now before we do our Twitter takeover at noon. Also, but if you don't feel comfortable on X or Twitter, there's Reddit, obviously, Truth Social, Facebook, Instagram, anything you want. But at the end of the day, at noon, we are posting hashtag Save70. We need to make this thing trend. What are you posting? We're not going to tell you what to post. We want you to post what is in your heart, whether it's your story, whether it's your brother's story, whether it's whatever it might be. We want you to share with the world, make your voice heard of why why we should save 7.0. We all know we're up against a federal deadline. We'll talk about the comment stuff. This is a comment-a-thon. But again, you can post throughout the day, hashtag Save70, but we have 2 blocks, noon Eastern and 2 p.m. Eastern, where we're all going to post and share and retweet and whatever the heck they're called and repost, because we need to see if we can get this trending. So we appreciate you all being here. Post all day, share the live stream. Know that in about 2 hours from now, we're going to really kick this thing off with a social media takeover. Then to noon and noon 30, we're going to hear some more consumer stories. And then we're going to do a big comment-a-thon push. Okay, so before I get into the rest of the schedule, a lot of you on here obviously know a little bit of history of what's going on with the comments. And so HHS has opened up a comment period about a potential scheduling of 7-OH or 7-hydroxymetragenine above certain thresholds. And they've opened up a 30-day comment period. It's actually a little bit less than 30 days, where we can make our voices heard. As of this morning, we are about 15,000, I think we're 14,600 or something comments deep. That is incredible. Those are your voices being heard. And so, but our goal is to get that to 20,000, 25,000. We'll give you a little history of what happened back in 2016, but like at the end of the day, the goal is like 40,000. So, but today we're going to make comments. So I'm going to walk you through here shortly how to do that. You can always visit our website at 7hopealliance.org/federal. That has all of the instructions on how to comment. Again, I'm going to do a screen share and show you that, but we're going to do pushes throughout the day to get comments. If you commented, great. Text 5 people and say, have you commented? Today is the day. If we don't have this done by Friday, if we don't hit these goals, they're going to make their decisions by the following Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Our chance to make our voices heard is over. So, please get your comments ready, share it with your friends, that kind of thing. 1:30, again, this is available on our website, 7hopealliance.org/rally. We're going to take some at 1:30, at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. We're going to hear from a law enforcement perspective on Kratom and 7.0, which will be really interesting from that perspective. We're going to do a live comment tutorial and open Q&A around 1:45 Eastern. Remember that 2 o'clock spot, we're going to do another social media takeover. And then 2:15, we've got a pharmacist and vendor chat. This is going to be very interesting from their perspective. 2:45, we have a very special treat for you. We've got a documentary produced by Chris Bell, director, on the subject that I think you guys will absolutely love. 3 p.m. Eastern, we have an extremely exciting special guest, the Kratom Gals. Hopefully you've heard of them. They host a podcast weekly, or I think they try weekly. So we've got 3 guests coming from the Kratom Gals to share their perspective of being in the natural kratom space for so long, watching the evolution of 7-OH, and giving that. 3:30, we've got the frugality of prohibition and drug control policy with Hamilton Morris and Jackie, our executive director at 7 Hope Alliance. Extremely excited about that one and happy to have them. 4 p.m., we've got some more community stories. We've got SSDP coming back to join us at 4 p.m. Eastern as well to talk about scheduling, prohibition, and legality. And then we're going to wrap this thing up about 5 p.m. With a final comment-a-thon, final social media push, some history on 7 Hope Alliance, and where we go next. So wanted to give you the rundown of the day. Again, that is available at 7hopealliance.org/rally. So check that out, and that should have everything that should have the schedule of the day. Again, we know you guys are going to jump in, jump out, jump in. That's totally acceptable. But before that, excuse me, I wanted to give a little background on 7 Hope Alliance. I've been with the 7 Hope Alliance actually since we came up with the name. And we were founded with the idea that we knew a fight was ahead of us. You know, there had been a building kind of understanding that there was going to be some either state action or federal action or something. And so we were founded to give consumers a voice. We are a consumer advocacy firm, organization, 501c3 nonprofit, but we're based in consumer advocacy, science, and education. And that was the entire goal, is to build a website. I remember we were talking about, we're going to build a website of an arsenal of information, educate on the subject of 7-OH, Kratom, the different scientists, the scientific parts of it. And when we started, I don't think we knew a quite fight was ahead of us. But we set out, we went to Champs, we did an incredible panel there for the first time. That's available on our website as well. Then we actually went to MAPS in Denver to introduce the idea of 7-OH and Kratom to the psychedelic community, which was extremely well received. MAPS was a really incredible opportunity for us it was actually the first time I think we've gotten together besides Champs. And then we went back to Champs and held the first ever debate, if you will. We had a panel on the science of 7-OH, and then we had a debate on certain, you know, kind of the going the back and forth from the natural and the whatnot. A really healthy debate, really good conversation. And then 7/25/25 happened, as you all might know, and we received notice of a potential want to schedule 7-OH. And that completely changed our organization, right? We had to get into gear state by state. We faced bans state by state. We faced all kinds of legislative pushback, and we won so many of those fights. I'm so proud of this group, along with our sister organization, Hart, who we'll hear from later today. But, you know, battling just state after state after state, as well as knowing that there would be pending federal action. And that kind of brings us to today, that we are at that inflection point, that extremely important point in time where we need to make our voices heard. And that is exactly what the Seven Hope Alliance, you know, was created for. So I wanted to share a little bit of that background, that we started with essentially like a 2 to 3 person group, have built this to, I can personally tell you, having watched our inbox and worked on a lot of our communications through this time, thousands upon I mean, we must be over 10,000 testimonials of stories of how much 7-OH and Kratom has helped people in their lives. And we're going to hear from so many of them today. But I think a testament to that is our change.org petition. So I don't know if you guys, hopefully everybody on the live stream has heard of our change.org petition and signed it. Huge news. Let me get a little bit of piece of applause. Do I have the ability to do that? We have surpassed 56,000 as of this morning. 56,008 supporters have signed our petition to stop a national ban on 7-OH. That is you all. That is your voices being heard. I'm looking at the comments. We have 2,700 comments on that petition alone, sharing stories of how 7-OH has helped them. So I understand there's a lot of nuance to this category. I understand there's a lot of back and forth, but do not tell me that 56,000 people's voices do not have the right to be heard in this conversation. 2,700 comments had the right to be heard in this conversation. So a huge round of applause to our advocates who show up every day, share their stories, fight in this fight. And I just want to thank you for that. So I want to throw up on the screen very quickly. We have 3 major actions for you. I'm going to take over there. We've got sign the national petition. You can scan that there, donate there. This isn't the cheapest fight you've ever heard of. And then sign up for updates and comments, and submit your comments at 7hopealliance.org/federal. So that's my quick rundown, 15 minutes to give you where we're at and how we showed up here today. We have got a full day of guests and stories and all kinds of things to share with you. And this first person I'm going to bring on stage, I cannot put this more strongly how much I respect. She's absolutely brilliant. We're going to bring to the stage Elena Lyman, who is a drug policy advisor to us here at 7 Hope Alliance. Over the past 3 decades, I'm going to give you a little intro before you start, Lynn. Over the past 3 decades, Lyman is focused on ending the mass incarceration and dismantling the devastating war on drugs, advocating for all drug legalization as the most humane, cost-effective, and equitable approach to drug use. The former California State Director for the Drug Policy Alliance, Lyman led the 2016 campaign to legalize cannabis in California. I remember it like it was yesterday. Thank you so much for joining us, Lynn.
Good morning, Kyle.
Welcome to the stage. All right. So give us a little, I mean, I just did that beautiful intro for you, Lynn, but, if you would you share with our audience a little bit of your intense background and then maybe the evolution that brought us to you today?
Absolutely. Good morning, Kyle. Good morning, everyone, all 137 of you. We've got a long day ahead, so feel free to come in and out. We have lots of great content. It's actually been just about exactly 10 years since we legalized cannabis in California, the largest jurisdiction in the world to legalize the herb. And so, we're getting ready to celebrate our 10th birthday on that. And one of the things I wanted to raise, Kyle, is just the long game that drug policy is. Drug policy reform does not happen overnight. It is not quick. The decision makers and, the important people of this world do not like us. They do not like drug users, period. Let's just be clear. It doesn't matter what drug you're using. If it doesn't come in a pill bottle from Big Pharma, they don't like it. So we are always the underdogs in this fight, as we were in cannabis. And the first time we tried to legalize cannabis in California was in 1978. So to be clear, that was the first measure. And we lost. And that was just a plain kind of decrim ballot measure. So it was nearly a 50-year run trying to legalize cannabis. The good news with 7.0 and Kratom in general is that we aren't currently illegal. So we're starting from ahead. Right now, we may get scheduled, but when we started with cannabis, we were already scheduled. And these things do take a long time. In 1996, we did pass the medical marijuana cannabis ballot measure in California, Prop 210. Some may be familiar with it. And that was really how we got in the door, was with the medical angle. And then again, in 2010, we tried to pass another ballot measure to fully legalize cannabis in California. Just barely lost that one. We're going to be hearing from Kat Murdy, who played a key role in that back in 2010 in California. By the time I came along, in 2016, well, of course, we started much earlier, to be clear, right? The first states to legalize cannabis were Colorado and Washington in 2012. When that happened, we realized that in California, we could be much bolder, because it's not just about legalizing the drugs so that we can all have access to it, right? For drugs that have already been illegal, there has been decades and decades and hundreds of thousands of people whose lives have been destroyed through, incarceration, murder, their children taken away and their businesses taken away. And so the harm is huge and had been huge in cannabis. So in 2006, we passed legalization of cannabis, commercialization of cannabis in California, but we also decriminalized everybody who had been criminalized in the process, right? So 2006, we were able to, I see Melissa's trying to get in. Not sure what's going on with that. We were
trying to talk. She's too excited.
we were able to finally legalize cannabis in California, and then after that, right, we had to start with the regulations, and then we also had to meet capitalism, which began to really change things in terms of the movement. Right. The beautiful thing that I see in our movement here is the consumers are on board. You are so active.
Incredible. It's constant. I see it. I mean, I'm texting with these people all day. It's unbelievable.
It really is, and it's moving, and that's what it takes. It takes an army, it takes a movement, but it also takes a commitment to the long run. Like, we can't turn around and cry after every loss, right? This is very hard work. Drug policy isn't easy. Like I said, people don't like drug users. People discriminate against drug users, right? They discriminate against us for using drugs, which is crazy if you think about it, because everybody is using drugs, but we have these random categorizations of
I just
good
took a sip
drugs.
of my coffee, by the way.
Yeah, exactly.
Drug.
the worst one, which is sugar, right? And alcohol. So it's really random, sort of, is your drug in the good category, the bad category, the legal category, the not legal category? It really doesn't make sense. There are no good drugs and bad drugs. All drugs, you take them to have a specific effect. I'm excited. We're going to hear from Dr. Hart about this because people are very confused, right, about this issue. So yeah, I mean, Kyle, you tell me, in 2016, where were you in that fight?
So I got into cannabis specifically 14. And so, and I always say it was back when nobody knew what CBD was. So that was my entrance was CBD, coming from an LDS family. I'm a cop for a dad and a nurse for a mother. And as a recreational, I'll admit, cannabis user, I was like, okay, what's this? There's a medical side. And so I got really into the CBD side of things, research and all of that. And I remember exactly where I was in November of 2016 when you guys did all of that work to have that moment. It was an interesting night of, other elections, but I remember I was at a Prop 64 party in downtown San Diego at a rooftop cheering because it had passed earlier in the night, right? And so we already knew, we were cheering, we were lighting up. It was just such an incredible moment. And so, it's one of those, thank you for all of your work to get me there, because I was new to it. But I got to tell you, so then, we're all on the high of 2016 and cannabis is going to change the world. And I'm on the, on the business side, watching it expand state by state. We won every state. We kind of got on the ballot. And I think that you've seen, some road bumps or whatever you want to call it in cannabis, right? And we've seen, and now I think it's really interesting to me what we're up against, whether it's the conversation about rescheduling or the conversation or the opponents are louder, in my opinion, than I've ever seen them, at least since 2015.
In cannabis, we had the same problem, which is when the industry decides to divide and conquer itself, right? That is the fundamental problem. In 2016, we had 17 ballot measures filed to legalize cannabis because everybody couldn't agree. It was ridiculous. And so in the end, our ballot measure, the one that was led by Drug Policy Alliance, was the one that made it onto the ballot. But we had to first, before we could actually, we had real opponents to deal with, the cops and the politicians and the soccer moms. I'm sorry, but those were the people who were against cannabis, right? But then within our own movement and within the industry, everybody was trying to kill each other, and it made it a lot harder to get ahead. Now we did eventually unite and move forward under one ballot measure, and we were able to legalize. But I think it's an illustrative example for those of us now in this Kratom industry that we think we could tear down one to get ourselves ahead, but it never works that way. Again, the powers that be are always against us as drug users. That is just a fact. And if we don't unite, they will defeat us. Divide and conquer is their favorite game. And so we're playing right into their hands, and it's stupid, honestly.
Right. And I don't, that we are not the organization that's going to have that big conversation about who's right in this industry or not. We're here for the whole plant. I hope everyone on this live stream knows that by now. Look, my shirt says Save Kratom and 7-0. It is possible.
You can't separate them out. You take down one, it's a domino effect, and we've already seen that in some of the states. They started with a 7-0 ban, they ended with a full Kratom ban. It's not rocket science, it's the way it happens.
In the past year, I have watched that happen. I believe me, it's I think, let me think, it was Virginia, it was Ohio, it was, I can't come up with the list myself. I maintain the website, I should. But the point is, we saw this happen over and over again. And I know there's going to be a lot of voices in the comments, and there's going to be a lot of voices on social media that say, no, this is exactly what we wanted. We're going to kill one and keep our other. I don't know if you're right on that, guys. And just having done this for a year and a half, I started 7 Hope in January of last year. So a year and a half in this, and looking at cannabis and looking at this division of hemp. And didn't I just read that Massachusetts is now considering taking back their adult use program?
They have a ballot measure that has qualified that will roll back cannabis, recreational cannabis. And there are other states that have attempted to do it as well. And we could all admit that the rollout of legalization has been bumpy. It didn't go as smooth as folks had hoped. The complications around, what they're calling intoxicating hemp, that certainly complicated the cannabis legalization rollout. But also, I think we should remember, let's go back to prohibition of alcohol, right, in the 1920s. That was only prohibited for just over a decade, right? And yet when they ended prohibition of alcohol, it wasn't a smooth transition back into a legal market. It was very complicated. And, the most important thing, I think, to remember, and I think this crosses all industries, whether we're talking about alcohol, cannabis, or Kratom, but those people who've been in the industry and have been leading this and getting these products to consumers, those people should always be first in line when they're legal licenses, right? So we want to make sure that Big Pharma right now with Kratom, I think the worry is that Big Pharma is going to come in and grab this plant. They tried to do it with cannabis. We know they're trying to do it with psychedelics.
I have a graphic.
Exactly.
You brought it up. I had to see my graphic. Big Pharma. Submit your comments to HHS before 7:31. All right, there's my graphic. I had a graphic for you.
Thank you for that, because people think sometimes we just think we're so in our own silo. We don't understand the big boys here is Big Pharma, and so we need to be prepared for that. I think a lot of us don't have access to a doctor. We don't have health insurance. The fact that we can get plants to aid us, whether it is for an ailment or it is for, wellness, or it is recreational. These are plants. We can grow them, and we don't want Big Pharma to have control over our plants, our bodies. We have one about our bodies, right? Don't tell me what the fuck I can put in my body, please.
Don't tell me what I can put in my body. These are all available at our website, guys. That's 7upadliance.org/federal. If you want to go share these, by all means, please go share them. We have all these graphics. Again, this is our moment, everybody on the live stream, to make noise, right? We have technically until 7:31, but this is the week. And I'm seeing a lot of comments, and I just want to address something real quick, if that's okay, Elena. There's a lot of comments already that are like, why aren't we in person? Why aren't we doing this in person? There's a lot to that, guys. There's a lot going on in Washington, D.C. This is our virtual rally for a reason. We're not saying don't get out there in the streets. By all means, do your thing. But, that we try, this is us coming together to give you as much information as you can, but share those graphics and get your friends to submit comments. Go ahead.
And let's just talk about how anti-democratic this process has been. They gave us 30 days, and then they didn't even give us the 30 days, right? So it is not an open, democratic, transparent process. They did not open the portal until the 6th of July, so we didn't get our full 30 days. Now, so that folks know, we have requested an extension. Many of the coalition partners have requested an extension. It is unreasonable to provide the kind of information they have asked on such short notice. We are doing everything we can. We are trying to rally you all, to rally everybody else. Yeah, if we had tried to all fly into DC in the middle of this Maha conference week they're having, it would have been hectic. And so we decided that we could do the most by being virtual with you for our all-day Comment-A-Thon.
Yeah, no, and this was a lot of work, and I appreciate it. I hear you. Let's get out there in the streets. Well, this is us in the streets, but digitally, COVID style. And how do we do that? I want to reiterate. I'm going to say it to the blue in the face. #Save70. Submit your comments and post on social media. We must trend. We must get to the big guy. I'm not going to name him, but we're going to get to him by hashtagging and making our voices heard. We didn't vote for this. We didn't vote for this. We voted for freedom. Anyway.
And we actually think the big guy is open to this, and he wants to hear from us, and he wants to hear from consumers. We found that most politicians had no idea who the consumers were, right? And so we have spent a lot of time trying to get those stories in front of people. Yeah. I know we have some guests in the backstage, and so.
Well, let me do a quick, because we have an amazing 2 guests coming up. I know you have some close relationships, but I want to give a quick. So we're going to bring on stage. I'm going to give a quick intro for Soren Shade, and you can do one for Dr. Hart. But very quickly, we're so excited. Soren Shade is the founder of Top Treat Herbs, a documentary producer working with Hamilton Morris, and is working with the Rights and Reason Project on the response to the proposed scheduling of SR 17018. Very excited. Lynn, could you give us a little, or Elena, give us a little background on Dr. Hart?
Yeah. I want to say a couple things because Dr. Hart and I go way back. He is a dear friend. I would say he is the preeminent neuroscientist on drugs in the world. And he taught me everything I know about drugs. And Soren is one of his students. I was not one of his students. He served on the board of Drug Policy Alliance when I was there, and we have been very close friends ever since. But he not only taught me everything I know about drugs, he taught me how to think about drugs clearly. He unpacked some of the crazy and really stupid myths that we all kept, even those of us who were in the drug policy space, this idea, like I said earlier, of good drugs and bad drugs. He really broke down how drugs have effects in the body and how to think about it clearly. But the other thing I want to say about Dr. Hart is that he's courageous. He has publicly talked about his drug use. He is as everybody knows, he's a tenured professor at Columbia University. He used to be the chair of the psychology department. He continues to teach there. He has written several books. Drug Use for Grownups is just an unbelievable book where he talks about his drug use and how crazy it is that people keep lying. Most people, even in the drug policy space, lie about their drug use. And so I just wanted to take a moment to recognize that Dr. Hart has been honest about it. And that's what we all need to be. I use drugs. I use illegal drugs every day, right? And if we need to be able to say that openly and stop hiding in the closet like so many people in the drug policy space. They got on here, they talk about policy, they don't talk about their drug use, they go home and they snort a line. There is nothing wrong with snorting a line, but admit it, right? So anyways, I really appreciate not only Dr. Hart's science, but his courage. He also stands up and has always brought front and center how drug policy and drug laws are about racism. They always have been, and they will continue to be. It is about oppressing certain groups of people, right? It's about power, and it's really easy to use drug laws to control people. I'm going to get off my soapbox because we want to hear
I love it. What an
Dr. Hart.
Well, I think we are ready.
A very dear friend.
Let's bring Soren Shade and Dr. Carl Hart to the stage. Welcome. Look, I've got my applause. Come there. Welcome. Thanks for coming. We really.
Hello, my friend.
Thank you so much for joining us today. Well, we gave you quite the intro. How'd you feel about that one?
Oh, too kind.
Too kind.
Way too kind.
Well, we have you as both of you as incredible guests today. We're calling it "Why Criminalizing Millions of Americans is Draconian." Give us a little background. What does that intro mean to you? Why is it draconian? Whoever wants to. And give us
I can jump right in because I think I volunteered that.
Yeah, you have a suit on. You go ahead.
Yeah, and it's really just going back to this pattern that we see with drug prohibition in the United States and the globe at large for the past 100+ years, where every time that there emerges some sort of inkling of an issue regarding drugs in the media, it's always sensationalized and then used to justify some sort of policing of a select group of people. Coming back to the Kratom space specifically, I've been in it for 5+ years, almost 6 years now, as a Kratom tea business owner and an advocate for many years prior to that as a simple consumer. And ever since I came on board the Kratom advocacy movement around 2016 with the DEA scheduling, we've all been begging and desperate for some sort of regulation, some sort of guidelines for how these products can be sold, how they can be marketed, how they can be formulated, how that consumers can be certain that the product that they're going to be having is going to be clean, is going to have a predictable response. Yet we beg for these regulations over and over and over again, and nothing happens. Yet whenever a select minority within the Kratom space say, we need to persecute our competition, we need to make them illegal, when it involves guns and handcuffs and putting people in cages, that's when we get our response from the DEA. That's when we get a response from the government and they finally come in. And this is not at all what we've been asking for. And we've seen this pattern happen not only in the Kratom and 7-hydroxy space, we see this happen all across the board for every drugs. It's so disingenuous. You know, we have communities in Appalachia. We're begging for jobs. We're begging for healthcare. We're begging for better education. We're begging for politicians who care. We don't get any of that. But whenever we say, hey, there's an opioid epidemic, what do we get? We get more police, we get more handcuffs, we get more guns. And this is the pattern that we see every time we come to an issue related to drugs. We get a response that is totally disproportionate to the issue. We get one that is not focused on compassion, but instead on uplifting the militarized arm of the state. And we're through with that. This is not how adults deal with adult problems responsibly between each other.
Extremely well said. Thank you so much for I had to do my snaps. I didn't know how else to agree, but I think I'm watching the comments and everyone say, Dr. Hart, I'd love to bring you into it as to kind of carry on to that and give us a background and your story. I mean, I know Elena kind of shared it, but your thoughts on it.
Yeah, I just like people to kind of think about the moment that we're in our society with psychedelics. People are enthusiastic about psychedelics. And as we think about psychedelics versus like 7-hydroxy or these other drugs, psychedelics, many of them are far more perceptual altering than something like 7-hydroxy. Meaning that you get this extreme amount of perceptual alterations. And so you will be more likely to be out of your mind. That's colloquial speaking. But it's a very interesting thing. There isn't any pressure on regulating psychedelics. In fact, we're going the other way with psychedelics because we're enthusiastic about psychedelics, in part because the people who are the opinion makers like psychedelic, my boy Joe Rogan, all of these cats, they got the ear of the president. And so they've all figured out how they can make some loot off of these things too. And so psychedelics are okay, whereas 7-hydroxy is not okay, even though it's not as perceptually altering. And so the psychedelics, by calling drugs psychedelics, in and of itself is an attempt to separate that class of drugs from the so-called bad drugs, heroin-like drugs, cocaine, and so forth. And so that forces us back into these issues of tribalism. Now, tribalism, when we talk about tribalism, we talk about race and all those things, which can be important because we know who are in our jails. But if we're going to make real progress, we're going to have to like move beyond tribalism and call out those people in the psychedelic movement, call out those people in the cannabis movement. And so they can understand that all people are doing who are using 7-hydroxy, they're doing exactly the same thing they're doing with cannabis, exactly the same thing they're doing with psilocybin. And so we have to call them out and so they can see that our plight is intertwined with their own plight. And when they are not showing up for us, we have to make sure that we call them out because we certainly have shown up for them. This is a simple matter of people choosing which sort of alteration they desire. Just like some people like to go skiing. I hate that shit, but I would much prefer to go play basketball or something like that. But I'm not going to besmirch people who go skiing. Instead, I'm going to fight for their right to go skiing, which can be a dangerous activity. But it also can be a really fun activity. And so people have to understand that this is a simple thing of bodily autonomy. and to be
somehow,
I'm sorry?
Oh, no, we have a graphic that says that, yes.
Yes. And so to be maneuvered into this notion that 7-hydroxy is somehow uniquely dangerous, that's just nonsense. And we've seen this before at the turn of the 20th century with opium associated with the Chinese, cocaine associated with Black people. We've seen this movie before. We've seen this with alcohol associated with the Irish, with the Germans. We've seen this before. And it pains me that we're going through the same thing once again. And people are not calling out the Joe Rogans for being at the White House with that stupid shit with Ibogaine. Well, it's good that Ibogaine is available. It's stupid shit that he did not talk about other drugs. And so people need to call those people out. And until we call them out and say, this is quintessentially American, having the right to choose, to do with your body as you see fit. When we do that, then we bring in the abortion right crowds. Then we bring in the sex workers crowd. Then we bring in the people who are adults who want to control their body and tell the state to go fuck off.
No, absolutely. I want to bring Soren back in to your point, Dr. Curl, that we talked about supporters of this scheduling efforts are framing this as a public safety measure. But could you kind of talk about some of the harms that prohibition of anything itself kind of creates for communities and consumers? I mean, prohibition creates harm, in my thoughts, going off of your initial thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it is thinking, why do people reach for these substances in the first place? And if you're not going to do anything to address the first principle for why people want to alter their consciousness, be that purely for recreational purposes, be that for some sort of conscious exploration, be that because of an issue with one's body that can be resolved pharmacologically, all of these things exist once prohibition pervades into the space and complicates it. The only thing that it does is it makes it a lot more dangerous to resolve the things that are driving people to want to consume drugs in the first place. We've seen the iron rule of prohibition play out many, many times. And sort of to define the iron rule of prohibition is you get rid of you get rid of the legal avenue to consume the substance, but the demand doesn't go away. So the person will go and illegally procure the substance that they want. If that substance availability is curtailed due to the prohibition, they get something that can satisfy that demand in a similar way. A lot of times that is analogs, and we exist within a reality in which molecules can be subtly altered so as to avoid legal prohibition, and they still engage with our brain receptors in a very similar manner. And so every time you prohibit something, it's not a difficult task to alter the molecule so as to satisfy the same demand. But what comes along with the subtle alterations of the molecules are subtle pharmacological differences. There can be toxicity that we are not aware of in the parent molecule that the analog has. There can be duration changes. There can be a change in which the molecule saturates our blood plasma and gets to the peak levels and how fast it comes off. All of these things are very important subtleties that we should be exploiting to help people, not forcing them to explore as guinea pigs and learn the benefits and the detriments of these compounds on their own in isolation in a vacuum without any sort of precautions taken to address things that may stem from it, from a negative point. And we're going to see this exact same thing occur in the kratom alkaloid analog space. We had seen the proliferation of MGM-15, which fortunately seems like it's not causing any sort of problematic toxicities in the wider population. But there are dozens and dozens, if not hundreds, of possible analogs that can occur, and it would be ridiculous for us to believe that every single one of them is going to retain the exact same safety profile of the parent molecules that are found in the kratom leaf and the ones that are being explored now. And so prohibition doesn't address the root cause for people going out there. They're going to have those same desires. They're going to go out and get it. But now the market is less safe than it was previously. And so all prohibition is doing is forcing people to go to a more dangerous market and then potentially be put handcuffs and thrown into a cage because of it. And at the same time, it is right now we have a legal taxed industry, which is, if taxes in theory are meant to promote the public benefit by paying for publicly used infrastructure and healthcare and stuff like that, then we are taking away from that stream of revenue and we are putting it entirely in the pockets of people with a very, very high risk tolerance, with low concern for quality control in the black market. I mean, people who are de facto criminals because of the law. And it would make sense more to keep that money somewhere in the public coffers to promote public benefit. I mean, there's a lot more.
And there's a lot
of prohibition.
No, of course.
But, yeah,
and it's something that Seven Hope has talked about at great length. I mean, we can have a great discussion on regulation, right? We could have a massive discussion on regulation. But at the end of the day, I'm hoping at least this group and those in Seven Hope Alliance believe it's greater than prohibition. I mean, that's just it. Regulation is better than prohibition in these areas. And that's kind of what I was hearing from you is it, whether you're creating criminals or you're pushing people to the black markets. Neither of those are good things. Regulate, don't ban. I want to go back to Dr. Hart and ask a question, or actually both of you, but we'll start with Dr. Hart. In all of your work, both of you have such an extensive career in working through the federal landscape, state landscape, etc. But what message do federal regulators, what will resonate? Do you have any tidbits of all that work you've done of what the heck do they actually hear when we try to get them to see our side? Does anything work? Does anything break through to them?
In my experience,
Soren says funny.
Politicians tend to go with the voters, and so I think it's really important to make sure that we get the message out to regular common folk. Soren raised some important issues that I think we should delve into a little bit, pharmacologically speaking. So when we think about opioids, one of the things that we never talk about are the most likely effects of opioids. And the most likely effect of opioids are things like constipation. Constipation can really cause people to have GI problems, urine retention, could cause some real serious health concerns. We never talk about this when it comes to opioids. Now, when it comes to something like 7-hydroxy, the half-life of 7-hydroxy is a few hours, relatively quick. And so it decreases the likelihood that people would be experiencing severe constipation like they would be doing on something like buprenorphine or something like methadone. And we almost never talk about the long-term health consequences of those people on those opioid agonist treatments. Whereas something like heroin or morphine, the half-life is shorter. Heroin would be ideal because the half-life is shorter. You don't get as much constipation. You don't get much physical potential harm. We never talk about the pharmacology and the sort of taking what we've learned about pharmacology and then making available the opioid that are less likely to produce long-term health consequences. Mm-hmm. It's sort of like trying to understand the devil that you know versus the one that you don't. And the one that you don't know are the ones that we're going to create with these new laws that ban something like 7-hydroxy. And we will see problems that are related, serious problems that are related to health, not this nonsense where they exaggerate the overdose deaths. I don't mean that nonsense. I mean, it is true some people die from opioid overdose, but those numbers have been wildly exaggerated. Far more people are experiencing severe constipation and the consequences of severe constipation from opioids. And so nobody's talking about that. 7-hydroxy is ideal to help with that sort of thing relative to something like methadone. So I think that we have to make sure that we're thinking about pharmacology in this conversation too, thinking about sharing our experiences, our knowledge in the community, so we can encourage government officials to make sure that what is available for pain patients, for people who want to use opioids, what's available is not going to lead to long-term detrimental health consequences, because that they are far more important than this nonsense, this over-exaggeration of overdose and addiction.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. And anything to add to that, Soren or Elena, or I had another question for you that I saw you wanting to go.
I do. I mean, because it's to address the question that I already know that so many in the people who are scared because Kratom has helped them so much, who have swallowed hook, line, and sinker the proposition that we have to ban 7-hydroxymetragedine in order to protect Kratom. They're going to say, well, we just ban the next analog, and we'll ban the next analog. This is what has to be done in order to save Kratom. And that premise is ridiculous. In China, for example, they go so far as to execute chemists and drug dealers, people who iterate on new substances. That doesn't stop them from trying to satisfy the demand that exists on the market for these novel compounds in a state of extreme prohibition and extreme lockdown, and a state that uses capital punishment as a way to deter people. In the United States, we lock people up for life for distribution and manufacturing of compounds. We still have drugs being sold on the streets. We still have a proliferation of analogs. The premise that we can increase police powers in order to stop this, in order to curtail the drug market in the exact way that we want it and keep it alcohol, tobacco, and Kratom now, I guess, is ridiculous.
Right.
Yeah, it's a ludicrous proposition that we'll be able to stop the proliferation of analogs and then the harm that's going to come from that by increasing police powers. And just so everyone in the Kratom space is very much aware, someone who's been following it for a very long time, very in depth, the media, the one thing you can count on the media when they're reporting on drugs is they're going to get it wrong. If there is a chlorinated, brominated, fluorinated, whatever monstrosity of a analog of these parent compounds that proliferates, it starts hurting people, God forbid, the media will say Kratom is killing people, because that is the reliable element of the media. There isn't a politically advantageous way that one drug really can separate itself from another drug, because the media at the end of the day will say drug killing people, and maybe they'll say Kratom killing people. We have to come together. We have to stop the nonsense and the harms associated with prohibition. We have to get rid of this from our vocabulary, period, and start over again with adult conversations saying, hey, I recognize your bodily autonomy to do such and such a thing. How can I help you do this safely? How can we empower other people to do this so they don't have to go through dangerous avenues in order to satisfy whatever the hell it is within them as a unique person that makes them crave some sort of subtle alteration of their consciousness?
I want to just cheers, because Soren, I mean, I'll share a personal insight that we've met. I hope you remember at that conversation. And I just so appreciate everything you just said, because it's what I was still getting in space trying to understand it. And you said, look, this is how I feel. There's some things we need to talk about and have real conversations, which I wholeheartedly agree with. I think everyone at Seven Hope does. And to everything you just said, I appreciate you taking the time out of your day to join us today and share that. And I mean, we're not done yet, but I just wanted to share that we had a conversation at MAPS, and I thank you for what you just said.
I want to throw out another question for you, Dr. Hart. If you could talk a little bit about the pharmacology of Kratom and the claim by some in the Kratom space that 7.0 is not Kratom. I heard you once say that, actually was in an interview with Soren, that we don't chew willow bark, we take aspirin. So if you could just talk a little bit about, you know, the plant and the alkaloids and what is or is not different and the same.
Yeah, these people annoy me with this stupid ass distinction between natural and synthetic. It's an artificial distinction. You know, the willow bark is where the aspirin comes from. Many of our drugs come from plants. We get codeine from the opium poppy, you know, so that's just ridiculous. People don't understand that. We get these drugs from these plants, and we can increase the concentration of these active components of the plants, and so we don't have to chew 80,000 plants to get a therapeutic effect. And so that's what you want. When you do that, you decrease the likelihood of non-specific effects. Like, for example, I did a lot of Kratom in my life, and I certainly was not seeking metrazanine. I was seeking 7-hydroxymetrazanine, but I had to take a lot of Kratom in order to get the 7-hydroxy. And by the time I got what I was seeking, my stomach, my gastrointestinal stuff was all fucked up. And so it would have been a hell of a lot nicer to just have a dose of, I don't know, 10 milligrams of 7-hydroxy, specific effect, a decrease of these non-specific effects. I'm good. I can go to my faculty meeting and deal with painful people. I'm good. As opposed to having to go there with a stomach ache from Kratom. And so it's important for people to understand that this distinction between natural and synthetic drugs, it's a man-made artificial distinction. All of our drugs, many of our pharmaceuticals come from plants, and we synthesize them so we can get them in the appropriate concentrations so we can minimize non-specific undesired effects. Pharmacology 101. Now, I want to also leave people with this message, this point. You know, the United States was founded on this principle, some beautiful principle. Granted, the founding fathers had their limitations. I don't want to hear people tell me I don't know that shit. I know that better than you. They had their limitations, but their words, the words are much bigger than them, and they last longer than them. And the words are that we, as American citizens, have this essential bodily autonomy. That is, we can do with our bodies what we choose. And it's not my business to tell you what you can do with your body. Now, that will not happen just by osmosis. People have to be willing to fight for their human rights. And when you're willing to fight for your human rights, there's a cost. I get people all the time who come to me and say, you know, I'm feeling you, I'm with you, but you know, the cost is blah, blah, blah. It's like, get the fuck out of here. All of our heroes have to pay a cost. We all pay a cost. That's the cost of repression. And that's the cost of being free. We all pay the cost. And so if you're not willing to take your rights, then you probably are not in the right place.
Yes, please. Can we just clip that and put it everywhere? I love it. Thank you so much. We do have like just a minute or two left. Soren, I wanted to give you a chance. What would you leave with us? We're already past 250 live, and we're going to see this thing on recap. You know, you went out of your, what would you leave with us?
Yeah, I just, you know, I had always been a Kratom leaf guy. I've started a business, Top Tree Herbs, making very mild Kratom tea products. You know, I am actually seeking the effects of mitragynine and the subalkaloids, and the entourage effect and the opioidergic effects are not desired for me because I'm in a very fortunate position to not have any sort of chronic pain or anxiety that is mediated by the opioid effects. That doesn't mean that I think other people don't deserve to have those effects. And that doesn't mean that I think my tea is for everyone, although I think you should try it.
Good plug, good plug.
Yeah, it's just scheduling something should radicalize you, because once October 5th rolls around and if nothing happens, according to the law of our land, there's going to be a lot of people who have every right in the world to point a gun at you and tell you what to do. And that is absurd. That is a premise we should never, ever, ever accept whenever it relates to our bodily autonomy and doing the thing that we need to do to make ourselves feel good that doesn't affect anyone else. And there's a lot of people, a lot of relationships that I've built in the Kratom space over the past 6 years that are disintegrating because of this, because of my stepping up and saying that I think Schedule 1 is vile. It's a horrible thing to be proposing right now. But if anyone comes for Kratom extract, Kratom leaf, mitragynine, I'm going to continue to stand up for them, because it's more than just the manufacturers, it's more than just the products, it's the consumers, and it's the principle of the matter that we have the right to take these things. And there's no one, no matter what the law says, that can stop you from doing what you need to do in order to make this very, very hard life bearable for you.
That was beautifully said.
I just want to, may I leave you one note? I want to just point out that I don't take 7-hydroxy for pain. Well, I take it because it is a little bit, I guess it is pain. The painfulness of this fucking Trump administration. That's why I take it, okay? It helps me to do a better job at inhibiting bad behavior in the face of bad behavior. And so thank God for opioids. Otherwise, I would not be as generous as I am.
Well, we thank you both absolutely from the bottom of our hearts. A, for being here. Woo! For being here. B, you're both in a hotel room. I didn't even note, because you're headed to a panel, I believe, in DC, speaking on behalf of the 70H community. Thank you absolutely so much for doing this while you're on the move. Maybe he'll have you back later in the day. I don't know how it's going, but thank you so much for all your spreading, and we wish you the best on the panel today. And as we go forward to make your comments and hashtag save 70. So thank you guys so much. I really, really appreciate it.
Lynn, I look forward to seeing you.
All righty. Thank you guys. Well, we again have a packed schedule today. Elena, I want to thank you. I think you're jumping from us for a little while. I'm so excited for our next guest. I've worked extremely closely, but first, before we bring them on stage, I do want to share a consumer story. So we just heard from a bunch of stories about, who we're talking about, how 70H has helped people, things like that. And I'd love to bring up a story of someone we've actually met more closely with together, JC, who just has a quick video to share her story that I think will be a great little lead into Jeff and I's discussion. So if we could take a look at JC's video, that'd be great.
70 gave me my life back after a car accident left me struggling for years with chronic pain. I've heard countless stories just like mine, and I've also heard stories, so many stories, about how 70 has helped people get off street drugs and become productive members of society. We need to make sure that 70 stays legal.
See, it's simple stories like that. If you've got that story, I want you to go take that story, take that camera, and go post hashtag save 70. Now, remember, we're doing our noon post-a-thon, noon Eastern post-a-thon, where we're all going to post hashtag save 70. But if you've got a story, you feel like sharing it, please go in there and post that, just like JC did. Thank you, JC, for sharing your story with us. Just quick, easy. This is how it's changed. All right. Up next, he is, as I've always said, the hardest working man in 7-0. I always see him in the car, on the go. He's in another state fighting for 7-0. Dr. Jeff Smith is the executive director of the Holistic Alternative Recovery Trust, or HART, our sister organization, a national nonprofit organization comprised of scientists, manufacturers, and harm reduction advocates who want to ensure safe and regulated consumer access to 7-OH products. Previously, Smith taught for public policy at Dartmouth College, Washington University, and the New School in New York City. Quite the resume, following a term representing St. Louis City and Missouri Senate. So with that, bring to the stage Dr. Jeff Smith, the hardest working man in 7-0. How are you, Jeff?
I'm great, Kyle. How are you? Thanks for organizing this rally.
We are having a blast already. We've got through our first hour. I'm already losing my voice. We're doing great. We hit 300 per second, back to 280 live, but we've got people coming and going throughout the day. So thank you for taking time out of your day. Where are you right now?
I'm in St. Louis, Missouri right now.
Okay, all right. So I've done incredible work there fighting. So I guess, Jeff, we brought you on stage. We know there's a lot going on federally. We're all here today submitting our comments, trying to make our voices heard. I guess, could you just give us a rundown of where we're at? I guess maybe a little background of how we got, however you want to frame it for our advocates. I wanted to just kind of ask about the federal updates.
Sure. So about a year ago, actually like almost to the day a year ago, the former head of the FDA was on stage with the head of the Director of Health and Human Services at the national level. That's Dr. Marty McCary and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And they announced that they were recommending that the DEA schedule 7-OH. And so that was, I believe, July 29th of
25th. Okay. All right. You win.
Yeah. I think I've got that right. And they basically said, we want you to act on this because this is an emergency, and 7-OH products are likely to be the fourth wave of the opioid epidemic. And it's going to be deadly, and the streets are going to be littered with bodies of 7-OH victims. Now, they could not have been more off in terms of what actually happened over the course of the next year, right? Because we are in constant consultation with people at the National Poison Control Centers. We are in consultation with emergency room physicians around the country. We're in consultation with coroners and medical toxicologists and people on the front lines in cities all over the country. And they didn't see any of what was predicted a year ago because emergency rooms were not deluged with people struggling with 7-OH addiction or having quote unquote overdosed on 7-OH, which isn't really a thing because, as scientists will tell you, 7-OH has a ceiling effect beyond, a certain ceiling beyond which consumers do not see an additional effect. And so none of what was predicted actually came to pass over the last year. The data doesn't bear any of it out. And the single most important statistic, I think, is that not one single death has ever been attributed to 7-OH consumed in isolation. While there have been a tiny handful of people who have been found deceased with 7-OH in their system, they were all polysubstance scenarios where those individuals had also taken heroin or fentanyl or a ton of benzos, another substance that is known to kill thousands of people every year. And so there is no evidence in any literature. There are no case reports. There are no ER room statistics, the National Poison Control Center data. None of it points to what was predicted a year ago by the FDA and HHS when they initially recommended emergency scheduling of 7-OH products.
And here we are today, even though given all of that, right? And again, I've been doing this with you, and I watch it, and we research every media claim out there, and they all say this and that and this, and we look into it. No, that isn't the reality. So here we are to today, and my question becomes, can we do this, Jeff? I mean, can we, we've surpassed 15,000 comments. all of our coalition partners have stepped up to the stage and submitted letters and just incredible stuff. Is there a chance that we will get an extension, an increase in the threshold they proposed? Is what we're doing, does it have the chance?
So I appreciate the question. Here's what I'll say. Number one, there is precedent for this. And a lot of the people who are watching us right now know that there's precedent for this because it happened a decade ago.
Right.
You know,
Right.
when traditional Kratom users came together and put forward, I think offered about 20,000 comments in opposition to the scheduling of mitragynine and traditional Kratom products. So there is precedent for the DEA to basically reverse a notice of intent to schedule, which is what has been issued about 20 days ago. This notice of intent saying we do plan to consider temporary scheduling or emergency scheduling. So I'll say, number one, there's precedent for a withdrawal or reversal of a similar proposal. Number two, I'll say that when we have organized at the state level and when we have exercised our voices, we have won. Mm-hmm. Hart fought in 26 state capitals over the course of this year.
Yes,
yeah, I was in, I think, 18 of those states. And
yes.
And in those places where I met people who came to testify as witnesses in front of legislative committees, we won in 22 out of 26 of those states. Okay. Mm-hmm. 2 of those states ended up doing a universal ban of all Kratom products. And 2 of them did single out 7-OH products for a ban. So one could say that even in 2 of those 4 losses, everybody lost. It wasn't just us that lost. Right. You know, right. All Kratom users lost. And that happened because the AKA, American Kratom Association, and GKC, Global Kratom Coalition, drew attention, started attacking 7-OH products, which in a couple states.
Wait, did I lose Jeff? Uh-oh. All right, we lost Jeff, but he was great, giving the perfect kind of analogy, because I watched him. I'm telling you guys, I watched him all over the country, and we were too. I want you to know, so 7 Hope Alliance, we landed, California was a massive place we were fighting in, really all over the place. But Jeff was state by state fighting for 7-OH. And again, I was sharing at the beginning of the live stream, if you weren't with us, we won so many of those fights. We lost a few, but we won so many of those fights. But I hope that everybody heard Jeff's point, because I didn't know how he would answer that question. I didn't know if he would say, do we have a shot at this? Can we still reverse what's happening at the federal level? Did everyone hear him? We can. And we can do it through our voices, our comments. We can get this reversed. This is a comment-a-thon. I want to take a second to reiterate that, right? This is a comment-a-thon. So you've all seen along the bottom, there's this little scrolly thing happening, 7hopealliance.org/federal. We need your comments. So go there, go to 7hopealliance.org. Just Google 7Hope Alliance if you don't want to type it in direct, and then there's a little pop-up. Go to federal. We have a comment generator that asks you a bunch of questions, just helps you write it. Of course, we want you to yeah, there we go. Thank you. We have our national petition and comment, but you can scan that QR code there. So we have a little comment generator. It can ask a bunch of questions to get you to help write your story of why you believe in 7-OH. Of course, edit it to be your own. We don't want just AI generated stuff. I don't know if you all saw that. People were coming at us like, oh, Jeff's back. But put in your comments, because as Jeff was saying, we can win this. We lost you for a sec. Jeff, are you back? Can you hear me? Check, check, check. Are you there? Maybe. Speak. Okay. Well,
Kyle, are you able to hear me?
Yes, go for it.
Okay. I'm sorry, I can't hear you, but let me go on and can I finish just quickly? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I apologize. So the broader point I'm trying to make is that we are doing everything we can from the highest levels, trying to have conversations with people in the White House, trying to have conversations with people at HHS at the highest levels, trying to mobilize members of Congress to co-sign a letter asking their colleagues to stand up for the million 7-OH consumers all over the country. all the way down to the very grassroots, the work that partners like Seven Hope Alliance are doing all over the country to mobilize people, all the way to just me going to Facebook when there's an article posted and I see there's 1,000 comments of people saying, please don't ban 7OH products. And I'm just pressing reply on each of those comments and posting a link to the place where anyone can make their voice heard and begging them to say, hey, if you feel as strongly as you appear to, please make a comment here. Responding to this request for information from the HHS, where they have asked what should the proper threshold be above which 7OH products from a milligram perspective or percentage perspective, above which, you know, perhaps they should be considered Schedule 1. We need to get that threshold to a place where 7OH products are still helpful and effective for consumers. So that's what we're working to do as Hart. Again, everything from the highest levels to just mobilizing one consumer at a time, in person, online. That's how we'll make a difference. And we also need you to contact your policymakers. We need you to contact your members of Congress. We need you to contact the U.S. senators from your state to put pressure on them to sign this letter that we are preparing to circulate.
Amazing. I know you probably can't hear me, Jeff, but thank you so much. I think that's how you say thank you in sign language, but thank you so much for all of it. We'll let you go because you can't hear me. You're good. But yeah, so Hart, I appreciate Jeff coming on because Hart has been so really leading this fight before even Seven Hope Alliance was around. But they're the ones, you know, in DC and having these conversations with people. Hart has been so helpful. So I hope you felt the passion behind Jeff. So I just want to commend him for all of the work. The man never sleeps. He's always on a plane. He's at state by state fighting. But I was starting to say this before he came back. There's a lot of people on this call who, and I got all the texts leading up to it that said, what's the point? We lost. Okay, that's why we're here today. We're here to reinvigorate and to tell you, as Jeff just did, who knows it. He was a senator. He knows these people. He hears how it works. There is a precedent of 10 years ago. This can be reversed. This can be changed. The threshold can be changed. The DEA making their comment, they left this comment period for us to share our voices. And so, again, I want to get a comment-a-thon. I know I already kind of said it, and I know a lot of people on this call have probably already done it, but I'm going to challenge you. Text 5 people. I have 3 best friends I can think of right now that I haven't asked. Okay, they don't know anything about Kratom. They don't know anything about 7OH, but I can ask them to sign the petition. That gets us another voice. I can ask them, hey, would you just share, hey, my friend, this really changed his life. You know, can you just share that with them that he really appreciates, 5 milligram, 10 milligram 7OH doses, because HHS really wants to know about doses. I can think of 3 friends to do that too. I'm going to do it during our social-a-thon. You can think of them too. Text your mom, text your friends, text your friend's mom. I don't care. But the point is, I challenge you to get out there and get people in your life involved. This is our shot. I don't, in fact, I'm trying to inspire you, not scare you. But this is our shot. This is the moment. And so it's why we put together an entire day to have this very discussion, because we have to do this and we have to do it today. I mean, it's by the end of next week. I want to share a little bit more of why we're doing it. Again, I know a lot of you applied to speak and share your stories today. Thank you. I will encourage you to share your story online anyway, and hashtag Save70. Just share it on Twitter, share it on Facebook, whatever it might be. But I wanted to see if we could bring up Justin's story, another quick 30-second to the point, but exactly an example of what we believe moves the needle when you share it online. So you just take your phone and...
Hello, my name is Justin. I've been taking Kratom for about 5 years now, 7OH specifically for about 1.5 years, 2 years. It's been an amazing resource for me because it helps me manage my pain when generally the doctors haven't been able to. I've had surgeries, I've had ruptured discs, I've had all sorts of stuff, and the doctors just keep giving me Tylenol and Advil, and it started wrecking my stomach. It started causing all these problems, and the Kratom has been the only natural alternative I've been able to find. And losing this would be detrimental to my health and that of 27 million Americans without insurance and alternatives like myself.
See, that's such an easy story, but powerful. I mean, where's my applause? I gotta There it is. Thank you. Just for sharing your story. So again, I want to challenge everybody on this call. We're back up to 300. If 300 people took out their phone right now, recorded 30 seconds of here's my story and tweeted it, hashtag save70, it might make it to the White House. It might make it to the HHS. So I just encourage you to take out your phone and do what Justin did. I think we have another one, Shelby, who shared her story. If we could bring up Shelby's story to give an example. Oops.
I'm Shelby. I'm 26. I have POTS, panic disorder, and severe depression. I've been institutionalized twice on several medications that never worked. I couldn't keep a full-time job. I couldn't live. I couldn't hold down relationships. I could hardly leave my house. I couldn't even take care of my dogs. Ever since I discovered 7.0, I've been working full-time again. I've been going back to school and succeeding. I have a serious relationship now and friendships. I've been thriving and living life. It gave me my life back. Don't take this from us. For some of us, it really saves us.
Thank you. I got to give my thank you, Shelby. Thank you. Sharing your story. So we all saw the example, right? It's take out your phone. If you don't want to put your face on it, totally understand. Write it out. If you don't want to do it from an alt Twitter, if you don't want to, I understand that people are afraid of whether their state is legal or their work sees certain things. I mean, look at me. I'm out here live streaming on this, but create an alt Twitter. I don't really care. Like, get your story out there and hashtag save70. We did some research into what it takes to trend. This takes an all-day conversation, massive jolts of posts, and then people retweeting them and having conversations, a lot of rich content and a lot of written content. So if you can, take out your phone right now and do that. Those are our two goals of today, right? We're doing our social media takeover today at noon Eastern, and then we're doing Comment-A-Thon all day. I don't have an update of where we're at on comments. I don't think it live updates. We were going to do one of those, like, what do you call it, thermometer things that takes it up, but unfortunately it doesn't say it. Like, it doesn't report immediately. But as of this morning, we're over 15,000. What's our goal today? 25,000. Ask your friends, ask them. I believe we're ready for our next guest, which I'm really excited about. I just started working with Brooke a little while back, but we've been working very closely with an organization called Students for Sensible Drug Policy, SSDP, we call them. And they have been an incredible partner to Seven Hope Alliance and bringing their deep knowledge in drug policy, phenomenal contacts at both federal and state levels, and have supported us in California twice. Obviously at the federal level, I mean, multiple places all over, done trainings with us. We were able to do some educational webinars to their base. And I think that they're a perfect example of when we first met them, they had heard of the issue. They had seen some things, you know, they're non-prohibitionists, but, you know, really wanted to look into it. And I just wanted to share that working with the organization and seeing kind of their evolution from not understanding Kratom to understanding kind of the whole nuances of the subject has just been beautiful. And we saw it earlier with Soren. He shared kind of his journey into understanding and his position in all of this. And I've witnessed that with SSDP as well. And we have Kat Murdy, I always mess up her name, is on later, and she's the executive director, I believe, or something like that. But first, we're going to bring to the stage Brooke, who I just wanted to kind of talk to a little bit about what the work that SSDP is doing and their position on all this. So if we could bring to the stage Brooke, we'd love to welcome her if she's ready. Hello, welcome. Look, you've got the mic and everything. I need one of those, don't I?
It's definitely helpful. Hi, it's great to be here.
It's so nice to have you. It's so nice to have the support of SSDP this whole time. I think you were one of our first partners in the space. And again, I just gave you quite the intro. I heard you, or I hope you heard it, because I've just been humbled by working with you guys. Again, that deep understanding of drug policy, etc. So I guess, Brooke, give me a little background on yourself. How'd you get involved in SSDP, and what is some of the work you've done to date, whether, you know, obviously outside of Kratom or now jumping into this?
Yeah, definitely. So I'm a neuroscience PhD student here in Florida. I've been working with Schedule I substances for the past 6 years. So I got involved with drug policy after working in the laboratory for so long with substances that had such horrible restrictions on them that made my science harder, that made it more difficult for my findings to benefit the public and to help with public health outcomes for certain diseases with large global prevalence rates. So I got involved with SSDP. I'm the director of network through the United Nations Commission on Narcotic Drugs, where I specifically would go every year to discuss why banning substances at this global level or at the national level here in the US is really making it difficult for science to evolve and for us to get better treatment outcomes and understanding for people who need help, who need new therapeutics. And for me, my work has always focused on cannabis products and then kratom products and opioids.
That's it. I didn't even realize you were a PhD student and all of that. So, I mean, kudos to you and thank you for the work you're doing. Give me a little insight into that, because we talked about the plight of cannabis, we'll call it, and the parallels, obviously, to the Kratom and 7.0. What hindrances in research have you seen with the scheduling of cannabis all these years that have put us behind that could then parallel into Kratom, you know what I mean, in terms of research if it were scheduled?
Yeah, I'm really afraid of what would happen if these drugs become Schedule 1, because I've seen it with working with cannabis products for the last 6 years. So I'd like to give an example of researchers who are currently working with 7.0 in the lab. So say there's a lab right now with a really driven young scientist who is very close, maybe even weeks away, a couple months away from getting enough data and having enough findings to have published scientific reports out there that say this drug can help so many people. What are the next steps we can take? Well, if 7.0 goes into Schedule 1 status, all of that research is going to stop, and it will stop for the foreseeable future. Those findings that are this close to being valuable scientific data that would be accepted by these government agencies as fact, because that's the kind of standard they operate by, they would have to shut down. Because if you're working with a drug that then becomes illegal and you do not have a Schedule 1 license to study it, your work becomes illegal. And we do not want that to happen. We want to keep this work legal so we can have valuable scientific information to show and put on the table and say, look, we have these studies. The science, the facts supports our cause.
Yeah. And I and that's my point in all of this, right? I just hearing Schedule 1, having worked in cannabis and now working in Kratom and 7.0H, is just, it gives me the heebie-jeebies, you know, because it just prohibits exactly that. And I'm not here to make medical claims. I'm not here to say therapeutic uses. I'm here to say no prohibition. But that said, read our comments, read the testimonials. People are taking these substances, whether it be cannabis, Kratom, or 7.0H, for certain things that they're in their health, right? And I'm not here, again, to say what those things are, because these aren't medicines. They're not proven, and I'm not here to break the law. But what I am here to say is these lived experiences, doesn't that as a scientist kind of give you a clue that maybe more research needs to be done into this, and to placing a halt on all research as Schedule 1 just might not be the answer? I want your thoughts on that.
Totally. These personal lived experiences guide our motivation as scientists to be able to run these large scale clinical studies to support this even further, so we can have that scientifically proven data. We love the personal reports and the anecdotal experiences, but then also having like an official scientific paper and outcome with all the math and data to back it, that even amplifies those personal experiences. And the thing with this Schedule 1 issue going on right now is we will not have that opportunity to then validate all of these personal and lived experiences if we don't even have the chance to keep studying 7.0. The DEA is complaining that there's not enough scientific evidence and data about this compound. Well, you're taking away the opportunity for us to give you some.
I know. And I'll tell you, it was one of the reasons 7 Hope was founded. When I was sitting there with Jackie going, how are we going to do this thing? The idea was to do studies, right? We were going to go raise money to fund studies, raise some money, got a CRO, a contract research organization, right? Got them on board. Things happen. It's outrageously expensive, right? And outrageously time consuming, right? And so the idea of pushing this all to a Schedule 1 immediately, only giving it to certain labs, like you said. And I mean, where's my big pharma graphic? It just feels like that's where we're headed into this. If this is the move for Kratom and 70H, and I don't know. I'm excited for what's happening with cannabis, with moving to Schedule 3, potentially opening up research. We know that there's only Jazz or GW Pharma's Epidiolex, and then going back all the way to the Marinol days. But to this moment, we have 2 therapeutics of cannabinoids. I mean, that just seems like low to me. But is that not the cause of the Schedule 1 status this whole or is that not the consequence of the Schedule 1 status this whole time? I don't know yet. I just wanted to ask.
It is, exactly. And I'll give an example of that too. When I was beginning my research career, I was at Syracuse University in upstate New York studying cannabis in clinical trials. And I had put out my first paper associated with that study. And this is 2019. And my PI, my mentor of that lab, came to me and said, congratulations. This is the first study out of Syracuse to be published using cannabinoids with patients. And I said, it's 2019. What are you talking about? Are you serious? This feels so late for something like this to happen. And it's because of that Schedule 1 status that these studies take years to be able to fund, conduct, get approval for. So imagine right now, people have been conducting 70H research legally because you don't need this license.
Right.
Now, implementing the Schedule 1 license, it's already been slow because of funding issues for research. Add a scheduling license on top of that. Unfortunately, researchers will want to give up. They won't have enough money, time, or effort or approval to continue their work. It would be easier to scrap the years of research that they dedicated their career to than try and fight this if it became Schedule 1. And that's terrifying to me.
I wholeheartedly agree. And it's been very interesting watching. I don't ever call out our opposition groups by name. I don't believe in it. I believe we should be one plant and all of that. But I do want to say that their answer to everything is, well, where's the science? Where's the science? Where's the science? And to me, it seems like you're cart before in the horse of whatnot of like, we're doing this. And I understand that, there's certain, legalities and whatnot of hoo-ha. But we were founded in the idea of more science, and we do need to start all the way through. Mind you, I don't think it should be given all the way to big pharma. That's just me, because it needs to be accessible. But science is the key. And I appreciate what you're saying. And I think on top of criminalizing consumers, on top of prohibition and taking away a product that people rely on overnight, eliminating the research is a major, major consequence of what the HHS is proposing, right? And it's just another thing that I think brought us here today. So I'm curious. I don't think you didn't know much about Kratom and 70H before diving into it with us, right? Or were you kind of aware of it a bit before working with Seven Hope and SSDP? Or I guess I'm asking about your evolution and understanding and belief in it.
I have some history with it from just either casual use within Florida. The Kratom bars are really big in Florida.
Really?
So yeah, so we have a really big culture around it, which I've been pretty immersed in since living here. But I also understood these drugs from scientific standpoints because I understood that these legal opioidergic drugs like 7-hydroxymetragenine were being used in labs to be able to understand the smallest things that nobody thinks about, like how the composition of the mu opioid receptor can change when there's certain levels of binding. So we also use it for basic scientific research. And that's where my understanding started. But that was just more in the scientific context, and then taking it into the larger context of really with your organization, understanding how many people this has truly helped. And I'll give an example. I am a proponent of it. I have to get laparoscopic surgery next week. And what am I going to take to recover but a 7-0 for the pain, because I'm not going to be given any pain medication to recover from that. And I would be on my own if I didn't have a substance like this to help me with my recovery. So I have the scientific and personal experience here of understanding how really important it is that this needs to stay legal and accessible for people.
I so appreciate you sharing that insight. And, I'm not speaking, again, I'm not making medical claims. What I am sharing is that we get testimonials constantly. Read the comments as we go. That happens to be my job at Seven Hope is looking at people's stories and testimonials and trying to post them and stuff like this. And from what I'm read, it is outrageously difficult to get pain medications. It is outrageously difficult to get certain things that help you in these times of medical needs. and that people are turning to 7-OH. And I'm not saying that it helps with that or therapeutic value or anything. What I am saying is that people share those stories. And there's just the reality. Look at the comments. And so I appreciate you sharing your own story in that and looking at it. I know that I only had you for 15 minutes or so, but I guess just, before we wrap up, where do you think, given your experience as a researcher and then now working with SSDP, where do you think we are in this fight? Is this the moment? Can we save this thing? Are we coming together? I mean, just give me your 10,000-foot view, if you would.
We can save it. The amount of response that this has garnered from people really sharing their stories and how many people believe in this and believe that it has helped them and how it can help others. And then from my scientific standpoint as well, how research can really grow with being able to continue to study this compound. I think we have this in the bag. I think hopefully, like, I'm, sometimes some toxic optimism.
Toxic optimism. Have you seen me? Look at these smile lines or whatever they call them. Toxic optimism I'll take all day long.
Yeah, I love it. All the comments, everything online that I've seen has just been so positive and inspiring. So I don't see any reason why, with all of our collective efforts, that we can't just take this head on like we have been and not let this happen, not let the government tell us what we can and cannot study and put in our bodies.
I love it. I just so appreciate your passion, that optimism, and your time today and the work of SSDP. Again, we're going to hear from Kat here later in the live stream. We got all day of this, but SSDP has a tool for submitting comments. I'm going to do a little tutorial here on submitting comments here shortly. But just thank you to you and your organization for the work you guys are doing and support of the work we're doing, bringing together advocates across the drug spectrum or whatever we want to call it, to fight for a common good, a common right, I'll call it, as you just said, the right to put what we want to put in our bodies that work for us. And so thank you so much, Brooke. Anything you'd leave with our audience? I know you just gave us your total spiel, but anything you could leave with us?
Use the comment tool. It's incredible. SSDP has really curated it to make it as easy as possible for you to share your personal experience and to get your voice heard. Don't lose hope about this. Keep up the good fight and just take it day by day with us.
I love it. And next time I see you, I got to get a mic from you because I loved it. Awesome.
Perfect.
We'll see you next time.
Thank you for having me.
So much, of course. All right, so I want to give a big reminder that, look at me, I'm sweating and going already. You can check out the schedule for today's rally on our website, 7hopealliance.org/rally, if we have that banner. We've got a full day pack. There are some changes that are happening because I think that we shared, like, Soren and Dr. Hart are on a panel in DC. There's a MAHA rally going on, or a MAHA event going on in DC today. And so there is a pro 7-OH panel happening in DC. Now, we tried to get a live feed of it. I don't think we're going to get a live feed of the panel. We are going to have some of the panelists on afterwards, which is really, really exciting. So there are some schedule changes happening. We'll try to update our website as soon as possible, but on the schedule, but I know that you all are extremely excited to see some of our incredible upcoming guests, which, Hamilton Morris is going to be joining us. The Kratom gals are going to be joining us. I believe we even still have Leonard. I think he's coming. I won't promo that one because he's kind of stuck on the panel. But anyway, so that all said, I want to remind us, we are at a Comment-A-Thon. We are taking social media over today. Our big social media push, our first one where we're all going to post, all 335 of you I see live on this are going to push on that in about 20 minutes. But before that, I want to take a moment and walk through scheduling. Commenting on to the HHS. Again, remember, I asked you, please, go share it with your brother, your mother, whatever, your best friend, and get them to share a comment. But I'm going to see if I can't share my screen. Let's see if we can do this. Okay, so hopefully everybody sees my screen. Can someone in my chat let me know if you can see my screen? Yes, ha 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 ha, perfect. Okay, so on our website, 7hopalliance.org, you're gonna go to this take action. Everybody see here this take action. There's federal right at the top, or just scroll on down because we need to save 7.0. We're going to take action. Now this takes us to our 7hopalliance.org/federal, okay? Here it is. Here is how to submit a comment. We have till the 31st. There are two ways on our website to submit a comment, okay? First, we have this really cool tool that asks you a few questions, that uses the LLMs to put together at least a basic blueprint of a letter, okay? So, you know, you can ask how many servings do you take? What's your typical, remember, in the HHS comment open period, they asked what is the threshold we should be looking at. So it's really, really important. We're asking you, please, please, please check your packaging, say what you use, because that threshold is extremely important to the HHS to understand how much that they should set the laws to. But anyway, answer a few questions, click next, 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 and it will generate a little comment. We ask you, please customize it. We don't want just generic kind of random, you know, or we don't want templated. We don't want AI letters. We want letters from the heart. We want people sharing their actual lived stories with the HHS. We've already gotten a lot of pushback online that we're trying to get people to put templated letters in. No, we're not. Never have. Never asked people to comment twice. We have said, put in your stories. That's the way to do it. Anyway, you can click continue through and it will take you out. The second way is to write your own. Take your story. We've got kind of like, what should you share your personal story and why 7.0 matters to you. Explain how 7.0H has impacted your life. Include the milligrams you typically use. This is extremely important because they want to understand that, right? We also have some suggested talking points here. And then only one comment per person. Then you're going to click this, submit your comment. This is once you've written it, right? Let's see. Let's hope that it takes me to, it didn't take me to the next tab. Okay. That's not going to work, but you click that, submit that comment. It takes you right to, actually, I still want to show you this. So I'm going to share my other screen so that you can still see this, because this has confused a lot of people. So I really want to show this. Okay. When you get to this page, okay, it's very confusing. Look, we're at 17,691 comments. That's 2,000 more than this morning. You're going to click open for comments, okay? Open for comments. I know that sounds weird, but up here at the top, you're going to click open for comments. You're going to come down. This is our one, temporary placement of 7-hydroxymetrageny above a specific comment. There it is, okay? We're going to write out your comment, or you're going to copy and paste your comment that you've already written out here, or you can attach a PDF or a Word doc or whatever. You put it there, right? Now you'll notice this little red thing here, that these are the only parts that are fully required. Now, we do think that it is helpful to share the information of who you are. However, you don't have to. Watch, I can just write, please don't, I'm not going to submit this because this is not what we should do, but schedule this, and I spelt it wrong, so ignore me, whatever. I'm not going to submit it. And I can click anonymous and I'm good to submit it. Submit comment. That's what it is. But we are saying if you are an individual, we do highly recommend to put in your first and last name. But the rest of this, the little red star is not there. So you do not have to submit the rest of this information. You just have to click that recapture and submit comment. It's that easy. Comment or attach a file, put the email address or don't. It's not required. An individual or anonymous. Submit. That is how you submit your federal comment. I just wanted to share that because we've had a lot of questions that it is a federal register and it is not that easy. And I totally get that. But I just wanted to share a quick run through. But most importantly, you can get all of that information at 7hopalliance.org/federal. Okay. And I used to have a little ticker going on. Maybe we can turn the ticker back on. But check out that page, go out. Submit a comment. If you haven't, we're at 350 now live. I beg that all 350 of those have submitted a comment. If you haven't, take a moment right now because we have, I don't know, about 10 minutes before our big next guest. Take 10 minutes and go submit your comment. 7hopalliance.org/federal. Okay. And our schedule is available on the rally. Now, given that we have a little bit of time here before our next one, I think that we should go ahead and do it. How's everybody feel on my production team about going ahead and showing that that documentary. I think the moment could be here. I think that we do it. Unless I get major pushback from the thing. So we've been sharing that there's a big documentary being released. So Hart, you met with Jeff Smith earlier of Hart, the Holistic Alternative, I should know this, Recovery Trust, Hart, our sister organization. They have worked with a producer, previous vice producer actually, to produce a documentary. And so I know a little bit about the background of it. So they flew out to various 70H consumers' homes in their hometowns and heard their stories about their use of 70H. And I literally haven't watched it yet because it came out yesterday, and we've been getting ready for this rally and everything. And so I'm checking for the overall permission of my rally. No, I'm not talking about that one. I'm talking about the one that is in it. I can bring it up, producer, no worries. But I think that it's a good use of time. We've got about 15 minutes here before we start our major social media push and forward. So if it's okay, I am going to what I'm going to call the 7 Hope Alliance world premiere. And we will drop in the YouTube. It's about 17 minutes of a documentary of 70H consumers and how these products have changed their lives. And so with that, I don't think I've gotten any major pushback from anyone. I am going to bring it up. So here we go, the world premiere. And I'm going to drop a link to it of the 70H documentary. Here we go.
Started to cut into Kratom's business, and that's when the moral panic started about 708.
Start it over, I promise.
The government is taking aim at 70H.
You have just days left to dispose of your 70H products.
70 is very often misunderstood.
708 started to cut into Kratom's business, and that's when the moral panic started about 70H.
The messaging, stay away from it. It's going to make you psychotic or kill you.
I'm plain talk, I'm plain spoken. It's outright lies. Here's something that's about as natural gets.
It would more appropriately be characterized as an herbal supplement.
Ban it. Oh, it makes them feel good? Ban it.
It's a really positive force in my life. I can be present and not be in pain.
Within less than 30 minutes, my anxiety eased up, my moral compass is back in line.
I think we're worried about the wrong things. My 7-0, it helps me.
It's not just a matter of what works and what's safe. It's also a matter of who gets paid.
Big Pharma and the American Kratom Association, it's cutting into everybody's profits.
They don't like that. I could understand that. I wouldn't like it either.
It's nothing more than greed.
What happened here?
People think you can't wreck a tank. Let me tell you, I can break anything. I'm a retired railroader and a U.S. Army veteran.
He just lays there.
Hush, you stop. What are you chuffing for? He's the biggest baby, he's just chuffing. Good throw. In the course of my military service, in my deployment to Egypt as part of Operation Bright Star, there was an issue with some civilians. Let's see, let me redo it. Let's see. Sure. There's a lot of nightmares and sleep issues and rampant insomnia. When I first got out, I actually applied to the railroad, Norfolk Southern Railroad. There was a train accident, and at which point me and my conductor were thrown about the inside of the locomotive. There's nothing padded inside the locomotive, it's all metal. And so we got banged up pretty good. I had multiple surgeries. I had 3 on my right knee, 2 on the right shoulder. After each surgery, of course, I was given opioids. That 40 years old, they told me that I was done and retired. So, and then they hand you these pills, and then they say, go sit down. Go take these pills and sit down. It's a heck of a thing to go sit on the couch at 40 years old when you've been as active as I've been. Oh yeah, we're in good shape. That'll get us where we want to go. So the downfall was rapid and severe. If I did 2 to 3 years on hydrocodone and I did 1 year to 2 years on oxycodone, I didn't make it 6 months on fentanyl. Within the first 3 months, I had OD'd at least once. Within 6 months, I was arrested and had legal trouble. Biggest regret, yeah. And there's a lot. I let my family down, you know. A great deal of shame there. That, you know, you've hurt your wife, whom you love more than anything. And of course, you know, your kids who look at you like you hung the moon. And then, you know, you're their hero and you let them down, you know. It's tough. It's a tough road to hoe. Let's break up for that one. Yeah. I'm struggling. You know, there's good times and bad times, you know, but I'm on a real bad time. You know, I'm struggling with my sobriety. And I'm almost in a panic. And I had tried Kratom before when I was in active addiction. You know, I was willing to give it one more try. So I went to the shop, to the vape shop. I believe that the gentleman that worked there, knew I was struggling with addiction and using. And the gentleman told me about this product, and he called it a 7-tab, and he was explained that it was 7-OH, and it's a alkaloid in kratom, and that it works. He said it works for me. I took that thing as soon as I hit the parking lot, and it was within less than 30 minutes. My anxiety eased up, my desire, the fact that my next stop was probably going to be a dealer's house, that thinking stopped. And within 45 minutes, my pain lessened. I was just normal, you know, I was just me. I think the propaganda and the push to ban it is coming from Big Pharma, and the American Kratom Association is making the push. It's cutting into everybody's profits. It boils down to comes to lobbying the government. There's a lot of people suffering. There's families that, if I'm going to fight for truth and liberty and freedom, you know, in my younger days, I'm going to do it now. Papa used to say, the truth will stand when the world's on fire. And so I feel, let truth have its day.
The messaging has been, it's going to make you psychotic or kill you. Go with the pharmaceuticals. Kratom is a tropical tree native to Southeastern Asia. It's in the coffee family. And kratom leaf has been used for centuries in Southeastern Asia as traditional medicine. So the kratom leaf contains 2 major psychoactive alkaloids, mitragynine and 7-hydroxymitragynine, or 7-OH. 7-OH is much more potent than kratom. Once 7-OH binds to the opioid receptor, it partially activates that receptor, which leads to pain relief, mood elevation, and sense of well-being. We don't know the full range of risk associated with 7-OH in the same way that we do with the kratom plant. The approach should be to study it. And while we're studying it, the FDA can certainly educate the public on it, regulate it, and protect public health without scaremongering. There is a drug hysteria promoted by powerful financial interests. Anytime you have a substance that people are taking so that they can get off of pharmaceuticals, then you're working against the interests of Big Pharma. It's not just a matter of what works and what's safe, it's also a matter of who gets paid.
This is one of the pages I put together for my sister. These are some flowers we had gotten at a zoo trip when we were really little. She was my baby doll. She was the first person that I ever felt a sense of responsibility for. Megan was my younger sister. She was 9 years younger. She struggled with mental health issues and on and off with some drug use pretty young into her life. And unfortunately bought some illicit substances that were laced with fentanyl. So my sister was killed by a banned substance. That's from the Spirit ticket that she was supposed to come home but didn't make it. So I've struggled with anxiety and insomnia my entire life, and it affects every aspect of your life. I feel like things are kind of coming at me at 100 miles an hour. I started using 7-0 probably 2 years ago, and it's cheaper, it's easier to use than Kratom, it tastes better. So I kind of switched over from using the powdered leaf to using like 7-0 tablets. I've tried Zoloft, I've tried Ambien. Ambien had a lot of really bad side effects, sleepwalking and things like that, so that didn't work for me. I've been prescribed like Xanax, and that was just, it was a little too strong for me. I take a small dose in the morning, and it's kind of like my morning cup of coffee. It wakes me up, it kind of gets me moving. It just kind of gives me like a focus and a clarity. And then in the evening, when I get home, I take a higher dose, and it kind of helps me relax and helps me kind of fall asleep. And that's how I use it. East Cleveland is pretty infamous in Northeast Ohio for having a high crime rate and very little resources. I do have a degree in social work. I started in shelters in 2014, and I've seen everything from poverty to drug addiction to child abuse, kind of the people that get left behind by society, I suppose you could say. And I've never seen anybody that their biggest problem was something wasn't banned. I think that some lawmakers have really good intentions, I do. I think we have been dealing with drug policy in America this way. Oh, ban it. Oh, it makes them feel good, ban it. And we've been doing it that way over and over and over again. So I think it's just breaking out of that cycle. And I really think Kratom and 7-0 is a good opportunity to do that.
Chris. 708 started to cut into Kratom's business, and that's when all of a sudden the moral panic started about 708. Instead of taking a whole bunch of Kratom, I could take this small amount of 708 and get the same effect. Banning 708 based on scattered anecdotes and fear won't make people safer. It'll just push them toward much more dangerous alternatives. War on drugs is America's longest and most unsuccessful war. It's been going on, at least the current iteration of the war on drugs has been going on at least since 1970. Overdoses continue to go up, and newer and more dangerous and deadly drugs are constantly coming into the drug supply. The harder the enforcement, the harder the drug. And economists will tell you it makes absolute sense because it incentivizes whoever is marketing the illegal substance to come up with more potent forms. So, for example, during the days of alcohol prohibition, they weren't smuggling in beer and wine, they were smuggling in whiskey and, the hard spirits. There have been a total of 233 what they call Kratom-related deaths. What the CDC tells us is that roughly, I think it was 79% of the Kratom-related overdose deaths in the toxicology reports, they found multiple other substances, including alcohol, fentanyl, benzodiazepines, Benadryl. Not only can you not say it caused the death, but you don't even know if it played a role in it. People have found a way to treat their pain and anxiety and PTSD. They believe it's making their life better. Why do you want to make their choice more dangerous?
I am concerned about the proposed banning of 7-OH. I have had chronic pain since I was a child. I've spent over half a decade trying to manage my pain, and nothing has been more effective for managing it than 7-OH has. Being a young person with chronic pain, most people my age don't understand what that's like. I've always wanted to write a memoir so that other people can kind of, I don't know, like I can help other people in my situation. I think it would be a really great thing because I've read memoirs from other people with my condition. I feel so, I don't like feeling alone, and those make me feel not alone. I have advanced Sjogren's syndrome, which is an autoimmune disorder. I had to advocate for myself for 10 years before I was listened to. And I had to get to a point of, I can't use my hand anymore. And strength is never gonna come back. And I'm gonna have chronic pain for the rest of my life. I turned to alcohol to cope with my chronic pain. And I drank a lot. And sometimes I couldn't get up for work, and it made me erratic and sad and angry, and I had to drink a lot to be numb. I've tried dozens of remedies, of medications, and Botox, stretching, exercising. Nothing works like 7-OH. I can be present and not be in pain. I think that the 7-OH ban could actually cause a lot of suicides, genuinely, because of the statistics for people with chronic pain and suicide. If I had one thing to say to lawmakers, I would ask them to take a step back and look at all of the statistics and look at how many people 7-OH has helped, and listen to people with chronic pain, listen to the people that are recovering addicts, listen to their stories.
When things are banned, they get more dangerous. Is that gonna happen with 7-0? Is it gonna get banned and then become dangerous, but then nobody will be paying attention anymore?
There's people dying with addiction, and this is an important part in harm reduction. Not only does it put lives in danger, but if the ban and schedule goes through, that prevents it from being studied. And studying is really what we need to do. Let's do right by these people.
Wow. Wow. What did you guys think? Write in the comments. That's my first time seeing that. That was unbelievable. To the producers of that, thank you. To the participants of that, thank you. To share your stories like that in such a beautiful and well put together way. Thank you so much to Hart and to everyone who worked to put that together. I'm going to try and get that on our website ASAP. It's available on Hart's website, and I will make sure to put it into the chat. But go share that as well, right? What a great thing to post with hashtag Save70. Let's get that trending as a part of our Save 70 campaign. Speaking of that, we are at our noon hour on the East Coast, 9 a.m. Welcome to the West Coast, folk. But this we're going to be leading into our very first social media push. So I think that we're ready to bring on one of our next hosts, the amazing, incomparable, worked with her, met her in California. Can't wait to see her. Let's bring to the stage Twinkle. Twinkle, welcome. Oh, your audio is a little bit low, dear. I just want to make sure you know. Maybe it's the mic. Oh, put your little mic thing down. You got it there. There you go. Okay.
What would I do without you all?
There it was. There it was. Thank you so much for joining us. Those in the Kratom community, Twinkle is famous. And we just are so honored to have you here today to join us. I think you're going to take us into a bit of a social media push. I'm going to take a little break, which I'm excited because I'm already losing my voice. But so appreciate you joining us. And did you get a chance? Did you watch that documentary? Was that not crazy?
I did that. Oh,
exactly.
Wonderful.
I was first time I watched it all the way through. I had seen clips of it. But again, I'll make sure that it goes into the chat that everybody gets to a link to share that. But that was just fabulous. So Twinkle, I won't take up much of your time. You go ahead and take over. Maybe start with a little background on yourself and dive us into that. So thank you, my dear.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. My name is Twinkle VanFleet. I am a Kratom gal. I have lived a lifetime of chronic pain. I was born with some neurodevelopmental disabilities and arthritis. And later, I acquired CRPS. In 2016, I was the advocacy director, the healthcare advisor, and policy and legislative speaker for the International Pain Foundation. During that same year, I became suicidal, and that had occurred a couple of times over a year. I was abandoned from my pain management doctor of 12 years. And the following 10 years, which comes up to where we are right now, I had no health care whatsoever, no pain care, no health care. In 2019, I started taking Kratom. I had previously, after the patient abandonment, had been drinking alcohol to relieve chronic pain and CRPS. CRPS is the main condition that I have, or I should say the one that causes havoc in my life the most and limits my weight bearing ability. I ended up having a nervous breakdown, and I abruptly resigned from the Eye Pain Foundation, also known as International Pain Foundation. And back then it was the Power Pain Foundation. That will always sting my heart because, you know, life happens. Sending love to them out there. I found Kratom in 2019, and it became my life preserver. It kept me above water and from drowning. It leveled off the suicidal ideations and actions. I haven't had any action since 2017. In March of 2024, I found 7.0, and it has made just a huge difference in my life. My steps have increased. My pain has decreased. It is a lifesaver for me. And so was Kratom. Both Kratom and 7.0 have been options for those of us who've been abandoned, forced tapered, those who have barriers to healthcare, any pain care at all. So because of that, I'm smiling. I live with these grandbabies now. My husband and I relocated to live with our son 7 months ago. In this short time, I have been able to increase my steps 1,000 steps a day. I still hurt. I'm always going to hurt. I have spinal disorders and belly disorders and CRPS. And CRPS is actually also nicknamed the suicide disease. Some people have said that that it's been an incredible transformation that I've gone through versus now and 7 months ago, and especially a year and a half ago. And today I am honored to present two amazing guests. And before I do that, to everybody watching on X, on Facebook and YouTube, welcome, and we're grateful for your comments. And you can also go over to 7hopealliance.org and /federal and learn how you can make your comment to the Federal Registry on this. And so I am a supporter of harm reduction for those that need it, but I'm also a greater supporter for people in pain. And so if you know 5 people, if you have 5 people behind you that support you, family members, friends, have them sign it too, because we need options. We just need options. And pain relief is also harm reduction and suicide prevention. So I want to introduce our first consumer story, and it's Glenda Shawkey. And Glenda is a former firefighter and first responder who now lives with multiple autoimmune diseases and chronic pain. Drawing from both personal experience and a professional background in contract management and legal research, Glenda advocates for evidence-based, patient-centered policies surrounding 7-hydroxymitragynine. Welcome. Oh,
hi.
Welcome. Hi, welcome, Glenda. How are you?
I am doing great. How are you?
I'm doing great. What a wonderful day it is.
It is, yes.
Good to have you.
Thank you for having me.
You're very welcome. So tell us, you have an amazing bio. Tell us how 7-0 has helped your life and what would happen to you if it was banned.
Yes, absolutely. Well, obviously, like so many people that we've heard from today, 7-0 has 100% changed my life. Honestly, it terrifies me to think about where I would be today without it. I've always been an incredibly active person. I was a volunteer firefighter and a first responder for a little over 11 years before I was diagnosed with my first of many autoimmune diseases. You know, like we just heard before, I have lupus, I have Sjogren's syndrome. It's really taken a toll on my life and caused me to have to take a step back from my activity. But when I first found, you know, like so many others, I also started with plain leaf kratom, which was fantastic for me at the time, but I felt like I needed something more. You know, so I've been using 7-OH for about 3-ish years at this point. And I honestly can't even find the words to say how much it has given me my life back. I went from being completely bedridden, you know, to the point my husband put my shoes on in the mornings for me because I was just crippled with pain every day. And in the last 3 years, I have finished my bachelor's degree. I'm about 6 weeks away from my MBA. I work a full-time position that is incredibly demanding. And I also have a very successful freelance business on the side. So it has really given me the ability to focus on those things, both mentally and physically. But most of all, it has given me the opportunity to be the mom that my girls deserve.
Oh my gosh.
I'm no longer sitting on the sidelines watching them. You know, it's heartbreaking to hear your baby say, "Mama, come play with me," but Mama can't. So I'm able to be the mom and the wife and the productive member of society that I should be. And that's all 100% thanks to 7-0.
And you look amazing and you look wonderful. And I am so happy for you. So so we talked about what would happen if it was so what would happen if it was banned for you? You would lose all this that you've gained and you're able to do this now. Do you want to talk a little more about that?
Sure, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. That's one of the things that I think has been the most unsettling for me throughout this process, through the whole talk of a potential ban and scheduling and whatnot. I don't ever want to go back to being that person. It was a shell of my former self, and it was no way for me to live. It was no way for my family to live. So the thought of this magical potion that I have going away is absolutely terrifying, honestly. It's going to mean days that are completely riddled with joint pain to the point that I'm unable to get out of bed. Mental clarity will be out the window. I won't be able to focus on my work, which, you know, I sometimes, this morning, actually, before this call, I wrote a $13 million contract. I can't do things like that whenever my mind is clouded in pain. So, before I was unable to work, and I've been able to maintain employment, to help myself and help my family. And those are things that without this, I don't know if I'll be able to continue to do that, honestly.
I understand so much. For me, my grandbabies are everything, and I'm able to just, be a part of their lives where I wasn't able with my own children. My son was 3 when I acquired the CRPS, and I'm actually living with him now, and these are his grandbabies. So I understand we need to be able to have relief enough to raise our children, and then eventually one day you'll have grandchildren too. And we really. Is there anything you want to leave us with or expand on?
For one, I really appreciate the opportunity just to come on and chat with you guys today. And this is more than, we're so much more than this. It's an entire community behind this, and it's going to take all of us boots on the ground to make a difference. And I'm honored to be a part of that here today with everyone.
We're so happy to have you, and I will keep you in my heart, and we've got this. We're even if we lose, we're winning right now. Thank you so very much for joining us, Glenda.
Thank you for having me.
You're so very welcome. Wow, what an amazing story. And this just goes to show what relief can do for people who are suffering. We're suffering to survive. We can't get out of bed. Some people live off of day beds. I did for too many years, over a decade, off and on, the decade and a half prior. And if you're out there in the live streams right now, you can use the hashtag Save70. And we're grateful for your comments and everybody who's joining us today. And now we have another amazing story, and that is by, I'm going to introduce Jesus Villa, and he's Cirque du Soleil performer. And I'm looking forward to hearing his story as well. This is, so many people are helped. Is Jesus ready? Producer, do you have Jesus? In the meantime, let me share some more about myself. I've had many advocacy highlights in my life. I try to keep myself humble in the things that I have accomplished. I had developed the 12 Steps of Patient Empowerment in the first debut I Pain Living magazine. And I also wrote for the first and second editions. I have appeared in live press conferences for pain policy. I have been a California ambassador, a delegate. My goodness, I was on the opioid prescribing task force in 2013 until it convened in 2015. I did found the RSD CRPS info and support group, advisory info and support group on MySpace so long ago, and it does still live on Facebook. Since 7-0, and we're talking March of 2024, I started tiny amounts, and I'm still tiny today. I'm considered low dose. I was able to, a little at a time, get off that day bed. I was able, a little at a time, get in 20 more steps a day, then 30, and then 100. And this was incredible. My husband had a medical emergency 7 months ago, and I was able to pack an entire house and sort it by myself. I lived alone for quite some time while my husband was in the hospital. And then he came here prior to me, so he lived here already. I have been able to increase. I joined the Gals over 2 years ago. And when I first started that, I was not able to even get into the back bedroom of my own home due to the severity of my conditions. I do also struggle with secondary major depressive disorder, and I have mental health challenges due to the intensity of chronic pain. But this, I'm right now, because of 7-0, I am living my best life. And I don't know what tomorrow will bring, but today I'm going to stay smiling. I'm going to stay smiling. And, you know, yay.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Twinkle.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
While I'm not Jesus, I am here just to chit chat a little bit more for all of those who are streaming. My name's Enya. I joined 7 Hope back right at the beginning of July, which has been a roller coaster to say the least. But Twinkle, I'm just so inspired by not only your story, but also just to kind of like introduce myself and a little bit about me. I was an educator for 5 years, but amongst that, I also did work with harm reduction. And so that looked like the syringe exchange. That also looked like just supporting people and hearing people's stories. And so I think the biggest thing that I am so proud of when it comes to the community that we have built here is like hearing everyone's story is so unique and so powerful, and getting their story to be told not only through the comments that we're submitting federally, but also, just like we've all been saying, going onto social media right now. And within that, doing hashtag Safe70, as well as sharing, retweeting, reposting, calling up a friend that maybe you haven't spoken to for a while, but like sharing your story is so empowering. And I think that's such a helpful thing. So
yes, very empowering to be able to share our stories and be able to also highlight the positive side of pain relief and harm reduction, rather than, you know, some of the negative stories and that kind of overshadows it at times.
Yeah, absolutely. And as somebody who's like been speaking to people within the community as well, like every story is so unique. And sometimes like I'm a perfectionist, and I totally understand the piece of wanting it to be perfect, especially when it's something as big as like trying to send it to the federal government. But I think the big message that we're just trying to portray is that every single person has a unique story, and your story is unique to you, and being able to send that and share your voice and like empower yourself and empower the community is just we just really need it. And so for people like you, Twinkle, and we heard from Glenda, who was just so wonderful as well, I think that's so helpful and empowering. But Twinkle, I would love to learn from you specifically about how, if you were to choose like one big push or like two big pushes right now, like a message that you want to have people really take away from your time here, what would you tell them from your experience?
It would have to be unity, and we're all stronger together. And we may have differences, and we may not always agree. We might not even use the same options that somebody else uses, but we should be at least compassionate towards one another and not so, you know, attacking or critical or anything like that, because we are all unique. We are all unique. Our needs are unique.
Right, exactly. And like this is a time for us to all come together. I think in the past, like I've really witnessed the separation when it comes to politics, and being able to all come together and unify in this one common message and recognize that we all have different life experiences, but like ultimately prohibition is not the correct choice. And being able to like have a say in your body and your choice, and what works for you is not going to work for other people. And so I think that unity piece is so beyond powerful. And so again, we're going to do a quick pause, if that's okay, and get on social
media. I get excited and go too fast sometimes. Like in my mind, I'm always a step ahead. So yes.
Yes. So let's do a quick pause and like a big push right now. If you are on Twitter or Facebook or Discord or YouTube, get to any social media that you can right now and tweet us. Link with us, be able to just like really get your message out, because again, there are lots of people in the community who might not know what 7.0 is, but there's lots of people in community who like love you and who appreciate you and want to help support you. So sign up for our texts, as well as go and post. That's our big thing right now. Let's rally and let's get behind everything as well.
Raise our voices. Our voices.
Awesome. We'll give you guys like a minute or so to do that. I know it's not an automatic thing. If you have not yet also signed the national petition, that is something that's so simple. You can send it to multiple people who don't need to necessarily post directly on their social media, but are able to just sign our change.org. We are rising up those numbers. It's really exciting.
Regulate, don't ban, regulate.
Awesome. Beautiful. And if you have posted on your social media, go ahead and leave us a comment on whatever form you're watching, just saying, hey, we hear you. We're here with you, and we have posted as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yay. Beautiful, amazing, wonderful. I'm going to go through as well and read some of those comments right now of just, I hear what you're saying when it comes to like the research potential there. Just like we've heard from Kyle and from Brooke and previous speakers, if we just ban it right now, the research just completely stops. And so the more that we can have that extra time is helpful.
Yes, everyone go post. Everyone go post.
Yes, we completely agree. Regulation is so very important when it comes to not going and banning it completely. But yay, post it on Facebook. We love that. Thank you. Awesome. Producer, we are ready to go whenever you are when it comes to our next interview or video.
Kratom. You may have seen it for sale in gas stations or vape shops and wondered what it was. Kratom was brought to the United States from Southeast Asia after the Vietnam War. It is a crushed up plant leaf that people sometimes use in teas or other concoctions. Some people have told me it brings them a sense of calm, and maybe surprisingly, a lot of people have used Kratom and Kratom products to get off of addictive opioids. Some scientists found that the psychoactive ingredient in Kratom, 7-OH, can be distilled down into pill form. When 7-OH pills hit the market, they rather quickly started stealing market share from the whole leaf Kratom. So the Kratom industry went to work to ban 7-OH. We've looked far and wide and haven't found deaths that can be attributed to 7-OH where some other drug isn't in the system. If such a case exists, we'd love to hear about it and bring it to you. We are typically pretty skeptical of government efforts to just ban things to help an industry prevail over another. President Trump has the correct mindset on this. He isn't a prohibitionist by instinct, as evidenced by his relaxing of indefensible marijuana restrictions. President Trump also said he favors natural remedies like 7-OH.
We're looking very seriously at natural 7-OH and getting that approved, natural 7-OH. And we'll take a look at that very strongly. I think Oz and everybody will look into see if we can do something there. A lot of people are asking for it.
That makes a lot of sense. But despite President Trump's correct take on all of this, we are seeing a functional ban on 7-OH emerging from the DEA. Here's the announcement from the DEA of a proposed scheduling of 7-OH to make it unavailable to customers. The DEA says, quote, today's action is part of a broader effort to combat the opioid epidemic and protect American families from dangerous synthetic drugs. But as we've shown you on this program, scheduling 7-OH might do the opposite. Just listen to people saying that 7-OH is what is helping them battle addiction.
I'm a 100% permanently and totally disabled veteran of the U.S. Air Force. I use 7.0 for chronic pain and PTSD.
It's been pivotal, along with Kratom, at getting not only me, but so many people off of narcotic drugs, especially prescription painkillers.
I suffer from extreme PTSD and depression. And before taking 7.0, I was jobless, lifeless. I had no relationship with literally anybody. I was just existing, not living. And since taking 7.0, I've created my own business. I've gotten a new job and been promoted at that job. There are so many benefits from this.
I've had 5 surgeries and 5 spine injections. And after that amount of time and that amount of pain, Tylenol and Motrin is not enough. 7.0H helps me in those really painful days to just do simple things like work.
7.0 gave me my life back after a car accident left me struggling for years with chronic pain.
It is an all-in-one for me. It is an antidepressant, an anti-anxiety, a mood boost. It helps pain relief. I originally found these alkaloids to get off of hard drugs, not to put myself deeper into a hole. And it worked.
If it wasn't for Kratom and for 7.0H, I would not be sitting here today with my beautiful family, working a full-time job, giving back to my community. Let's stop the man.
Joining us now is surgeon and senior fellow at the CATO Institute, Dr. Jeffery Singer. Dr. Singer, thanks so much for joining us again. President Trump said he wanted to protect natural 7.0H and get rid of synthetic products in the market. What does that mean?
Well, what it means in practice is to ban 7.0H, which is actually found in the natural product Kratom in small amounts. And in recent years, people have figured out a way to isolate that because that's more effective many times than Kratom itself. And sometimes they could synthesize that 7.0H, 7-hydroxymetragenine. The main ingredient in Kratom is metragenine.
So the current regulation that the DEA is considering, to me, seems to run a bit afoul of the president's wishes insofar as it could potentially wipe out the entire Kratom industry, certainly the entire 7.0H industry. Do you see 7.0H in its current form as a major health threat, something killing people, causing another addiction epidemic?
Well, first of all, the Kratom industry has been lobbying very vociferously to get 7.0H banned because more and more customers who've been finding that Kratom gives them pain relief and helps them avoid taking opioids have found that 7.0H, which comes from Kratom, does it even more effectively. So it's been cutting significantly into the Kratom manufacturer's business. And they've been lobbying state legislatures everywhere to get rid of 7.0H because it's hurting their business. But that actually works against the goal of trying to reduce addiction to opioids. Many people have found that 7.0H is very effective in relieving their chronic pain, anxiety problems. There are a lot of veterans who say that it's helped them with PTSD. Many people believe it saved their lives because they're able to work and have a meaningful life and not be in excruciating pain and not have to take opioids. It's also been found to help people who are trying to get off of opioids by helping them withdraw from opioids when they become dependent on it. But finally, there is very scant evidence that either 7.0H or Kratom are involved with fatal overdose deaths. According to the CDC, overdoses that even involve Kratom or 7.0H are extremely rare, and almost every case of an overdose that involved 7.0H involved multiple other drugs, most commonly fentanyl and other potent narcotics so that it's impossible to even know if the 7.0H had anything to do with the overdose death.
Rather than the current DEA posture, which would go after 7.0H based on percentages, would it make more sense to just have a milligram dosage cap, requirements for accurate labeling, and keep this stuff away from children?
Well, the milligram dosage cap is not going to be enough because most people, if there's a milligram dosage cap, it effectively eliminates 7.0H from the market because most people who use 7.0H need more than 1 milligram. Some use 5 milligrams, some use 10 milligrams. But it's certainly reasonable to have laws banning it for minors, like 18-year-olds or 21-year-olds. You could also have, just like we have for any other agent that can affect your alertness, including things like Benadryl. You could have laws saying that you shouldn't drive when you're impaired by any of these substances. I mean, people get impaired by Benadryl. The FAA won't let commercial pilots fly an airplane if they take Benadryl, which is an antihistamine, because it could impair your cognition. So it's certainly reasonable to have rules like that, but there's no proof that 7-OH is responsible for any significant overdoses, and there are a lot of people whose lives are actually being helped by it. So if the government bans it, or effectively bans it by putting a milligram cap, it's not going to make people stop using it. It's just going to make them go to the black market to get it, where they're not going to be able to be as confident that it's what they are getting, or the dosage that they want, and it may be mixed in with fentanyl. For all
prohibition has rarely worked in this country around alcohol, around cannabis. It probably won't work with 7-OH either. Dr. Jeffery Singer, a senior fellow at the CATO Institute and surgeon, we always appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
One, that was amazing.
I know prohibition
amazing.
has rarely worked in like history. And why are we starting it right now? And why do we think it will work right now? It's just such a great video. Well, we want to take some time right now as we have 426 people on right now. How exciting. Hi, everyone.
Exciting.
We just want to take some time right now to share with you, if you haven't already made your federal comment, how you can do that. So producer, if you don't mind popping up the visual. Perfect. So the easiest way that you are able to do this is going to our 7hopealliance.org page, where when you go to this, at the very tippy top, there is a scroll down bar where you're able to click federal. If not, you can just scroll down on the home page and click federal as well. That will take you to this federal action page. Now, this is something that we have curated specifically for you guys to make it as streamlined as possible. We totally hear you when we say that sometimes the government makes these things really difficult. And so that being said, there's a super simple way for you to be able to enter your comments. And for those of you who are helping loved ones or family and friends who aren't the most tech savvy, here's just the simplest way to be able to do it. So if you go to our federal page and you scroll down, you'll see quite a lot of information. If you are someone who wants to use AI to help support, maybe you're like, God, I haven't written a statement since I was like in high school or in college. We have a tool there ready for you to use as well. The big thing that we really want to focus on is how do we make it unique to your story? Because again, your story is so different than everyone else's. And so that being, I'm obsessed with you. That being said, if you continue to scroll down, there is a link that takes you directly to the federal page. When you get to the federal page, I know the first time I opened it up, I was like, this looks, again, like something that I have no idea that I've ever used before. And so when you click on that federal page, there's a section at the top that says comment. And all you have to do, so if you scroll all the way down where it says like, click here to make your comment, directly submit a comment. You can keep on scrolling. Thank you, producer. Awesome. There are some steps that you can follow, but there should be a right there that says like, you can do that. Yes. If you don't mind clicking that. Beautiful. And then as everyone's Wi-Fi loads, it takes you to the federal page where you are able to make a comment. Now, remember, you are able to separate it versus if you want to be anonymous. We completely respect and honor that decision. You are more than welcome to do that, as well as if you would like to place your name. How you do that is really, really simple. You just go to the comment page that is on there, and yes, our producer has got this down. Hi, Jackie. And you're able to go and write a comment. Now, this, again, does not have to be anything special. This can just be something where you are writing 2 to 3 sentences, sharing a little bit about what 7-0 means to you, how it's impacted your life in a positive way, as well as like your dosage and your milligram usage. And so I think that's all I have. Jackie, is there anything else that?
No, I think that's fantastic. Enya, you're doing great. Twinkle, doing so great. I love having you here. So yeah, everybody go ahead and keep on posting.
Thank
keep
you,
on commenting. Yep, and thank you, Enya, and we'll maybe see you a little bit later. As clearly, people love you out there. So let's come back and join us again for sure. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you.
Awesome. And hi, Twinkle.
Hi, Jackie. It's always wonderful to see you.
It's always nice to see you. Yes, we've had some great times together already.
Yes, we have.
I was thinking we could tell everybody about some of our fun stuff that we've done in Sacramento, because that's really exciting kind of situation. So a few months, well, actually, was it twice this year that we've been? I think it was.
I think it was 3 times.
You're right.
Wasn't it?
It was 3
times. Baines,
That's
1088,
right.
and the educational presentation.
That's right. That's right.
And the Umberg.
That's right. Oh my gosh, we defeated 7-0 bands, not once, but twice in 2026 alone in California. So thank you to all of the advocates who stepped up and came to Sacramento and helped us fight that. That's 4 times in history that we have beat a Kratom bill in California, but 2 times just this year alone. So that's really amazing. Twinkle, what did that experience do for you when you came up to Sacramento with everybody?
Oh, it was just wonderful. I was so glad to be there, because this was the first time since my former advocacy, when everything happened to me and I had the breakdown, that I've actually been in person at all. You Seven Hope was the first people I have been with again since the International Pain Foundation. So any in person, sure, I might do things behind the scenes, get emails in, some advocacy and sharing and things like that, but not in person. It's because the 7-0H gave me the ability to do that. I just wouldn't have been able to.
It's so amazing.
And Jessica walking with me, you guys helping me, being accommodating in case I couldn't make it, but I did make it because I had the pain relief. I was able to do that on my own legs without help. And I always need help. I've always needed help, and I didn't have to need help.
I mean, that's truly amazing. And, I've heard that story a couple of times where people were just having a difficult time doing what we would consider the most basic thing, walk a block, right? And walk a block. And now people take 7-0 and Kratom, and next thing you know, they're not just walking 1 block, they're walking 2, 3, 4, 5 miles.
Yes.
And it's really incredible how many stories like this we hear. I mean, it seems like a small little thing, right? We talk about people picking up their kids and going to work but just walking has been such a powerful result from Kratom and 7-0. So it's just so
absolutely
wonderful.
Kratom and 7-0, absolutely. These options that are here to relieve us of these things that we otherwise wouldn't be able to, have, not be able to get to a doctor, not be able to pay for it with the Medicare cuts and the Medi-Cal and the Medicaid, and helpful.
Exactly. I mean, and you touch on something. I mean, I'm here in California, where we do have 11 million people who have no access to healthcare and no access to doctors and no access to pharmacies, right? And pharmacists. And that's a really big problem. This is a huge state. That's like almost 20% of our state.
Right. Huge problem.
And I mean, that 11 million people is like the size of 3 states combined on the East Coast. There's a lot of people. And so we know that the situation is compounded across the country. Yeah. So, anyway, so that's one of the reasons that we're fighting, right? Is to make sure that people have continued access, because access is such an important part of all of this. So, Twinkle, I was thinking we've got about, I think, 15 minutes till the top of the hour. Maybe we could take about 10 of those and let's talk to some of the people that are out there listening. We've got about 415 people right now that are running live. Thank you all so much for being here and participating. If you have a question that maybe if you want to post it in the comments right now, we'll try to keep an eye on that, and maybe we can answer a few questions for you right now. So go ahead and post questions. And producer and other folks who are watching the questions, if you see any great ones, flag them. But let's talk to some people here. All right, we've got some amazing. I mean, I've been watching the comments here all morning, and wow, I've just been floored with what I'm seeing. So who's got a good question out there that we haven't necessarily covered yet? I know we've got many hours to go here, but we'd love to be able to help answer any of those questions for you. We'll give you just a quick minute here to see.
I'm just going to jump on and ask you to answer the question people keep asking, which is, do we have a chance to beat this? It's been asked about 25 times.
Great question.
Yeah, that is a great question. Okay, so the answer is yes, we do have a chance to beat this. We would not be here today if this was already over. Well, actually, we still might be here. But yes, we absolutely do have a chance to beat this. I'm not, as I've told people many times, I'm not going to sit here and try to guarantee or promise or say I'm confident about any of these things, but you guys and your participation with all of the comments, the public comments that you've been submitting, the petition that you've been signing, the state capitals that you've been showing up to, these things all matter. When we had our national advocacy call about, I don't know, it was 2 weeks ago, we had almost 2,600 registrants. That is one of the highest amount of people that has ever joined on and signed on to any sort of call, like a drug policy call of any sort. Like, you guys are killing it. And I just got to say that because, we're out here hustling every day, me and my amazing team, but we couldn't do any of this without you. So I think that, yes, we absolutely have a chance. I think the first thing that we're going to try to do is we're going to try, and we're trying actively to get an extension. I think we've talked about this earlier today in the live stream. We're trying to get an extension on the public comment period because they only gave us, they said they were going to give us 30 days. We actually got about 25 or so. That's just not enough time for everybody to comment, for us to provide deep information to HHS that wants all of this deep science and other information like that. So we really truly need extra time just in the interest of like fairness and practicality on how long it takes to put these documents together. So I think that the first step we're looking right now, and all of the organizations and all of the big players in the Kratom and 7.0 industry that are working with us have submitted requests for those extensions. I don't know when we're going to find out. It might be at the last minute, and I want everybody to know that we don't have an inside track on when they're going to make that decision. But we have a lot of people working on this, and we feel that we're in a good position right now to have that extension granted. But again, I'm not promising you right now that it's going to happen, okay? But we're on top of it. So if we're able to get that extension granted, that gives us either, let's say, 30 days, maybe 60 days of extra time for us to work on this, and you guys to keep making comments and keep posting more comments. And I want to step aside here for a sec on the comments. I've said this a bunch, and I'm going to say it again. I love how we say, post your comment, and then we say, get your friend to post a comment. Agreed. I think you should also reach out to your family members, reach out to your coworkers, because the people who post comments on HHS, they don't need to be consumers. It doesn't need to be the person using the product. It could be somebody saying, I have a coworker at the office who was really down in the dumps, who was really struggling. And I watched them, and they had their head in their hand every day, and they couldn't get their work done. And then they found 7.0H. And now they are a productive member of our team. They're able to offer and add value. That's just as important a comment to make to HHS as I use X milligrams, right? Both of those comments are valuable. Yes, they've asked us for thresholds, so we'll give them that. We want to make sure you keep telling them what milligrams you actually use. But also, I think it's important for them to see that that it's your family has noticed the difference.
That's
Your
right.
friends, your
Mhm.
colleagues have noticed, right? Wouldn't you say,
Yes.
wouldn't you agree with that, Twinkle?
Oh, yes, absolutely. And have those people send in comment on your behalf. You don't have to use it. You don't have to, maybe you're not in pain or you don't need to use it yet, but there may come a day that you very well may. And if it's not legal, then there's no access. And what would you do then? A commenter did have a good question. Do we need to dispose of our products on August 6th?
Well,
Yeah, hard one. Yeah.
So I would, so, okay, I'm not a lawyer, but if you already own the product, I don't really see how that could be a problem because nobody knows that you already own it. If we don't get an extension granted, so, and if the government chooses to go ahead and ignore our how many thousands, tens of thousands of comments are we at right now, and they choose to ignore our 56,000 comments on the petition, and if they do that and they ban it on the 6th, then the likelihood of products being available on the legal market is going to be very, very difficult, right? So, but of course, like I said, we're trying to avoid that right now.
Right.
Number one, not by asking for this extension, because that's really what we need. We need to be able to tell our story to the government in a way that resonates with them, where they go, oh, wow, this is not 5 people, 10 people, 100 people, thousands. This is tens of thousands, of people that are making these comments, upwards of 100,000 when you add in all of the different, components of petitions and so forth. So this is a significant amount of people. And the more we post, the more we comment, the harder it will be for them to ban it. Right? Because they also know the government this is not their first rodeo. So they know that if they ban it, there's going to be a whole backlash immediately.
Right.
Right. They know there'll be lawsuits. They know the people, you guys, I see everyone's been talking about protests and rallies all day. Right. So today we decided on a virtual rally because it was kind of a short amount of time for us to gather everybody together in DC. And it was just going to be complicated. And we thought that this was going to be a better environment for us today. But you know what? If they truly were to ban it on the 6th and that happens, you bet we're going to be in DC, and you bet we're going to contact you guys and say, come to DC with us. We are going to show up. So that's kind of the momentum that I see happening right now.
Nice.
Yeah, well, exactly. I see a lot of comments in here that says 7-0 saved my life. That seems to be a really common thread. When you say that, Twinkle, like
yes,
this is a
very much
message that I see over and over every day, right? Because we all do this every single day. And
getting people to work, back to work, out of bed, to play with their children, be with their grandchildren, back into life. And so, yes, there are many whose lives are being saved.
Great question here. What is 7 Hope's official stance on regulation? Well, the answer is we are pro-regulation. We are anti-prohibition. So 7 Hope does not believe in prohibition. We believe that bans are bad. They send people back to the illicit market. They're dangerous and they don't work. And what we do believe that works is regulations, regulating for safety. These are some of the things that we would put into a regulations bill. We would age gate it to 21 plus so that you can't buy it if you're a minor, right? That's similar to every other sort of substance that's out there, right? We would we want milligram caps, as we are discussing, and with HHS right now. We want packaging restrictions, labeling, clear labeling restrictions, warnings. Don't take this if you're pregnant. Don't take this with alcohol, things like that. We want independent third-party testing so that everything is 100% clean and safe when it goes out there, right?
Yes.
So there's a laundry list of these like regulations that we want to happen, so that we are pro-regulation.
Nice. And I hear that the producer has a video to share here shortly too. I'm excited about that.
Sorry, I muted my mic accidentally.
There
We
you
will,
are.
producer, if you could show us a couple of videos right now, maybe 2 back-to-backs. And then after that, let's do one more push on social media before the top of the hour. Sound good?
Wonderful.
Okay, and coming.
7-0 does not cause respiratory failure. It does not have detrimental withdrawal effects. It has helped countless people quit heroin, fentanyl, alcohol. It has helped many people maintain their anxiety and PTSD, as well as the countless numbers of people battling chronic pain. And 7-0 needs to stay accessible for society to be able to manage these things on their own.
Being someone that suffered from pedestrian versus vehicle accident in 2015, and I've been prescribed several different types of opiates, fentanyl included, over the years, I was able to distance myself from pharmaceuticals utilizing cannabis and kratom. Over the years, it has saved my life from not just dependency, but overdose. I would strongly suggest people to give this a second thought, maybe a regulation of
Wow.
Nice.
Story after story. Story
Definitely
after story.
second thoughts. We need the second thoughts. We need people to stop and give that second thought instead of just outright.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it. So here's where we are. We are 5 minutes away from the top of the hour where we're going to make a shift. And I will tell you what's coming up. Coming up is I am going to have a conversation with Madalyn Sklar from Kratom Gals in about 4 or 5 minutes from now. So definitely stay tuned for that. Looking forward to a great conversation. Twinkle, you're obviously very familiar and with Madalyn, and you're part of the Kratom Gals yourself. So I think what we'll do here is let's talk about doing one more round of push right now, one more round of comments. Let's keep those comments going, and let's get ready to do another social push. Yep, we need comments. Let's also post on our platforms right now. We're also just about at the top of the hour, so everybody queue up. Let's get ready to do another post right now, and we'll give you about 2 minutes to do that. So let's go ahead and do that. And we're going to keep scrolling some comments for you so you can see and watch what's happening while we get our next guest queued up.
Hashtag save 7-0.
That's right. Is the government a chronic pain in your, can I say ass? I'm going to say ass. Is the government a chronic pain in your ass? That's
sure
right.
are.
Comment now. They sure are, right?
They sure are.
Oh, yes. The war on pain. Now, this is something. This is real, right? There is a war on pain in this country. What is going on? Why is everybody so terrified of trying to help pain patients? It just blows my mind, right? Every single time. And of course, Big Pharma. We don't like them. They're pulling so many strings behind this. You know, I'll just say the word Suboxone. We'll come back to it in a little while, but that is definitely a big issue.
Yeah.
This
it was such an honor to be here and present Glenda Shawkey's story. And there's so many stories like hers. There's just so many out there. There's so many of us. There's just so many of us.
Wow. Well, I really, really thank you, Twinkle, for your participation, your constant support, your constant advocacy. We are so grateful for everything you do, and we will stand by you and everybody else all the way. We're not going anywhere. So we will hope to see you really soon. I think maybe you might be joining us a little bit later, as far as I know, right?
Maybe,
later in our schedule. Okay. Well,
bye, everyone. Thank you. And thank you for joining.
Thank
Get
you.
your hashtags out, your comments, and over to 7 Hope Alliance to the federal page, and you'll learn all about it. Thank you.
Fantastic. Well, thank you guys, everybody, so much. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm Jackie Subeck. I am the executive director of 7 Hope Alliance. This is an organization that I started just not quite 2 years ago. I'll give you like a little quick background on me so you know how I got here. So I have a wild background. I was in the music industry for years. I worked in China when it was like barely open for years, doing music and action sports projects. And then I moved into the cannabis industry in California before legalization. And I was able to work on the Prop 64 campaign, which was what legalized cannabis here in the state, and did a tremendous amount of advocacy. I threw events, and I also worked on policy, specifically in cannabis for, well, all kinds of things, but particularly for consumption lounges, which is something that not a lot of states have yet. So I got a lot of that policy going so that we could actually have a safe space in California to be able to consume cannabis and not be treated like a second-class citizen, right? Not have the person next to you be like, oh, wow, oh, they're smoking weed right now or something. No, this was an actual safe place to help normalize the use and make people feel like normal human beings. So I spent a lot of time doing that. And excuse me, and then an opportunity came to me. A friend of mine made a referral to me to work and help a 7.0 company, which I didn't even know what a 7.0 was at the time, to help a 7.0 company with a bill that they had running, or that there was running in Sacramento, in the capital in California. And because I had done all this work in drug policy, and I, spent so much time already working with lawmakers in Sacramento, it was a pretty straight move for me to do that. And so the way that I kind of envisioned it in my mind was, okay, new plant, different science, does great stuff to you. So I kind of put all those thoughts together, and I slid over into Kratom and 7.0, and I got up to speed very, very quickly as I possibly could. And next thing you know, I realized that there's a need for advocacy that wasn't really happening. There was the industry and there was consumers, but there was this missing element. And there also was, at the time, there was a lot of these attacks that were already happening, ban bills all over the country in various states. And it was like, oh my goodness, what are we going to do? We've got to do something. Hart, our sister nonprofit, had recently started, like really right before we got started as well. And they were already kind of doing some lobbying around the country. And so I thought, let's create an organization where we can support all of the lobbying with the consumers, with the people. And so that's how we formed it. And as Kyle earlier, for those of you who are on all day here, as Kyle earlier told you, we kind of came up with a name, and he was my first person I brought on. And next thing you know, we were up and running. And literally days later, we were at Champ's show in Las Vegas, barely having our organization even on paper yet. And we did a great panel there. And that was the very first time that 7.0 was organized, that we showed up representing 7.0, because up until that time, as you all know, it was Kratom. And so all of a sudden, here comes 7.0, and we had something to say. So we started talking and sharing, and one thing led to another. And fast forward now a year and a half, and I've got a remarkable team who a lot of you have met before on some of our calls. I'm going to bring some of them on throughout the day here. You've seen Elena already. You've seen Kyle already. You've seen Enya. So we have a couple more folks that you're going to get to see today. And that is how I got here. And now, and as somebody else had said earlier, I'm fortunate enough to not struggle with chronic pain. So I consider myself blessed in that way. And, but I clearly can see and understand what you guys are all going through. I talk to people every day. I read your stories. I listen to I watch your videos. I pay attention. And so my heart is all with you. My heart is in this. And so one of the best things that's happened is there's a lot of great people in the industry. There's a lot of great speakers. There's a lot of great, unique, creative folks in here too that also are passionate about this, that are also potentially consumers. And one of those people is an amazing, remarkable woman that many of you already know. Her name is Madalyn Sklar. And Madalyn has a podcast on well, I think it's on all, she'll tell us a minute here, but I think it's on all of the various channels that you can do. But she educates, she advocates, she shares industry news and real life consumer experiences through all these platforms, through the Kratom Stories podcast and the Kratom Gals. And so with that, I would love to introduce Madalyn Sklar. Madalyn, can you please join us? Yay!
Hey! Good to see you.
Hi.
Thank you for having me. I'm so impressed with what y'all are doing here.
Oh,
Wow.
man. This is so amazing. Thank you so much for joining us today. You are, in my mind, a leader in the voice here. You have spent, obviously, you'll tell us, but you've spent many years working and fighting for Kratom and Kratom users and consumers, and we couldn't be happier about that. And we are super, super, super excited to have you join us here today. So Madalyn, for the people who don't know you, let's tell them who you are. Who are you and why are you here?
Yeah, well, I've been a Kratom consumer for 7 years, and it's a plant that's changed my life. And so I very loudly and proudly advocate for it and help educate others, because it took me a while to learn all about it and so many just little things about Kratom. So I just spend as much time as I can just helping others. I have Kratom Stories podcast, like you mentioned, available everywhere online, and the Kratom Gals, still weekly live stream we do on YouTube, where we just have a roundtable discussion and talk about all kinds of things related to Kratom. And I just like to help educate. I spend a lot of time on TikTok educating people. People desperately want to learn of ways of alternatives, because so many people are in chronic pain, like myself, that are being left out. Their voices are not being heard. They're losing access to their pharmaceuticals, and they're trying to find alternatives. And so they'll find me on TikTok, they'll find me on YouTube or my podcast, and feel like, oh, this is a resource. This is something I can learn about. And it's really cool. I just want to help others. There's no other thing behind that. I like to help people. What I learned, I like to just pass that information on to anyone that's interested.
Well, I think that's great. And I've spent time listening to your podcast for a long time now. Every time I learn not just one or two things, but many things. The guests that you have are super knowledgeable or just super insightful. And so I encourage everybody out there to go and check out the Kratom Gals podcast. What's the actual name of the podcast if somebody's searching for it?
Well, so we got two things. We got the Kratom Stories podcast. So that's a podcast where I interview people. They share their stories, and that's available on our YouTube channel, as well as, Apple, Spotify, all the different places. It's been on a little bit of a hiatus, but we've got new episodes coming. But we have like 80 something episodes, and they're just stories of people sharing their experience with Kratom. Then we got the Kratom Gals. And it was just a little idea I had a few years ago. Like, I wonder if anybody else would like to hop on a live stream. Because my background is digital marketing for 30 years, building online communities, and I love live streaming. And like what y'all are doing here, this is such a powerful way to connect with people, to bring people together. Y'all's chat room is on fire. It's awesome just to see all of this, just connection and talking and sharing stories and things. And so we do that every Saturday afternoon on our YouTube channel. I did have a YouTube channel. YouTube had taken it down last year, so I had to start over. So I call it Kratom Real Talk. So if you go to YouTube, Kratom Real Talk, that's where we're at. And we're just there to have conversations and connect with others.
Well, they're really, really cool. And if you're in the car and you're looking for something to listen to, or you're cleaning the house and you're just needing to get some inspiration, definitely check out Madalyn's podcast. So Madalyn, let's go back to the very beginning. How did your journey in Kratom begin? Like, why are you here? How did you end up here?
It's such an interesting story. So I was in pain management for 9 years. I have very debilitating chronic pain. I got degenerative disc disease in my back and neck. So I got the double whammy. Can't have it in one place. I got to have it all over. And I was in pain management for 9 years, taking my pharmaceutical opiates every day. Never had any problems. I never had any addiction issues. Dependent, yes, of course. But there's this war on drugs that is spilled over to us chronic pain patients, where we we're having a much harder time getting access to the pharmaceuticals that kept us stable, that allowed us to live any kind of quality of life. And so I literally, I'm going to the pain management doctor. Like, you have to go all the time. You have to get checked out. You got to make sure you're following all their rules. You have to sign a pain contract. There's a whole lot to it. And one day out of the blue, I get a form letter in the mail letting me know the doctor was not going to be prescribing because they're scared. The government has made it really tough for doctors to prescribe opiates to people suffering in pain. So I lose access, and I thought, okay, no big deal. I'm in a large city. I will find another doctor. Nobody would take over. So I'm thinking, what do I do? And I had not heard of Kratom. Now, one of the big reasons why I'm such a big advocate is because I'm like, I spent 9 years in pain management and never heard of Kratom. Never heard about it anywhere. Didn't even know it existed until I lost the access. Not sure what to do. I thought I have to go find a drug dealer. I didn't know what to do. Like, how do I get some pain management? How do I stay under control with pain? And that's where I saw a documentary on Netflix in 2019 called A Leaf of Faith with Chris Bell. And
who I believe will be joining us later.
That would be amazing. It would be amazing. Like, he's my hero because I honestly, I was almost out of my meds. I didn't know what to do. I was asking around, how do you find a drug dealer? I don't know how. And this documentary, really, this is how it happened.
Yeah.
And then I'm scrolling through Netflix one night back in early 2019, and I see this documentary pull up, A Leaf of Faith. And I'll never forget the little pill bottle with the plant coming out. And I thought, well, that sounds interesting. And I started watching it. And Chris Bell is so compelling with his documentaries. So like, he gets you right at the beginning. And I was like, well, this is interesting. And then when he started talking about pain, I'm like, no way. This bottle of capsules he's holding would even touch my pain. But I thought I have nothing to lose. So I went online and found where to buy it. And I just started and took some trial and error, but it literally changed my entire life. I'm so much more active. I'm able to do so much more than ever because of a plant.
And if you don't mind my asking, how often do you take Kratom at all?
So I've taken it every single day, my Kratom powder every single day for well over 7 years, ever since I started. And what works for me is every 6 hours. I literally take a couple of teaspoons of my Kratom, make my little swamp water tea, as I call it, and I drink that down every 6 hours. And that's been the equivalent of when I was taking Oxycontin, Percocets, gabapentin, and muscle relaxers. Those were the 4 things I was taking every day. And here's what's so amazing, and this is why I'm such a loud advocate. For me personally, the plant works way better than all of those pharmaceuticals I named. Like, for me, better than Oxycontin, better than Percocet. I couldn't believe it, that there's a plant that would do that. I know not everybody gets the same relief I do, but it all goes back to Chris Bell in that documentary. And it's just amazing. That was the start of my journey.
A Leaf of Faith. Well, that's really incredible. And all of those opioids and opiates, both of them that you've just mentioned, just makes me feel heavy. Just hearing the words and all of those words. And again, I know that all of you out there have experienced many of these different drugs before. And I just share in my heart goes out to everybody to have live like this. So what, as someone, because you are very pro natural Kratom leaf, and great, we're super thrilled about that, right? But what brought you to become sort of an ally to the 7-0 community?
It took time, honestly, because several years ago when we started hearing more and more about 7-0H, and it would pop up in the news stories. One of the things we do on the Kratom Gals is we watch various news stories around the country about Kratom, and 7-0H kept coming up over and over. And then, coming up with these names like gas station heroin, but they would call Kratom that. And then they started calling 7-0H that. And we're like, what is this? And started learning about it. But back then, everything I heard was so negative from people. It was these negative stories of how people were negatively impacted. And then this narrative got pushed about that. And it's like, that's like all I heard for so long, and many of us heard. And I'm just trying to educate myself and have open and honest discussions about things. So it got brought up quite a bit over the years on our Kratom Gals live stream. And an interesting thing started happening. I started seeing a shift where people in the pain community started telling their stories. And it was vastly different from the addiction stories. Now, I've had plenty of people in my DMs on TikTok, X, and all over and emails about their problems with Kratom, and then started getting a lot about their problems with 7-OH. And it's like, okay, but there's like, I'm not seeing any accountability, it's placing blame. And I feel for people that struggle and have issues. But then just all these other stories started coming out. And then Twinkle, who was hosting before, amazing lady, started becoming a regular on our Kratom Gals. And she started getting comfortable saying publicly, hey, I also use 7-OH in addition to my natural Kratom. And I remember we were all like, wow, okay, we're starting to hear this more and more. But she felt emboldened enough to say that on our show. And then others in the live chat were like, yeah, me too. And we just started seeing, and then people just started telling their stories. And it's like, okay, me first and foremost, I'm going to always help people in the pain community because that's where I come from. I support people having access to their opiates or pharmaceutical opiates. I've done all the things when you know that's under threat and the government's trying to regulate the manufacturing amounts. I'm there signing and showing support and doing all the things that I may have to go back to that one day. I don't know, but I'm always going to be supportive. And hearing more and more of these stories of people in pain with 7-OH is like, I'm not going to dismiss them. I'm not going to make them feel bad. I see people trying to make people feel bad for suffering and finding something that's working for them. So I just started becoming more of an ally because of everything I'm seeing and hearing with my own eyes. And you can't take that away from someone. And hearing Twinkle's story and then other people getting comfortable telling their stories is pretty amazing to hear. So I'm seeing a shift now where you got a group of people who are having negative experiences, but also not taking accountability. And I'm seeing this whole other side, people saying, this has changed my life.
Yeah. And I think, we hear that a lot too. And, I saw someone just kind of post in the comments here what I was about to say. So thank you for getting on that, whoever that was, which is that it just takes one. It just takes one person to have enough courage to stand up and say tell their story. And that so many times gives everybody else the freedom and maybe even permission in a way for themselves to tell their stories. So I think we should all give a shout out to Twinkle for having that courage, because that really is truly amazing. So I just want to, I know Kyle, we don't have Kyle here to do the clapping sounds, but either way, it really does just take one person. So anybody can be that person, right? Anybody can stand up and tell their story, and it's powerful. That's why we've been showing you these videos throughout the day, because these are you. These videos are you, right? These are the people that are using these products and telling their stories, and it's really, really impactful. And I think going back to what people have been asking earlier about the government, I think the government is also can't ignore these. They can't, right? They can't ignore these stories. I mean, like, what do you wish that lawmakers would do? What do you wish that the public understood about all of this?
I wish people would wake up and see that there's other sides to all of this, that there are real people who are getting a positive impact in their life because of 7-OH, just like so many of us with Kratom, with this plant. And it's like, they need to follow the science and see that there are things out there that are helping people, that are working, that are not causing a problem. So, I just feel like so many of us in the pain community, we just become what I call the forgotten voices. We're not being heard. So many of us lost access because they think, oh, well, there's an addiction crisis in this country. Let's just take all opiates away and that'll fix it. What about the millions of people in pain?
That's right.
And so seeing what's happening with 7-OH and this negative thing happening in the media and lawmakers and the public are seeing that. That's one of the big reasons why I play so many videos of media stories on our Kratom Gal show, because I'm trying to make people aware this is what the public is being fed. This is what lawmakers are seeing. Like, something needs to change. We got to have more conversations happening.
That's right. And that's one of the things that we do at Seven Hope. We are educators as well. We're advocates and educators. So we go around to the government, capitals, lawmakers, everywhere, and we sit with people. We go to health agencies and we sit with people and we talk to them and we explain to them what is Kratom, because most of them don't know. They just read the media stories that you're talking about, right? All the negative press. Oh, well, it must be gas station heroin. Well, why? That's because that was the first result you saw on Google. Like, there's more to it, right? There's all these people behind it, and let us tell you about that. So we've helped explain the science. We've shown them the numbers. We've talked to them about the demographics. We kind of remind them over and over again that these are real people that are struggling with real pain. They're real parents, and they're real, athletes, and they're nurses, and they're law enforcement agents, and they're veterans, and they're, everybody. Honestly, there's no sort of, somebody earlier said something about, that Kratom and 7-0 don't recognize like anything about you, right? They just, if you are a chronic pain sufferer, doesn't matter what your profession is, doesn't matter where you live, doesn't matter anything. It got you. Right. So and so I wanted to just see I want to bring up alcohol, because alcohol is something that, is talked about a lot in the Kratom and 7-0 space. And I wondered if you have seen throughout your experience in Kratom, if you've seen a major shift with folks who've been struggling with alcohol.
Oh, people are constantly talking in my TikTok about how their alcohol is non-existent, their alcohol intake, once they start using Kratom. I see that there was a conversation about it, I believe it was yesterday on my TikTok. It comes up all the time. It's like, it's more than just for pain. Like, it helps so many people with so many things.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
And like what was just posted here on the bottom was, someone here was doing heroin and they've been able to transfer, and thank you for putting that back up. I've been using Kratom for over 12 years after using it to get off of heroin, and 7-0 just made it easier for me to use without taking so much powder. Well, that's great too, right? That's a choice, right? And so we're happy that you are able to make that choice right now, and we're fighting to be able to help you continue to be able to make that choice, right? Madalyn, just to take a little breather here from our Kratom and 7-0 discussion, because this is a long day and we're talking about a lot of things. But I'm gonna digress rather for a second. And I've recently learned that you and I share a very common background that has nothing to do with Kratom and 7-0. Right. And very different. Very different. And that is music. What is your music background?
So my very first online community I started was an organization to promote, support, and empower female musicians. I started back in 1996 called Go Girls Music. And that was just kind of the start of like, hey, I'm on this new internet thing. I was actually one of the first web designers in Houston. And I thought, I want to have a little web page for fun and try out new code and just play with things. And I've always had this passion with music. I grew up playing guitar. So I just knew the internet would be a powerful way to do this, to community, to bring people together. So I started this little website that turned into a huge thing. And this was like in the independent world. So like all the indie artists and stuff. And it was a pretty amazing thing. We pitched shows on all over the country and do all kinds of things. It was just a lot of fun. And even have several, at the time, no names go on to become some pretty big names in the industry.
That's always really exciting. Well, music to me, in this case, to kind of tie it into what we're doing here today, similar to how I feel about music, which is music is, it sits on top of politics. It sits on top of division. It's everybody loves music, right? So like of some kind, doesn't matter what kind you like, right? But music as a category is larger than our individual opinions on life. So is chronic pain, right? So is pain. If you are a pain user, it doesn't matter about where you come from, who you are, any of that, what you believe. You're a pain person. You're suffering with pain. It's larger. And there are some of these things out there that are just, they unite us in a way that other things can tend to divide us. And so I look to things like music and art for those kind of, things that can help keep us glued together while there's other factions that are trying to break us apart. But as people who struggle with pain, that is one of those things. And it's not like, oh, we're all going to get together and have a party for pain. But on the other hand, maybe, because what if we have to go to DC and actually show up, right? What if we have to do these things? That is kind of an event where everybody comes together. Doesn't matter where you're coming from. Doesn't matter what your background is. You're part of this group. And so that's the last question I want to ask you before we sort of make the next shift here is, do you and have you done any live in-person activations through Kratom Gals or Kratom Stories podcast before? Have you ever organized your own community to show up in person?
We have not done that yet, not like an in-person type of thing like that. I've done things like that just in my business life, but not in the Kratom community. But y'all can see how easy it is to bring people together online and like have an in-person event, and also bring, you can do it on your phone now. Everything is so easy to do digitally. So it's just a great way to just connect with people, bring people together, all for the common cause.
Absolutely. Well, so before I let you go, any final words? I know we're gonna come back later and have a Kratom Gals discussion. So this is not the last time we'll be seeing you today. But for now, is there anything you want to leave everybody with?
Well, I just really appreciate what you all are doing, and I've taken the time to learn more about Seven Hope Alliance. We get fed a lot of information of this is how something is, and this is the narrative, and this is the push. And it's not actually hard for some of us to actually let me go do my own research. Let me go take the time. Let me read up on all of this so I can form my own opinion. And so that's been part of I'm seeing things a bit differently than I have over the last few years, and talking to lots of people. And I just think the work you all are doing is great. And I'm proud to be an ally with all of that, and happy to be a part of this and watching this amazing event y'all are putting on. I mean, 7 hours, that's just big and bold, and I love it. So this is incredible.
We got to go with the sevens.
Exactly.
We got to go with sevens.
I figured that was why.
We had our national advocacy call a couple weeks ago on 7/7. So we try not to miss those moments. So
I love it. I love it.
7 hours it is. Well, for that matter, we are halfway through right now. Look at that. This is halfway through the live stream for everybody who's been on it so far the whole time. Yes. Keep those claps going, because that is fantastic. Thank you all. So, Madalyn, thank you so much for joining us today. Couldn't be happier to have you as an ally. Your story is so interesting. Everybody go check out Kratom Gals if you don't already know it, or Kratom Stories podcast. You're in for a real treat. There's some amazing stories and people on there. So, and then we will see you in a little while. Yep. So thank you so much. And upcoming in a couple of minutes here, we're going to take a few minutes and talk about run through the steps again on to how to do your public comments for those people who have just joined us. And then following that, we're going to be joined by our dear friend, Terry Blevins, who will be up in just a couple minutes. So let's pause here and let's see. Producer, do you have access to the share screen now that we can walk through the comments and show everybody how to get to the Federal Register? Okay, here we go. All right. So for those new people coming on, or people that have just need a refresher course, here's what we're going to do. We're going to just walk you through these steps. So the first thing you're going to want to do is go to sevenhopealliance.org/federal. Once you get to that page, you can scroll down. All right. So let's go to take action up there, producer. Take action if you lose track in the nav bar. There we go. So if you lose track of it, go to take action. First button, there's federal. Yep, great. And now we can scroll down. And so we have two different ways for you to do this. The first way is we have an AI LLM set up for you to answer a few key questions, just basic questions about how long you're using products and what kind of milligrams you use. And if you prefer to do things like this, if you fill out that survey, if you want to scroll down just a little bit there, producer, if you take this survey, then that LLM will write you a unique letter that is about you, and will send it back to you, and then you will make the post onto the Federal Register. So think of this version as us doing a letter, which we did, Seven Hope doing a letter writing call. We've had calls where we've had, advocates come on the call, and actually we help them write their letters. This is essentially the same thing as that, because it's unique to you. It won't be a duplicate letter. And it's just in place of a human being helping you. Alternately, if you scroll down just a little bit further, there we go. You can directly submit a comment. Do we have a banner anywhere that has the link, just in case anybody wants to go straight to the registry link? I think we do. There it is. You can go ahead and go straight to that link, the regulations.gov link that's in the footer here below. And once you get there, it's going to basically ask you for, you're going to say, let's say it says open for comments right there. And if you click open for comments, and then you scroll down, you'll see the little box there. And on the bottom right, there's a blue box that says comment. And you go ahead and click that comment button. And then once that, let me get it open. There we go. All right, we're just waiting for that comment button to happen. All right. Well, we have a little technical issue there, but once you open that comment button, it's going to pop you up a little window, and it's going to ask you to put your comment in there. You can either type it in, you can paste in a PDF or upload a PDF. You could even upload a Word doc, or really any kind of doc that you have. There's an area to just attach a document. And then the bottom part of that, the last bit of it, it asks you who you are. If it asks you what kind of person you are. Are you an individual? Are you an organization? Or are you anonymous? So if you choose individual, it'll just ask you your name, and I think it asks your email address, and that's about it. And then it just, you hit submit. You can, if you want to go anonymous, you are welcome to go anonymous and choose that button, and then it won't ask you for your name. It'll still publish the comment, but it just won't publish your name attached to that when the comment itself shows up in the register. And they are very, very behind right now. Producer, if you could scroll back a little bit, let's take a look at, oh, we're having a little error. Maybe we're hitting them so hard right now that they can't even function. If we go to all comments on the docket, right there. Yep. And then on the left, we'll see they've published 6,250 comments, but I believe that as of now, the comments received, they're taking some time. And yes, by the way, they are having errors, and I honestly think it's us. So keep going, keep putting those comments in there, because let's break the HHS system with so many comments. We've got to love that. There we go. We're over 17,000 comments have been submitted. So I want to talk to you about this for 1 second, which is that, so the HHS has an AI that scrubs through these comments. And what they're looking for predominantly is duplicate comments. So that's why we continue to tell you, don't duplicate your comment. Don't use a template letter. Those things are not going to work. I mean, you can submit it, but it's not going to get counted properly. So, but if you, sorry, we just had a little network issue there. But otherwise, there are human beings that have to review all of the comments, and they have to categorize them by topic, by, if you're talking about milligrams and thresholds, then they're going to put that into one bucket. If you're talking about other things, they're going to put that in another bucket. So at the end of the day, they'll say we have X amount of comments, but we also have X amount of categories, I'll use that word, of topics. So that's what we're looking to do, is get as many comments with as many different unique topics in there as well. And a topic could just be thresholds, milligram, that would be one topic. So everybody post, everybody continue to do that. Like I say, let's try to break HHS today. And so with that, I am going to bring on our next fabulous, fabulous guest, a good friend, a longtime colleague of mine, and an amazing advisor to Seven Hope as a law enforcement expert and former law enforcement, Mr. Terry Blevins. Terry,
Jackie,
how are you?
I am doing great. How are you doing?
Where are you?
I'm actually in Flagstaff, Arizona right now.
Wow, Arizona. All
Getting out of the
right.
heat. Yeah,
That's
it's nice and cool
excellent.
up here.
Is it really hot there? Well, I mean, it's Arizona,
In
right?
Phoenix it is. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
been really hot.
Oh, you up in the mountains, so it's a little bit cooler, I bet.
Yes.
Oh, that's fabulous. Thank you so much for joining, Terry. Terry, guys, I got to tell you guys, Terry and I go way back. We worked together in cannabis for years, and we really we did some psychedelics. We didn't do psychedelics together, but we did. We maybe one day we'll do that. But we definitely did some work on psychedelics together. So, and then when I got into 7.0, I called Terry and said, "You got to check this out." And Terry, what happened when you first encountered 7.0?
Well, one of the reasons that I became a drug policy advocate in the first place was because I came back from Iraq with a severe cervical injury and constant pain, and I had become dependent on opioids. And getting off of that was just a nightmare, and I swore I would never touch those again. But the pain was still there, and so I was looking for a solution. And for a while, cannabis worked really well for me. But then for some reason, the effectiveness just started to decline. And so it just so happened that it was right about the time I was looking for a solution. And you actually told me, I had heard about Kratom. I was at a DPA, Drug Policy Alliance, because I was a board member for LEAP, Law Enforcement Action Partnership. And I was at a DPA conference, and I heard somebody talking about Kratom, and I wanted more information. And so I didn't know that much about it. But then I started talking to you, and I actually tried Kratom, regular Kratom, and I had some side effects. I had headaches. It really didn't help me with the pain that much. And so I just was like, well, maybe Kratom isn't effective, or it's not effective for me, or whatever. And then you told me about 7.0H, and man, when I tried that, it was a life changer for me. I mean, just really helped me with the pain. And I still have a little bit of PTSD, and so there are times when I can't sleep, and I use it for that. And then recently, about 3 months ago, I actually fell off of a ladder doing work around the house, and I injured another part of my neck, apparently. And I had to start, because I would only use the 7.0H whenever I was having a painful day. It was a few times a week, but it really helped me get through that period where my neck was healing. I don't know what I would have done, to be honest with you. I mean, the pain was so severe, and I'm sure everybody on here has had their experience with pain and knows how it can really affect your moods and be depressing. And without the 7.0H, honestly, I tell you, it really was a lifesaver for me. And I'd heard your previous guest say that the 7.0H actually worked better for her than the opioids. And I was the same. I had the same experience. I actually 7.0H has less side effects, greater analgesic effect on my pain, and it helps my moods at the same time. So I tell you, I can't say enough good about it. And so that's when I started working with 7 Hope Alliance as your law enforcement advisor and advocating. And man, once I got into it and I started meeting and people and hearing their stories about how it changed their lives, and you were kind enough to educate me on 7.0H, and I started seeing the numbers of people that use it for to get off of opiates, and we see that there may be a possibility that it is helping have an impact on fentanyl deaths and that sort of thing. I said, man, I'm on board with this, because for me, the reason that I got involved in cannabis in the first place was not only for my own pain relief, but also for harm reduction. I became a cop in the first place because I care about people, and I hate to see people that are addicted to drugs, and it's really affecting their lives and ruining their lives and ruining their relationships. I saw it every day out on the street. Methamphetamine, one of the worst possible things, and fentanyl killing people. And so for me, for there to be something that was so readily available, and affordable, and was able to help with those struggles, I was absolutely on board from the beginning, and the stories have just been amazing to hear how many people have been impacted by it. And I love what you're doing, and I love what Seven Hope Alliance is doing. It's really it's God's work, to be honest with you. If you ask
Thank you, Terry. And you have been there from the beginning with us, which we really appreciate. You've come, we mentioned, I was talking about Sacramento earlier with Twinkle. You came with me to Sacramento a lot and testified in front of, the Senate and the Assembly committees and so forth. What was that like for you?
That was really incredible, because the thing that really sort of impacted me was the fact that the politicians, most of them had no idea. They didn't even have any idea about Kratom. And I had found that previously when I first started working with you guys. I was doing my own informal survey of my law enforcement friends, some of them current and some of them former, and asking them about their experience with Kratom. And most of them had never even heard of Kratom, or they've heard the name Kratom, but they didn't really run into it. So I could see that Kratom use wasn't really having an effect on law enforcement. It wasn't causing problems for law enforcement. Once I started talking to the politicians with you, and to see that they most of them had no idea about it, I thought, wow, this is really an amazing work. I mean, the fact that we're sitting here having this conversation with these politicians, and we're sort of the front line of educating them about Kratom, and specifically 7-OH, and the reactions were really mostly positive. Really incredible feedback from these politicians, and it was a great experience. And then to get to connect with other people in the Kratom community and the 7-OH community, to do these lobby days, and these meetings and everything.
Yeah.
It was so inspiring.
Well, let's talk a little bit about prohibition. This is something that, because we're here today to try to prevent a ban, right? And a ban is prohibition. Those words are synonymous. Tell me your experience as a former law enforcement officer, of what do you see from prohibition? What does that do to the communities that are out there?
Well, I was really fortunate when I started getting into this. There was a time when I thought I was the only cop in the country who actually, believed that that our drug policy was broken and wasn't working. And once I found LEAP, and started connecting with them, and they were kind enough to educate me about drug policy reform in general. And then I had an opportunity. I worked a lot in Latin America, so I speak Spanish, and I had an opportunity I got invited by some friends of mine who are currently law enforcement officers in Latin America to speak about the war on drugs. And so I really dove in and just started researching the history of the war on drugs and the history of prohibition. and it absolutely does not work. And I started really to realize why the police officers on the street were dealing with the problems that they're dealing with, because prohibition drives um, uh, people to the illicit market. And once you have a thriving illicit market, you have violence, you have abuse, you have more deaths, you have people that are using things that they're not educated on. Um, and the fact that anybody would think that uh, uh, prohibiting 7-OH is gonna solve any kind of problem, it tells me that they really haven't done their research. They haven't really looked into this, and just from someone who understands it just intimately because of working on the streets and seeing the effect, people that were addicted to drugs getting involved in burglaries and robberies, and dealers protecting their turf with violence. And we saw that with cannabis. Once cannabis came into the mainstream, a lot of the violence that was associated with cannabis reduced, greatly reduced. And we don't want to drive 7-OH underground, Kratom
Exactly.
in general, because
Exactly.
it can only have negative effects. Besides the fact that it would be horrible for people everywhere, like me and others who rely on it every day, to not have access to it. There are so many ripple effects from making it illegal, that it's not the answer at all. And I tell everybody that I can, all of my police friends, I try to educate all of them as much as I can
Yeah.
about kratom, and specifically 7-OH, and the fact that the prohibition just doesn't work. And I'll tell you, interestingly enough, most cops actually agree with, when you say prohibition doesn't work, most cops agree with that. But then you turn around and they're so brainwashed and they're influenced by their agencies and their politics and everything that sometimes they can't openly advocate for these things.
You make me think of a story that I'll share with everybody. So this is, again, we got to go back to cannabis days for some of these things. And so I was working in a nearby city, trying to do some advocacy on cannabis. And this was kind of I'll just say which city it was. It was Beverly Hills. So Beverly Hills is, in California, is somewhat of a conservative city. So I was working the city council members and doing what I needed to do. But one of the people that I really wanted to talk with was the chief of police. And so I made myself available, and I got a meeting with the chief of police. And it was this woman who had recently relocated from somewhere in Northern California down to Beverly Hills. So here I am sitting in the office in the police department. I mean, this is way out of my league at this point, sitting with me and the chief of police. So we had a little conversation, and she was so against cannabis. She couldn't have been more against cannabis. And so I kept pushing her on it. And she finally said the words out loud. Well, cannabis is a gateway drug. And I said, really? You believe that? And she said, yes. And I sat and I paused for a second. I thought, how am I going to respond to this? This is the chief of police. I don't want her to, arrest me. So I said to her, are you the type of person that is open to evolving on a topic, on your position? And she paused and she went, yeah, I am. I went, okay, great. Thank you. Right. And I just left it there, because I'm like, you're talking to me about gateway drugs. That is so 84, like, come on, let's move past that, and, but it is true that so many of these law enforcement folks are still living in that world. They're still living in the reefer madness world, and they've translated it forward to now. And I also noticed, you mentioned PTSD earlier. So normally we equivalent PTSD with veterans and so forth who've had, serious scenarios there. But I actually think that our government, just the big government there with the quotes around it, that they are struggling with PTSD from the opioid crises, right? So that's why somebody, I think it was Jeff from Hart earlier, who mentioned that they've been saying, oh, this is the fourth wave of the opioid epidemic with Kratom and 7.0, or 7.0, just even not Kratom, just 7.0, although it's not. But they have so much PTSD from the disasters that did happen before this that I think they're reacting too quickly. Right? They're reacting before there's enough science. There's reacting before there's enough information to make educated decisions about what is the right thing to do, which of course we believe is regulate, not prohibition. What do you think about that idea that PTSD in this case has shifted over to, government officials and policymakers that are really just so traumatized, as rightfully so, but so traumatized by the prior opioid crises?
I agree. I mean, the number of fentanyl deaths that we saw, first responders saw, and officials in the community, and not having a solution for it. I know that we have some people that are in public service for the wrong reasons. We have some police officers that are in it for the wrong reasons, but most people in law enforcement are there for the right reasons. They want to help people, and they don't like to see people dying left and right. They get in their patrol cars and they go out to help people, to try to save lives. And when you show up on a fentanyl case and there's nothing that you can do. I mean, fortunately now, we've got some drugs that help people temporarily, but the fact is, what are they going to do tomorrow or the next day? So
right, and when the next thing is coming,
Exactly, yeah. So, you're really helpless when you can't help people get off of. And when I was out on the street, I remember one guy in particular, poor guy. He stole money from his own mother to buy meth for his habit. And his mom called us, and I went out there, and she was crying. Of course, she was sad. She didn't want to turn her son in, but she was at wit's end, and he was the same way. He said, "This isn't who I am," And he said, "I used to have a very productive life." He said, "I should have never tried meth," and he said, "Now, look at me." He said, "I'm stealing money from my own mother," and he was saying, "I want to get help. I want to, to get off of meth and to try to get back on the right track." And unfortunately, there weren't any services available for him in the area that we were in. And of course, that was way before I knew about 7-OH. But it's that's one of the benefits I feel that 7-OH has brought to this entire discussion is availability, because most people think, oh, if you're addicted to drugs, all you got to do is just check yourself into a rehab and you'll be fine. Well, guess what? There are a lot of rural areas where there are no services, there are no rehabs, and even in areas where there are rehabs, sometimes the waiting list is long, and so that's just not as easy of a solution as people might think it is. So and 7-OH seems to have, be helping with that. So.
Wow. Well, Terry, your insight and your perspective is so valuable to us. Your work that you've been doing on behalf of 7.0 consumers and Kratom consumers is so just great and wonderful, and we're so honored to have you as a part of the team. What are we here for today? It's a comment-a-thon. So we want to encourage some more comments. So guys, we are going to get ready and do another round of comment pushing, not just on the comments themselves right here, but on the social platforms, on Twitter, on Facebook, on YouTube. So let's take 2 minutes to do some comments. And while we do that, producer, could you bring up let's put on 2 back-to-back videos. And then after we do that, we're going to be followed by a gentleman who couldn't join us earlier, but who is here with us now, that we'll tell you a little bit about in a minute. So let's post Everybody do some posting right now. Tell your story on Twitter, tell your story on Facebook, tell your story on YouTube. And any other platform that you're using. Let's get it out there right now. This is what we're here for today, is to raise comments, not dollars. I mean, we need the dollars, but let's raise the comments. Let's get those numbers up, and let's keep breaking HHS's system. Does anybody check to see if HHS is back online? Because they seem to be having a lot of errors, and I'm fairly convinced that it's us. So I would love to get some information on that, because I'm not able to switch over while I'm doing this. So, okay. So
I'm 45 years old. I've done physical labor for 30 of those years. I've had 5 surgeries and 5 spine injections, and after that amount of time, that amount of pain, Tylenol and Motrin is not enough. 7OH helps me in those really painful days to just do simple things like work. It's a great product.
Hi, I'm Ashley, and the 7 O's have helped me big time. I got over my drug addiction after a car accident for 2 years, and surgery time became dependent on pain medication. Once I realized it was a problem, 7 O helped me get over that problem. And every now and then I help 7 O's for pain and energy. It's very helpful and saved my life.
well, again, amazing, powerful comments. And I just want to say we have so many incredible testimonials. People have posted on the change.org petition, which if you haven't signed it, let's repost that. Social team, let's get that petition continuing to move. Let's hit 60,000 signatures. If we can do it today during this event, that'll be great. Let's keep those HHS comments going. Remember, get your family, get your friends, get your coworkers to write letters. It doesn't need to be just you as a consumer. Everybody else can comment on how great your life has become as a result of 7O and Kratom. Get it in there. Let HHS know. That's what we want today. And so with that, I am going to bring on our next guest. Our next guest was unfortunately wasn't able to join us earlier, but is here now. Jesus Villa is a former Cirque du Soleil performer and multi-Guinness World Record holder. He suffered a severe neck injury during his 6th Guinness World Record attempt. And after multiple surgeries, including receiving stem cell treatment in Colombia and choosing not to use opioids anymore, Jesus discovered 7OH, which has been a game changer. So everybody, please welcome Jesus Villa. You got the claps. You got the claps.
I don't know if I deserve it at this point.
Of course you do. Welcome, Jesus. It's super nice to meet you. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us today. What a treat to have you as a part of our event.
You guys deserve a great, huge round of applause. Everyone on your team. I've seen what you guys done. Everything that you guys have done thus far. If it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't even know about this event, let alone about this movement. And just everyone who's watching and behind the scenes, you guys are doing such an amazing event because you guys are organized, the message is clear, and just a big round of applause to all of you. I am grateful for you guys for doing this, and at the same time, I think it's super important. And if somebody's going to do it, you guys are professionals, you're structured, you're timely. It's just, you guys deserve a big round of applause. And I hope whoever's watching understands that and can show you guys the appreciation you deserve.
Thank you. That's really, really great.
Yeah,
we are grateful for you as well. So tell us about yourself. We haven't had a chance to meet yet. So this is our first time meeting. I'm looking that you are, I just gave your bio. So we all know that you are a Cirque du Soleil performer and you had some injuries. Tell us a little bit about that.
I mean, I guess the more important part is I had this crazy career. I mean, everything felt great. And throughout that career, from when I signed with Cirque in 1997 up until 2013, multiple operations, it comes with the acrobatic world. And then when I had this catastrophic, life-changing injury, broke my neck, C3 to T2, my whole life was turned upside down, And from that moment, moving forward, we fast forward 10 years, I was under every medication that can be prescribed. And at the time, it was probably necessary. But here we are. I had this amazing treatment in Colombia that was great. I had an amazing recovery, but I personally searched every day just to be 1% better because I felt myself disappearing as a person because of those strong medications. And what people don't explain to you is what's prescribed to you doesn't mean it doesn't help, but you're choosing to be present today and take those medications, but you're also choosing to neglect yourself tomorrow. And when 10 years goes by of doing those medications, those medications are really, really toxic. You're talking about a tremendous amount of damage that you're going to sustain through your liver, your kidneys, your cognitive memory fog. I mean, it's just so grandiose. It's hard to just kind of say why, but it's very easy to say why not. And that is, why not if there's an alternative? That's when I found 7-OH, right? When I have these aches and pains, when I have these bad days, the same practitioners offer me the same medications, but at a lower dose. So here I am present in my life. I have arrived. I'm doing the things that I would never imagine doing again, because I had this reflection day 13 years ago, because I got hurt literally 13 years ago, July 12th. So it's literally been 13 years to the month. And I had a choice then. And so I took these medications. And then now that I'm here, if I go back to those medications, because there is no alternative. They don't offer you an alternative. They offer you a lower dosage. But for those people that are watching, that can do something about this, if you're listening and you can do something, please hear me out. These medications, these opiates, you're putting people's lives in harm's way. You are going to put people in harm's way, and what they're trying to deal with today, because of this traumatic or life-changing event like mine, they have no idea of the labeling, the discrimination, the toxic things that are going to come down the road. And depending on the person's mental fortitude and will, they have no idea. But people that understand opiates do. The addiction, the physical grasp that you believe you need these medications more than you need your dignity, yourself, and that you lose yourself and you stop loving yourself because you think you need this more. All because there's no alternative. Just at the beginning of this month, I was at my primary care physician's office, and I'm sore, dealing with aches and pains, weather change in Las Vegas, and they offered me the same medications, and there's no alternative. And even though I don't do THC, CBD, or any of that, I never was. I just got my life back. The last thing I want to do is step into what I had for 13 years and all that came with 13 years at a lower dose. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how large or small the dose is. It's the same toxic medications that took me away from me. So if you're watching and you can do something about this, you are putting people in harm's way by saying no to an alternative. And the statistics are just going to be higher. And this year, this time next year, this whole group is going to be on a different meeting dealing with opiates and addiction and losing themselves and then ending up in other circumstances, more harm's way because you said no to an alternative. Now let's think about that. Let's think about that.
Yeah, I think that's a very, very good point. And you are right, Jesus. So many people are struggling with these exact same issues. I mean, we've got over 500 people on this live stream right now that are listening to you, right? And I don't know what percentage of them are experiencing similar kind of, feelings and that you've been going through, but I bet it's a lot.
I mean, it's just not fair for the person, because in a moment of life-changing, traumatic event, you're making a choice without knowing the other side. It may look like the grass is greener on the other side, but it's fake. It's just numbing you. And in the moment, you may find relief, but when you get past this life-changing traumatic event, which you will, time will heal, now you have another problem. Now you're dealing with whether it's tolerance, it's not strong enough, whether it's addiction, whether it's toxic, like everybody's body's going to react differently. And so having no alternative, that's like having no alternative and not having stem cells. It's like you're leaving the patient, the person, no choice, nothing to do when it comes to healing. They don't have an idea right now, by going down that route, that they're going to be judged, labeled, discriminated. They're going to deal with addiction issues, because those medications get a grip on you. And depending on the person, I always was passion over pleasure. I always was about my brand, my work. But at the same time, I've had those days where it was just so unbearable, and all the dignity that I had was taken away from me, and I just became another statistic. And now I'm sitting in a room with doctors in the pain management, and I'm waiting 2.5 hours, and I feel like all of these people are waiting for the same thing, and maybe their circumstances were just like mine 2 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, except they didn't have the will that I have to be here and to tell you that this really does happen. And you can have this crazy lifestyle, you can seem like you do all these acrobatics and you're this big performer. No, it happens the same way to all of us. It's only a matter of time. And when you take away an alternative, that's like telling a person in chemotherapy that no, they can't take THC for relief. And so just take the morphine, because what happens to chemotherapy patients? They do chemo, they take morphine, and then they go where? Hospice. That is the only result. That's the same route. Exactly. If they recover, great. But here you're talking about people that are just looking for a plant-derived relief with 7-OH, for example, and you want to put them in harm's way. You're putting more people at risk in harm's way. And then what do you expect the results to be? You already know the results. So it's really a shame. And I see you guys doing this amazing work, and I'm just like, man, I don't know if this was meant to be. I don't know why I wrote you guys an email. I felt like it was part of, like I had to, for just being honest and for getting my life back. And then seeing all of this that's happened, and you guys coming as far as you have, and the work you guys done, you obviously gotten across to enough people and raised awareness. And I really hope that whoever's listening listens to you guys, because you guys are professionals, you guys are organized, and you know what you're talking about. Well,
thank you so much. Your story is, I think, the takeaway that I'm going to say here is that chronic pain, we talked about it earlier, chronic pain and pain are not discriminatory, right? They don't care who you are, where you're from, what you do, what your background is. They don't care about any of that thing. It doesn't care. Yeah. It's just going to get you, whether you're a Cirque du Soleil performer or anything else, right? If it does. So we hope it doesn't. So Jesus, I just want to thank you for bringing your story forward. This has been really powerful. We are so grateful to have you and have your support. Everybody, let's give Jesus a big round of applause, because that took a lot of courage. a lot of courage to come forth and share that story. So, please stay with us. Please continue to help advocate with us, and let's get all those comments going on, everybody. We've got a great, we've just crossed over the top of the hour. We are over 4 hours already. We've got 3 more hours to go, and we've still got a packed schedule for you. So everybody continue to comment. I think we'll do our next round, and then after that, we'll take another moment and we'll walk everybody through the steps again. So keep posting those comments, keep signing that petition, and here we go. So coming on stage with me are 2 fabulous people. They are going to have a really, really wonderful conversation that I will slightly participate in. And so I would like to welcome to the stage Edith Wiese, who is a pharmacist and owner of Thrive Supreme, and our good friend Charles Dillard, who is a scientist and owner of Kreleaf. So let's have both Edith and Charles join us. There's Charles. Hey, Charles.
Hey, Jackie. How you doing?
Good. And I think we've got Edith on audio. Am I correct? Do we have Edith? Anybody? Producer? Do we have anybody in my background, people? I thought she's here. I think we have a little, she's got some daughter and even having a baby or something right now. So, okay, I see Edith is just joining us right now. Let's get her on stage. There she is. Hi. Is your daughter really having a baby right now?
Yes.
Oh
yes.
my
I am
God.
in the hospital room waiting
Guys,
to be called back.
Talk about dedication. Wow. That is amazing. Well, thank
Yes.
you both for coming and joining us today. I think that the 2 of you have some good stuff you want to talk about. So let's kick it off. And why don't we just have each of you do a real brief introduction of yourself? Why don't you go first, Edith?
Okay, I'm a pharmacist, a licensed pharmacist in Phoenix, Arizona. I've been a pharmacist for 10 years. About a year and a half ago, I left my part-time position helping my husband. I left the pharmacy a year and a half ago, full-time, to help my husband full-time, because up until a year and a half ago, sorry, I'm a little nervous, I was only helping him part-time, but now I'm full-time, all in. We have a Kratom company, and we also sell 7-OH. So we got into 7-OH about a year and a half ago when I came on full-time. So, but yeah, it's been a wild roller coaster, and now we want to keep this roller coaster going.
Yep. We
want it to be a little less wild, though, right? We want
right, a little less wild, a little more,
yeah.
A little calmer, a little less, 18-hour days kind of thing. So yeah,
yep.
So, and Charles, talk to me, Charles. You've come up and done a lot of great stuff with us. We'll get into that, but tell us who you are.
So I just my background as a scientist. I worked in drug discovery at some large pharmaceutical companies and a smaller one as well. I was working in the structural biology department, and not to go too much into detail, but basically we work alongside the chemists to help them design better drugs for specific targets. And so yeah, I in my career, I watched the progression of how the chemists find the best molecule, the best drug for the target they're after to treat the disease. We're trying to help make a prevention, cure, or treatment for. And so I have a lot of nerdy background with the deep science, the pharmacological data, and all that around the molecule, and analyzing molecules, comparing them to each other to decide which one we're going to push forward, and see if it'll work out and become a drug.
Well, that's great.
All right.
That's great. And so I just want to say, before we let the 2 of you talk to each other, Charles, again, you've been an active participant in the advocacy that 7 Hope has been doing and in the entire community. I know I'll speak on behalf of everybody. We're super grateful for everything that you and your company have done. Give us a few sentences about what that is like for you.
Yeah, like I said in the other talk, it's easy math for me. You know, as a when you're running a business, you only have so many hours in the day, and so you got to choose where are your hours best spent. And the math is real easy. Advocacy is so crucial here. Obviously, now look, you know what's going on, and you know. Where better to spend your time than ensuring that your business can continue? And for me, it's more than just a business. You know, I got into science and biology because I wanted to make the world a better place by creating cures or preventions or treatments for diseases. And that's been my life goal. That's still my mission today. And this is just where I can spend my time. The best way I can spend my time to achieve that goal. And you guys, you know, doing everything you do with advocacy, supporting you is, the math is clear. That's where my time is best spent. That's where we can have the biggest impact, making the world a better place, because we can keep this very special molecule around, or hopefully, and people won't overdose on opioids or, you know, suffer from pain or complications from opioids and the side effects. You know, a lot of people doesn't agree with their biology. You know, and 7.0 is not necessarily perfect for everyone, but for the general population, the numbers we've seen, the data we've seen, it's for most people, it is the superior choice.
Well,
so,
that's great. Well, listen, I know that the two of you have some great things you want to talk about with each other. So I'm going to just mute myself and stay quiet. And I'm going to let the two of you take over for a few minutes, and then I will come join you again. Okay? So Charles and Edith, you are off to the races.
Okay. All right. I like what you said about that, Charles, how it's a superior molecule versus the traditional opiates for a lot of people. I just working in pharmacy, saw a lot of patients that were prescribed opiates and they didn't want to take them, but they had no other option. And so some of them had a history of, you know, taking too much of something in the past, or they knew somebody that, you know, had a overdose death or even an overdose accident, right? So it's just, there's a stigma with it, and it's not a safe, they aren't safe drugs, and a lot of people don't even want to go near them. So this is an option that people can use that has been out for several years, and the numbers show it, safety, right? It's more safe, and it's saved a lot of lives, and we've got to keep it accessible. Also too, there were a lot of patients, let's say that they were okay taking their opiates, but the doctor forgot to send the prescription in. Then they had to go over a holiday weekend without having their medicine, and you could just see the defeat in their face, knowing what they were going to have to go through that weekend. So this could be something to stay accessible to help them just kind of bridge the gap in those times where they just don't have any other option. So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think it's a really important tool to keep around to manage severe pain. Yeah, I had a surgery in the past and been prescribed opioids, and they don't agree with me. I really don't like the brain fog or, you know, other side effects with it. You know, I'd rather take the 800 milligram Tylenol and suffer a little than deal with those side effects. But that's me personally, my biology. And so, yeah, for a personal reason, I'd love 7.0 to be around in case I get injured or have another surgery or whatever. I just, you know, looking at the pharmacological data, it's clear to me that it's the superior choice. And, you know, you don't have the risk of triggering respiratory depression like you do with opioids. That's obviously the biggest one. And right. When my friends introduced or told me about 7.0, and I did my research back in October of 2024, that's what I saw in the data. You know, I saw a lot of data, compared it to the opioids out there, and pretty much by every metric, 7.0 was superior. The one that stood out was fentanyl's binding affinity. To get a little deep into the science, you know, the binding affinity is basically how strong that molecule's attraction is towards its target. And obviously
Right.
fentanyl is a bit too strong. It's in the
Right.
microgram scale, and it's very hard to work with. I'm sure you can attest to that as a pharmacist. You're very careful with your serial dilutions to get it just to the right dosage. And so it's too strong. And so, with that in mind, really 7.0 by every metric I looked at, superior to pretty much every opioid on pretty much every metric. And that's why I jumped into this business, was just, I saw that in the data, and there was the study showing it wasn't triggering either of the pathways that lead to respiratory depression. And so I predicted, wow, we're going to see a big drop in opioid overdose deaths. And then the data came out for 2024. And sure enough, we saw a huge statistical decrease to the tune of 30 to 40,000 American lives saved just in 2024, when popularity was just starting to, gain. And it still wasn't even that widely available. So, what a shame that this market fight is going to take this superior molecule, the best tool we have to manage severe pain, away from us for the sake of profits.
Right. And the market fight, like with the natural versus the synthetic, right? So there is a place for both products, but the synthetic, or really semi-synthetic, right? Because it's not synthetic. You have more control over dosing, right? You have a more specific target, as you say, right? And a person can set aside all of the unwanted side effects from the unwanted parts of the plant and just use what they need and move forward. So why wouldn't we keep both of these things accessible? Because some people do like the whole plant, right? And it works for them. But for the people that have that debilitating pain that just the whole plant doesn't quite touch, the 7.0 is definitely the option for them. And the clearness of thought, the clearness of mind, they're able to be productive. They don't have to depend on others to help them throughout their daily routine. They can just be more independent. So why would we take that away from people? So it'll be a shame to see this ban go through. So I'm really praying that we can keep this stuff accessible.
Yeah, it's a really good point. At Kreleaf, we've received so many testimonies about how people have gotten their life back, and they're not bedbound. They can play with their kids, their grandkids. They can go to work, do their either physically demanding job or their mentally demanding job, because they have that clarity. Even though they took a very strong painkiller, their brain's not in a fog. They have their full mental capabilities, and they're not dealing with that severe pain. So what a game changer for them. And I'd love to go back to your point about natural versus synthetic or semi-synthetic. I think a lot of people like to make that generalization and kind of paint with that broad brush of natural is better than synthetic. And I think that's a good general guideline for the most part in today's world of ultra processed foods and plastics. But there's lots and lots of exceptions. Again, that's just a general rule of thumb that you might want to do when you're choosing your clothes, and go with cotton over some synthetic material, or go with fruits and veggies over hot Cheetos. Stay away from ultra processed food. That's a good rule of thumb for those kind of things. So I can understand why people have that thought process. But at the same time, you don't go around eating leaves. There's not a lot of plants where you can eat the leaves of and not get really sick. All those leaves, they're all natural. You could go outside and you could start eating all the natural things growing out there, and it's not going to go well for you. So
right.
So natural is not always the best thing. And a good example of this is over the last few decades, there was the brown rice fad, and a lot of people thought brown rice was healthier and better for you because it's less processed than white rice. And then we come to find out after nutritionists have done lots and lots of studies that no, actually all these cultures that were eating rice for a long time, they learned that getting rid of that husk was healthier, and our science finally caught up to that. And so there's an example of where processing it a little further removes the unhealthy part of the plant, the part of the plant that we have problems digesting or dealing with, and just getting the good stuff. And this is very much the same kind of thing. There's lots and lots of stuff in the plant that is not really good for your body. And so if you can extract just the active ingredient, and you're taking a much smaller amount of substance, that's much easier for your body to deal with just in general.
Right.
And you know, and I don't mean to talk poorly about Kratom. If that works well for you, that's great. If it agrees with your biology and that's what you like, then excellent. But for a lot of people, 7 seems to be the superior choice for them. It agrees with their body more because they have to take much less. You're taking, you know, milligrams compared to grams of Kratom or dozens of grams of Kratom. And so that's just less stuff your body has to deal with. And all that stuff is not necessarily good for most people. So, you know, I really want to kind of educate people and kind of, you know, help them see that realization that often processing it a little bit is the healthier option. When you go to eat a banana, you don't eat the whole banana and peel and all that. No, you process it. You peel the banana. You don't eat the rind. You eat the fruit part. You know, that's the plants do want you to eat the fruit. That's why that's, you know, almost always healthy for you. And they do not want you to eat the leaves. And that's why leaves are almost always going to make you sick. And in fact, these alkaloids that these plants produce, the reason they produce it is a defense mechanism against herbivores. We've learned that crunching sound, the vibration or the frequency of animal chewing on the leaves causes the plant to ramp up production of these what's called secondary compounds, and they're often alkaloids. Some other examples are caffeine or cocaine. And it's no coincidence that most of those alkaloids are bitter and bad tasting and also appetite suppressing, because that's what's going to defend the plants from the herbivores. Deer's going to come along, start munching on a bush. That bush is going to start cranking up its alkaloid production. That plant is going to start tasting bitter. The deer is going to move on to the next bush. That's why you don't see an herbivore clean off all the leaves off one bush. They eat a little and then move on. Yeah, so you know, and then we find these secondary compounds and you know, like coffee or whatever, you know, we can use them. You know, sometimes we want an appetite suppressant and a little stimulating effect. Coffee, right? You know, case in point. So it's a tool, and you got to be careful with how you use tools. And it's a shame to throw away a tool because, you know, a tool can become bad if it's not used carefully. You know, we got to be careful when you're driving a car, you know, but lots of people die in car accidents every year, and it's tragic. And do we ban cars? No, we make safety regulations, seat belts, speed limits, stop signs, stoplights, all that. And that's what we need to do here. We need smart regulation. Prohibition doesn't work. I think almost everybody in this knows that. So, you know, I just want to find a way to introduce those smart regulations, stop this silly industry fight that is going to backfire on the Kratom companies.
And the consumer is the loser in the fight, right? That's who's really going to suffer when they don't have anything, and that's what we got to prevent.
Yes,
I
that's
think
what I'm here for.
You guys are so on to something here, and it's so important, Charles. That was amazing. And Edith, I was wondering if you could just tell us a little bit about your advocacy in Arizona as well.
Oh yeah, so I never had any intention of going down and being political about this. But this all, obviously it's turned into a political thing. But I got word that first that they were trying to ban just all of Kratom in Arizona. And so literally on a Tuesday night, I got word. Wednesday morning, I went down there because I was like, somebody's got to say something. So I went down there and spoke about Kratom and how it's helped me and how it's helped my husband and people I know. And they ended up not banning Kratom in Arizona. And then a month later, the bill to ban 7-OH started to ramp up. And so we went down there and spoke on behalf of trying to keep 7-OH legal. And actually, for Arizona, we won that fight too. But then, unfortunately, now it's a national fight. So, but let's keep fighting. We got to spread the word and educate the people who are responsible for making the laws. Tell them the facts about it, because a lot of them don't know. And that's been my experience. A lot of the people who are in places of power to make the votes, they don't know what they're voting on. And so we have to educate them so that they at least can vote with some sense, right? Rather than just a push from the one-sided story.
Exactly. And that's, we've talked about that over and over again, right? On this day-to-day, this live stream, which is education is so important. It's what both of you guys are talking about, right? It's like, we don't have to just educate them on science alone. There's science, there's actual like real-time consumer usage and what's happening there, right? There's there's all the various ailments that people experience, whether it's an injury or it's an actual, some kind of a, Crohn's or fibromyalgia or whatever you might have, arthritis. There's so many people that are impacted in the pain area of life, and which is why we talk about the war on pain a lot too. We don't want this government to continue a war on pain, right? It's not, how are people supposed to operate? How are people supposed to get out of bed in the morning? I had one guy tell me he couldn't put his face on the pillow. So I'm like, you can't put your face on the pillow.
Wow.
What are we doing here, right? You can't even sleep, which means you can't heal. Like, there's so many things. So, So final words from you both, and then we are going to press on to keep this program moving. Edith, anything last you want to say to everybody?
Yeah, everybody. Speak out about your experiences and how it's helping you. Don't be shy, because us being quiet in this is what is gonna make it so that we lose. And if we want to keep this legal and accessible for everyone and continue to have productive lives with it, then we've got to be willing to have conversations and not be ashamed that you're taking it. Some people don't want to talk about it, but if there's nothing wrong with taking it. If it's making you have a better life and be more productive, then tell your testimony. So
absolutely, very well said. Yeah, and I'd add, reach out, to all your loved ones, friends, and family, anybody that'll listen, and explain, what this is, and ask them, hey, for your next surgery, do you want to be prescribed a lethal substance, or do you want something with less side effects, far healthier, and going to be far more effective, to manage your pain, or do you want to just, let this industry fight choose which tool you have to manage your severe pain?
Yeah. And I want to comment on that, as we're talking on our Comment-A-Thon, that I have a way that I describe this, which is the industry fight, is that it's one directional. It's coming at us. It's coming at us. We don't throw back, because it's not about that, right? It's about you guys. It's about you guys. It's about you guys. It is not about that. So we don't even fight back, because there's nothing to fight back with. That's a waste of time.
Yeah, I hope I don't sound anti-Kratom. I'm really not. I hope I don't. I just want all the Kratom people on board, the Kratom people who have their hearts in the right place, and hey, I understand the natural versus synthetic argument, and so I only mean to explain that, and I really hope I don't sound anti-Kratom, because I'm not. I want Kratom people on board, because I want to protect Kratom as well. If we can't have 7, I'd love for Kratom to stay around as long as possible. But unfortunately, with the Precursor Act And the pretty simple chemical process to convert mitragynine into 7, the black market's going to do what the black market does. And if now the government is convinced 7 is the devil, well, they're coming for MIT, they're coming for Kratom next, because that's the precursor.
And you have one, and our yellow shirts that many of you have seen, they don't say save 7.0, they say save Kratom and 7.0.
Yep.
Because again, 7 Hope Alliance, we believe in the whole plant. This plant has power. We do not believe in chopping it up into little bits, and we believe in regulation, not prohibition. So thank you both so much for your time. Edith, good luck with your daughter having a baby.
Thank you.
That is so exciting. Congratulations ahead of time. And Charles, thank you so much for your time. We'll see you guys later, and really, really appreciate. Okay, everybody, we are about to move into for the next 15 minutes or 17 minutes, I guess. We have the opportunity to show you another documentary. I know we aired one earlier, but this is another one. You've heard Chris Bell talked about a lot today on the live stream, and Chris was the director and everything of the original Leaf of Faith documentary that people like Madalyn Sklar mentioned, saying that was her inspiration for getting into this. I've heard so many people say that same thing. And Chris has a brand new documentary out, and we're going to premiere it here. I say premiere, not really sure if that hasn't been seen anywhere, but you know what? We're going to premiere it. So with that, for the next, like I say, I think it's about 15, 16 minutes long. We're going to show that documentary. We're very excited about it. Unfortunately, Chris himself wasn't able to join us today, but regardless, we're super happy to show this to you. And then we will be back after, and we got to still have an incredible program. We've got the Kratom gals coming up in the next hour. We have Hamilton Morris coming up in the next hour. So please stay on, please join us, and please keep commenting. So producer, let's see Chris Bell's documentary.
First of all, if people don't know, Chris produced and direct it and produce it, and Bigger, Stronger, Faster, and Prescription Thugs. But you wanted to come in and talk about Kratom.
Sure. Kratom has 27 alkaloids that work like opiates. They attach to opiate receptors, but not in the same way. If you look at Oxycontin, when it attaches to an opiate receptor, it's like screwed in, basically. With the Kratom, though, it kind of drifts around the top of that opiate receptor. Opiates attach 1,000 times greater to the opiate receptor than anything found in nature, and Kratom's found in nature.
So where's the pressure coming from to turn this stuff into a Schedule I drug?
My name is Chris Bell. I'm a documentary filmmaker, and that was an interview from 2016 when I went on Joe Rogan's podcast to talk about how Kratom saved my life and millions of others from living a life on prescription opioids.
What a weird situation. So we really need you, Chris. This documentary is actually important.
And afterward, the outcry was unprecedented. 24,000 people flooded the DEA's open comment website, and they backed down. They told me that they had never seen anything like it. We won the battle. But now, it's been 10 years, and the problem is back because Kratom has been turned into something stronger. A substance called 7-OH.
A widely available supplement that is sold in a lot of smoke and vape shops across Tampa Bay. 7-OH. 7-OH.
7-OH. They become known as gas station heroin.
The 7-OH stuff is just a small part of the Kratom plant, but it's so powerful. This all began with people fighting to ban Kratom.
It was too easy to get this drug.
But now those same people are back fighting to ban 7-O. But it may not be for the same reason.
The FDA is moving to restrict a substance experts say is 13 times more potent than morphine.
7-OH has been dubbed legal morphine by state officials.
It's a compound that can be found in tablets, gummies, drink mixes, and shots.
What is the message you want to send to America right now about these products?
It kills people. But advocates are saying it's saving lives.
This is actually maybe has more potential than it does for pain and opioid replacement.
There have not been any deaths attributed to 7-OH.
So who's telling the truth?
Florida is now the first state to ban 7-OH products.
You want to work together to fund more research, to learn more, so everyone can take these plant-based alternatives safely.
We think everybody in this industry ought to be cognizant of the safety for consumers. If we're not, we're lost souls. We need to defend the consumer.
Is 7-OH something America needs to fear, or is it something millions of people quietly rely on just to feel normal again? That's what I'm here to find out. Because America is still drowning in pain. To understand 7-OH, we need to start in Thailand. This is where a plant known as kratom grows. Kratom has been used for centuries for pain, energy, and mood. When you take kratom, your body converts part of it into 7-hydroxymetragenine, or 7-OH, the compound responsible for most of its effects. Eventually, extract makers learned how to concentrate that compound into potent pill forms. Stronger, faster, more direct. People switched almost overnight, and the industry started shifting away from traditional kratom toward this concentrated version.
This industry didn't exist in 23. From 24 until now, it's somewhere between $9 and $10 billion a year in revenue.
That's when the controversy started. A natural plant remedy had evolved into something far more powerful.
The federal government is looking to ban a product that they say is targeting kids and linked to addiction. 7-O, a concentrated byproduct of the kratom plant.
Earlier this year, the FDA announced that they want to ban 7-OH.
Branded as a natural way to relieve pain and anxiety, but what they won't tell you is that people are dying from it.
People are claiming it is deadly.
I've been trying to educate and speak out about these products for a while.
People are saying it will hook you in a week.
I thought I could quit on my own. I definitely could not. I've sought treatment a couple times. This is my last time.
7-OH carries a high risk of addiction. It is a powerful opioid agonist, many times more potent than morphine. These substances are often sold online or in convenience stores with no quality control, no dosage control, and no warnings. This is a recipe for public health disaster.
People are saying it needs to be banned.
Florida became the first state to make it illegal to sell 7-OH.
7-OH needs to be off of the shelves.
It was too easy to get this drug. They're putting them around schools, they're putting them in our poorest neighborhoods, and now they're putting them in every gas station. We're going to stop this before it starts.
But here's the thing. The people shouting the loudest all sell kratom. When 7-OH hit the market, kratom sales dropped in some cases as much as 50 to 60%. And just like that, the narrative changed. The industry that defended kratom started warning the world that 7-OH was dangerous. And yes, there are people online trying to quit 7-OH.
I felt kind of loopy. An extremely addictive opioid. This is a product that I have close friends that are extremely addicted to. This shit is bad.
This is something that is a lifeline for some people and is becoming a disaster for others.
It is just like any other addictive opioid. It's just like being addicted to oxys, being addicted to perks, being addicted to heroin.
It is an opioid, and yet you can go in a vape shop in America and buy it like a cup of coffee.
It is everywhere. It's everywhere you turn. There's this distinction, I guess, between kratom and 7-OH, but is kratom ever safe?
But after hundreds of millions of doses, the data still doesn't match the level of panic. 7-O was created to give people stronger, more reliable relief, and the trade-off is clear. Greater potency can also be more habit-forming, which means greater responsibility.
The industry is known for chasing the stronger and stronger and stronger. So it went from 10 milligrams per tab to 20 to 40 to now when you pull up some of the more recent tabs that are in the market, you're going to see a pack of 4 tabs is 200 milligrams of 7-hydroxy.
Without regulation, abuse becomes very easy. So the real question is this about safety or is it about protecting money? To understand why 7-O even exists, I went to speak to the people who use it responsibly.
How did you find out about 7-OH?
My daughter actually had heard about it from someone, so she mentioned it, and we came and I tried it for the first time. I got more relief than I did from the oxycodone that I take 4 times a day.
How old are you?
95.
You're 95 years old?
Yes.
Wow. And how long were you on opioids for?
2 years, 2.5 years?
I was on the oxycodone for like half a year.
What do you use 7-OH for?
Chronic pains and prior injuries.
It helps quite a bit. I don't wake up from pain.
What happens if you don't take it?
Without that pill, my body will not lie still. I don't even get up in the middle of the night to go to the restroom. It's a blessing. I used to have some bad dreams, really bad. Now I have good dreams.
I had been looking for something for quite some time to take away the pain of my chronic muscle spasms in my back. I've been dealing with since I was about 23 years old.
Oh, you get up in the morning and getting out of bed alone, I'm usually crying from the pain.
It started out helping for my restless leg syndrome, and then I found out how well it's helping my other stuff.
How much do you need for it to work?
I usually take one in the morning, and I'll take one in the afternoon when I start hurting again.
I take one in the morning, one at night.
You take only 2 a day.
So what does it do when you take it? How do you feel?
It's really been a game changer.
I couldn't believe it. I called my mom crying.
Just with that small amount, how much it affected my muscle and joint pain. It was just amazing.
It's been a miracle for me, literally. I get emotional about it, but it's really helped me.
I called everybody I knew and told them that I had finally found something to help me, you know, because anybody who's important in my life knows how much this affects me.
These stories seem powerful, but the real concern is whether this drug is dangerous or addictive.
Have you had any problems with it?
No, not at all.
Do you find that to be addictive or take more of it?
I personally haven't found that I'm building any kind of real tolerance to it.
There's no withdrawals, there's no side effects.
That's part of the reason why I don't use opioids anymore. Yeah. Because I had an issue with the habit-forming nature of the opioids.
Interesting. That's something I didn't expect, especially with all of the scare stories. So, if nobody is dying and calls to poison control are low for both Kratom and 7-0, why is the government stepping in? To answer that, we need to follow the money.
The government's trying to ban it. You know, they just banned it in Florida. Now they're trying to ban it nationally. What do you think happens if they ban this?
It means I'm gonna have to go to the doctor, get back on painkillers.
I go back to not being able to make it through my 10-hour shift. That would be kind of detrimental to me, honestly. I don't know what I'll do if they ban it.
I never want to see the day that I cannot get them.
It just seems every time something's good, they have to put their hands in it and ruin it for everybody. Why would they want to ban it? Why? Because they're not getting any money from it? Think about the people for a change. Think of all of us.
For patients, 7-OH is the elevator. Stronger relief, faster onset, a new lease on life. But it is not just about personal stories. To really understand how 7-OH works, I needed to hear from the experts.
So for many years, Kratom was available and a lot of people started taking it. Then 2 years ago, 7-OH hit the market.
So 7-hydroxymetrogenine is a byproduct, actually an oxidation product of metrogenines. If somebody consumes a Kratom product, actually their liver enzymes and their gut enzymes will convert that metrogenine into 7-hydroxymetrogenine.
Metrogynin is a prodrug. The liver is creating metabolite 7-OH, and that's the real drug that is doing this.
Instead of having to take the whole leaf Kratom, people now only had to take the tablet to get all the benefit. And people started doing that.
Essentially, instead of taking handfuls of weaker Kratom, people started switching to the simpler pill form of 7-OH, easier to take, stronger in effect. That made sense. But what do these experts have to say about the dangerous claims of 7-OH?
Do you think 7-OH is a safe alternative to these drugs that the doctors are giving people?
No question. We have not found an LDL-50 level, meaning a lethal dose level.
7-OH has a limited potential for abuse. It is not a full agonist on the mu opioid receptor. It is only a partial agonist, and that means that it is not going to produce the respiratory depressant effect that makes heroin and fentanyl so dangerous.
I've got the reputation for looking at the science and being a blunt reporter of science. The science isn't there for overdose death. For 7-hydroxy, it's just not there. And I've seen the medical records.
The pharmacology shows that 7-O is safer.
At this point, we're down over 40% opioid deaths from 23. The only thing that's really changed is 7-OH have suddenly appeared. 7-OH production goes up, the deaths fall. It's in sync time-wise. It's amazing.
Well, a historic moment in the fight to combat the opioid epidemic, with the CDC releasing new findings.
They're highlighting the largest one-year drop in drug overdose deaths.
The states where 7-OH is banned saw continued increases or flat in fatal opioid overdoses. Let's not ignore that data and what it's telling us. There is so much potential for 7-OH. Why should we short circuit that?
The kind of folks that I've studied for the last 10 years are people who have been
in some way failed by the systems that we have in this country. And oftentimes they have chronic pain, they have psychiatric health issues, they have substance use disorders issues. And if you have more than one comorbidity, your odds of getting adequate treatment just go way, way, way down.
The numbers do not lie. As 7-OH production goes up, opioid deaths seem to fall. The science does not say it is deadly. The experience of these users do not say it's an issue, but the fight against it is louder than ever. You cannot ignore these voices. For one person, this saved their life. For another, it ruined theirs. The problem is that in an unregulated market, dosing is all over the place. Gas stations sell tablets starting at extremely high dosages with no guidance and no education. That is where things get messy.
The only mechanism of uniqueness is to make stronger and stronger products to fuck people up more.
And in that chaos, fear wins. But make no mistake, this is not just about safety, it is about money. The American Kratom Association and the Global Kratom Coalition take millions every year. They want Kratom to stay legal, and they want 7-OH gone so it doesn't swallow up their business. So the industry is at war with itself. Big Kratom versus 7-OH companies. Both sides claim they are protecting the public. Both sides say they are fighting for patients. But in the middle of this civil war are the actual patients. They are not in the rooms where deals get made. They are just people in pain.
I never want to see the day that I cannot get them.
People that finally found something that helped, and now they are being told that relief might be taken away.
The people that use it are the people that actually need it. You know, I get emotional about it, but it's really helped me.
To have something as powerful, as meaningful as this is to society, to think that me standing up could make that difference. I'm in.
In 2 years of 7-OH being on the market, probably around 1 billion servings having been consumed, only 11 adverse events.
I'm not aware of any respiratory depression with Kratom or with 7-OH.
If it really was an immediate public health crisis, you would see bodies in the street, but you're not.
So what now? I have seen these stories before. Steroids were demonized. Opioids were sold as safe. And now it is 7-OH. Every time, the story is less about science and more about control, power, politics, and profits. It's about picking a side. Big Kratom, 7-OH companies, regulators, critics. But millions of people are not picking sides. Kratom has helped them. It has saved millions of lives. In many states, they are trying to ban 7-OH and all other Kratom products. That means no more Kratom for anyone. Without access to these compounds, many people will be pushed back toward opioids and other dangerous street drugs. We need a real solution because no matter what, we are still living in a world of pain.
Wow. 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 That was incredible. That was probably it was the first time I've seen that, and I'm going to guess it was the first time that a lot of you have seen that. That was absolutely fantastic. I look forward to us getting a link for that so we can all watch it again and support Chris in his efforts. That was really, really incredible. And what a story we have here, right, everybody? So we're here on the Comment-A-Thon today, as we know, and our goal is to raise those HHS public comments as fast as possible, get those numbers in. Note that you're not going to see the numbers rise today because it always takes till the next day for them to update. So whatever we do today should show up tomorrow. So just keep them coming, keep them coming. And with that, I'm going to help bring one of my colleagues to the stage with me, and that is Ms. Wednesday ForestBear, which many of you might know already. Wednesday, welcome. Your mic might be off. There we go.
There we go.
Hi. Hi.
Hi, everybody.
How are you?
What a great day.
Are you in hurricane watch?
I am in tropical storm watch. We're watching out for Big Bertha right now, and she's hitting us, but she's giving us a little bit of time, so I'm able to be here for a little bit longer. So
I love that. So what do you think of today?
Today has been amazing. It's been so much better than we could even have had imagined, with all of the different people, the speakers, all of you that have joined us here, and everybody that has just had great comments, great stories, just everything. I'm blown away by it. The planning of this was hectic as hell and crazy, but I could tell you all, it is worth it. This is great.
Yeah,
so I'm
I totally
happy
agree.
to
I
be
think,
here.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think that it's worth it is really worth repeating, because this is so worth it, right? Oh,
yep, it totally is.
Yeah.
So sorry if my internet keeps being weird. The storm is making all the connections weird here.
All right. Well, we'll do the best we can. We'll do the best we can.
Okay.
Yeah, it seems like there's a bit of a delay, just so you know. So we'll try not to talk over each other given that. Okay. So Wednesday, while we have a few minutes here before we bring on our next wonderful guests, tell us a little bit about you and how you ended up here. What's your Kratom story?
Well, I started out in studying in psychedelics, but even before that, I was born with degenerative spine diseases in my neck and my back. I have a lot in common with Madalyn, and I think that's another reason we get along so well. I was told that I would be in a wheelchair full time by the time that I'm 40. I'm 40 now. And with Kratom and 7.0, I can pretty much walk everywhere. I don't really have any issues so long as I'm able to do that. Before, I was on Dillard, oxycodone, morphine, all at the same time. So I was a zombie, complete zombie, just to try and get by without having excruciating pain. I also have autoimmune disease and essential tremor, which is why my voice shakes and my hands shake, which is a neurological disorder. And I get so much help from 7.0 for that. My shakes go down so much, and I'm having a much easier time being able to just function, not have to be bedridden. So as soon as, I found out about it and it's helped me so much, I wanted to spread the word, I want to help other people. I have been in this war on pain for so long that I just needed to fight. So I've been, even before I joined, was out legislation myself. I spoke at hearings. I work with a lot of other people that are probably on here right now. And now I run socials along with my best friend and another one of our teammates. We have a giant Reddit, and it's the biggest 7.0 Reddit. We also have a Discord, and we run all of those and try and have discussion. I educate consumers on kind of a little bit of the science and the experiential knowledge of everything that comes along with Kratom and 7.0, because I am, let's say, addicted to research studies. I grew up with a forensic toxicologist and medical professor as a mother. So, I kind of got that from her, and just the science nerd in me has come out. So that's why as soon as I moved over from psychedelics into this, I've just been going hard ever since. As many people as I can.
Yeah. Wow. That's really, really amazing. I mean, again, story after story here, right? We just hear, and it's like for people who like myself, people like myself who don't actually experience, again, grateful to say this, I don't suffer with any kind of chronic pain. It's always like shocking on some level to realize how many people do.
It's true. And there's just so much of us out here, and we're all just trying to fight just to be able to function. And we shouldn't have to do that. Like, we're productive members of society. We're not criminals. We're not going and doing crazy shit, you know. And probably a lot of us used to when we were self-medicating with other things. I know I did some crazy shit back then. But, you know, now I don't need to. And I can just use this tool not only for pain, but for harm reduction, to stay off of anything that I don't want to be using that's a dangerous, you know, substance. I do not judge anyone for anything that they use or anything they need or want or anything along those lines. But I do want to keep people safe and keep myself safe. So that's why it's just so great. We need to fight so hard for this, and we need all of you guys to submit those comments.
We sure do. And you know what? I think before we bring up our next guests, let's take the opportunity for all the new people that we have here. Let's do another walkthrough of the steps so that people can, you know, that again, we have new people. Look at our producer, so on top of it. I love it. All right. So here we
Great
go.
job,
Yeah, great job, producer. Thank you. So here we go. If you want to make a comment, if you haven't made one already, and submit it to the public register, 7 Hope Alliance has a couple of different ways that we're offering for you to do this. You start by going to 7hopealliance.org/federal, or if you just go to 7 Hope Alliance, where we are right now, and you go to take action, the first button there is federal, and you end up here. And then you scroll down a little bit. And the first way that we are offering for you to do this is we've got an LLM involved to help you write your letter. So you fill out a couple of survey questions, and then that will generate a letter for you that you can, of course, customize further beyond that. But it will not be a template letter. It will be unique. And then it will send you that letter, and it is still up to you to make that submission on your own. So we're not doing this automatically. There's nothing happening. It's just a way, it's in lieu of a person helping you write your letter, in which in fact 7 Hope has offered a couple of different webinars to help people write letters. So it's basically the same thing. We're just doing it with an LLM. So that's option number 1. The other option, if you scroll down, is going to be to submit your own comment straight to the Federal Register. And if we could put up that Federal Register banner again, that would be great if there's anybody around to do that. I think I can probably find it here. Here it is. No, that's not it. Oh, yep, here it is. Okay, there we go. So on this one, you're going to go to that website, and you'll see the 70H comment. There we go. There we are. I'm going to take away the banner. Okay. And so you get here, and it says open for comments. So you click the open for comments button, and then that will give you, scroll down in the right corner there, you'll see a comment button, which we'll see if it works this time. All right. The HHS has fixed their site. We broke it before. So you get to there, and then you are going to click write a comment. So you're actually, it says right there, comment, and it's a required field. Start typing your comment. You can type your comment there, which obviously we're not going to submit this one, but you type your comment there. Alternately, you can, or also rather, you can attach the letter. You can attach a PDF, anything really, a Microsoft Word doc in the attach box. Then it's going to ask for your email. Needs to know that. And then after that, you're going to get these choices: an individual, an organization, or anonymous. We'll assume that none of you are organizations, so we'll talk about individual, anonymous. For individual, what that means is you are going to submit, and once you click that button, it's going to ask you for a little bit more information of who you are, and then that will post on the register. It'll have your comment and your name attached. If you choose anonymous, that is completely fine if you don't want to go public. The same thing will happen. You'll see here, it does not ask you for any additional information. You just need to prove you're not a robot, and your comment will get submitted. And for those people who've been asking, the way that the comments work is they get weighted differently. So if, you know, somebody in the science world, let's say, submits a comment, that comment may get weighed more than, let's say, an anonymous comment, right? Which is not counted. It's just got a different weight behind it. So there's an AI that scrubs HHS for duplicate comments, for templates, and that's why we're telling you don't use template letters. customize, customize, customize. And honestly, they really want to hear your story. They don't want to hear a templated story. So tell your story, feel free. This is the opportunity. And then after that, there are human beings at HHS that are looking through, and they have, they're tasked with reading all of these letters and determining what bucket they go into based on what the topic and category that you're discussing. So if it's threshold and you're talking about milligram caps, it's going to go into this bucket. If it's talking about, you know, your arthritis and all that, it might go into this bucket. And so they're going to separate that out. So the number of comments that come in will be the cumulative number. The number of topics or conversations or categories might be less because they're repeated in many of the comments, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't continue to send your comments in, because you should. We need to hit much greater numbers than we're hitting now. So that's why we're having this comment-a-thon today. So, okay, producer, I think you can take that off because we're obviously not going to submit this one. Great. And then with that, I am going to turn it over here to Wednesday. And Wednesday, you can take it away and make your introductions, and I will see you guys in a little bit. You're on.
Hello, everybody. Again, I am going to be bringing on, sorry, my computer is messing up. 1 second. Okay, sorry. I'm back now. Hopefully you can all hear me. So I'm bringing back on Madalyn and all of the Kratom gals. So if they can all join me on here. Thank you, Madalyn. Hi, Twinkle. It's great to have you. And Venus.
Madalyn.
Welcome, all of you.
Hi, thank you.
So happy to have you guys here. I've spent some time with you guys, and I've known you all for a long time, and it's great to just have us all together here in this one spot for this great cause. So how are you guys today?
Good. Trying to get.
That's good.
Can y'all hear me okay? I think my mic.
Yes. Very excited to be here and to see the chat. The chat is just, it's going crazy. I love it.
On fire.
It
It's
is.
on fire.
It's
amazing.
All day. It is great. So, for goodness, I don't even know. I just lost my whole train of thought. Let's see how many times we've
It's
done
like a
that today.
reunion. It's like a reunion.
It is a reunion.
We've done this before. You've been on the Kratom Gals a few times.
I know, right? So there is one thing that I did want to talk about, and you guys can maybe give a little bit of your insight into it, since you are the Kratom Gals. Is people keep saying is Kratom for now, but that doesn't mean it won't be taken away or it won't be attacked. But MIT extracts that have high nitrogenate in them also will have a bigger amount of 7.0. So no, those extracts will also, underneath this ban, going to be taken out by the threshold that they are trying to get at right now. So how do you guys think about the Kratom people that are having some issues and not really knowing much about this, who have extracts out there that don't really know about this? Or have you heard anybody that has said anything about it? Or
there's a lot of confusion.
No, there's a lot of confusion. Definitely.
A lot of confusion. Okay, so it sounds like we need to educate people more. Maybe that's something that we can all, as a community, and you, everybody that's here too, if you speak to people, let them know, there is 7.0 in an MIT extract, especially if it's a full spectrum. I know extracts are not being banned as just extracts, but there are extracts that have the amount that above the threshold that are being banned. I am not spreading misinformation. This is just what is happening. We have some of our vendors actually are freaking out. I'm not gonna but they have been around for a long time. Some of the anti-7-0 people are even freaking out because their extracts are going to be taken away because of the amount of 7-0 that's in there. But yeah, that's something that everybody can think about if you'd like to, do the research yourself, because you think that maybe I am speaking misinformation, or speak to a scientist on this. Otherwise, then by all means, go for it.
It's why it was so important for me, and people don't like that I believe this way, but to preserve the plant, Kratom as the mother, and MIT and 7 that was essentially born from it. I do understand that 7 metabolizes in us, it's a metabolite, but I have been worried that all of this is going to cause the whole thing to end up getting banned, all of it. And so in my mind, I thought preserve this part of the whole plant. I'm not talking about the fully synthetics that roll off of it down the line, talking about the plant. And there's a lot of confusion, and not necessarily always intentional misinformation, but misinformation gets out there, and then other people believe it, or we believe it, and we send it back out as a misinformation, and then next thing you know, there's nothing is accurate or truthful anymore.
Yeah, I mean, there's misinformation everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
We said that at the same time.
It's hard to look anywhere.
Yeah.
You go ahead, Madalyn.
Yeah, no, it gets really confusing, and we keep hearing different things, and then we watch the news stories on the Kratom Gals, and we're like, wait a minute, where is this information coming from? Like, we just keep hearing different things. Whereas, bottom line,
and it's.
Sorry, I know you're on delay from us. Bottom line, like, I strongly do not feel prohibition is the way to go. So I get in trouble in the Kratom community for saying that. I don't care. I believe that banning is not the right method. Prohibition does not work. Regulations, sensible, just common sense regulations would be better. Would love to see that with Kratom and 7-OH, and not have just so much misinformation floating around, because all it does is cause confusion for everyone. And the last thing we need is for the public and lawmakers to get confused.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I'm just going to say what we have up here is we would like to hear more from Miss Venus. Can you tell us your story?
Thank you. My name is Venus, and I found Kratom, plain leaf Kratom, 9.5 years ago. And I got sick back in 2000, and I had a botched hysterectomy, which gave me adhesions, which doctors can't see. So they said that there was no reason for my pain. So I went to pain doctor after pain doctor, specialist after specialist. And of course, they thought I was just doctor shopping. I was put in rehab for 10 days. I've had to go to the streets. And I was just ready to give up when I found plain leaf Kratom. And luckily, I found a responsible vendor immediately. I was able to, I called my doctor first of all, and I told him, I said, look, you can touch me. I went in there, and the nurse practitioner almost cried. And she said, can I give you a hug? Because they could never touch me before. I would run out of the room. And I said, yeah. And I haven't stopped ever since. I tell my doctors about it. I educate them. I send them the information in the portal. And I just think that to have something like that taken away from people is just, and including 7-OH, because 7-OH has been that savior to a lot of you on top of plain leaf Kratom, that plain leaf Kratom has been for me. Luckily, plain leaf Kratom is plenty for me. I mean, even after a surgery, I had the IV taken out. But I just don't think it's right to take, I just support my fellow pain patients. And I know how it feels to find something and be terrified that it's going to be taken away. And it seems like everything that we do find that works and helps us does get taken away, not through any fault of our own, but because of abuse of other people. So that's just a little bit about me.
Amazing, Venus.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a touching story. Yeah, it's it's awful that
Thank you.
not only are we getting medicines taken away that are Western medicines, but they want to take away all the Eastern medicines, all the other ethnobotanicals. They're starting to attack other ones. It's really is the war on pain. It is just I don't know.
Right. We have to wonder when it's going to stop. You know, what they're going, when are they going to stop taking our resources away? There's plenty of resources out there for people in addiction that need help. And we shouldn't have to use those resources and take on that label because of somebody else's inability to be accountable for their inactions.
And that's exactly why I'm an ally to the 7-OH community, because exactly of that. Even though I'm a longtime Kratom consumer now for 7 years, it's been a game changer for my chronic pain issues, way better than the pharmaceuticals. But now, more than ever, I'm hearing the same stories I have and others have said about Kratom for pain, but with 7-OH. And I'm like, that is amazing that people are getting such great, like Twinkle. Twinkle's been telling her stories on the Kratom Gal show, and it's just phenomenal. And it's really opening up our eyes that we just keep hearing negative about 7-OH. It's like, wait a minute, there are lots of people over here using it therapeutically. They're not abusing it. They're using it to help manage their pain. And I think that's incredibly awesome. I think regulation is still needed, but don't take something away that helps millions of people with their pain around the country.
Amen. And we want to save Kratom and 7-O. We're still Kratom, you know, and people just need different options or different strengths, or somebody may need only the tea and maybe somebody needs an extract and maybe somebody else needs 7. So those options need to be available. Regulation, you know, stop the bans and regulation, not prohibition. That's on the back of my
One of the things that people are saying in the Kratom community, they'll say things like, well, go back to your plain leaf Kratom. And I'm like, people are telling me, people have been reaching out to me, DMing me, or coming in the live chat when we do our Kratom Gals over on YouTube every Saturday afternoon. And they'll say, I don't get the same relief with the leaf. I'm thrilled that I do. I'm blown away that I can, you know, make my little swamp water Kratom tea, and it works better than the Oxycontin and Percocets ever did for my chronic pain. But if somebody's getting amazing relief with 7-OH or their natural Kratom with some 7-OH, I think that's amazing. Well, I don't think it's right to treat those people badly that are getting great results so they're not suffering.
And thank you so much, Madalyn, for being an ally, and Venus for being an ally.
Yes.
Oh, of course.
Thank you guys, and thank everybody. Thank everybody that is here, that is an ally, that even if you don't take Kratom or anything like that, and you're just here, or if you take just 7-O, or if you take just Kratom, you know, all of us are in this together. This is all a community based on compassion for each other. And that's why we all work together so well. And we hate that the divide is out there from this stigma against 7-O. I use Kratom and 7-O for different reasons, but I do need them both. I do also make my swamp water, and I can definitely say that too. You're in the swamp of New Orleans. So, everybody that just needs, they need what they need, and people need to stop judging that and stop like spreading the misinformation that they're just getting by just Googling things. Like we haven't been able to trust the internet for a very long time. I mean, just, you know how to dig deep if you want to actually figure things out. And that's how
deep dive.
Sorry. Yes,
No,
deep dive. Sorry, I think I'm going in and out here.
Little bit.
Doing it live, but also talking to other people and listening to their experiences. And that's how it's been crazy to run the Reddit, because our subreddit has 30,000 people on it that use 7-O. And just being able to talk to them and to watch their stories and listen to them and help them in discussion. And you know, I educate them, but I learned just as much from everyone else, even though I've been around doing this for, it feels like a million years now. These people all have their own stories, and every is, you know, good for everyone. Science is always learning. It's not, you know, it is fact, but it's always learning.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, no judgment anywhere. And sorry if my computer is, I keep going in and
That's okay.
you guys can see me or not.
We're not going to let Tropical
the
Storm
storm
keep you
is
from
just
doing
getting
it.
Right, right.
But see, this one of the
the
things,
storm is right here.
this is one of the things with our Kratom Gals live stream. So, you know, we've been hosting this Saturday live stream every Saturday afternoon on YouTube for 2.5 years. And it was just this idea I had of like, let's come together as a group and talk about Kratom for an hour or two. It ended up being for hours because everybody loves it and don't want us to stop. And we have a live chat just like y'all have in here. And the conversations are just phenomenal. And it's been interesting seeing more and more people come into our live chat talking about using 7-OH and how it's helping them. And they appreciate the fact that we don't make anybody feel bad. But that's just not how our thing is. I'm never going to let somebody feel bad, even if they're, you know, someone who's in active addiction or somebody who's using street drugs, whatever. Like, we're always a safe place, no matter where you're at, where you're coming from. And I know some people in the Kratom community don't like that, you know, we accept all, but it's too bad. That's how I like to operate things. And I just am seeing this huge shift now with 7-OH, and so many people are going public now and talking about it. And I notice every week when we're live streaming in our live chat, more and more people are getting emboldened and talking about and sharing their use of 7-OH. And it's almost always the same thing. I use natural Kratom, and I've been supplementing it with some 7-OH. I take small amounts, and I'm getting the best pain relief I've ever had.
Yeah.
And I just like, I think that's amazing. That's amazing. And we should be on people's side and not judge and make them feel bad.
Right, we should be celebrating that.
Because we're still fighting for Kratom
Yes, and
too. It's
Yes.
still for Kratom too. It's
Yes.
not like we, you know, we cheated on Kratom for 7, or in my case, but you know, you're using both. Well, I wasn't in a formal relationship anyway, but I like to get no. I've actually been married 40 years, so I'm in a very solid, you know. But as a metaphor and playfully speaking, we still very much support Kratom. We haven't pushed Kratom to the side for something else. We're just utilizing some, or I am, and Amanda is. You gals don't, but more and more people are being able to feel comfortable, as you just said, Madalyn, to come forward and reveal it, because there's others out there that still cannot, and they would not be able to because of the being shunned and pushed aside and told, you know, they're not welcome. And we don't do that. None of us do that.
Yeah, well, all of us on the Kratom Gals, we're all Kratom consumers first and foremost, and that's what brought us together. And then we've had some changes in the lineup over the years, and you've been a regular for over a year now. And last year, you started getting comfortable sharing publicly that you also have been utilizing little bits of 7-OH and how much it's helped. And then Amanda Rayner joined us earlier this year as one of our regulars, and she uses both as well. And then you have the rest of us that are just natural Kratom consumers. But we just want to have a conversation about Kratom, stop with all this misinformation and propaganda that's out there. And of course, 7-OH comes up a lot because it's always in the news. It's always in the media. You've always got somebody trying to make a viral video on YouTube or TikTok talking about Kratom extracts or 7-OH. And so we just like to have these discussions and share our thoughts. It doesn't mean we're advocating for use of Kratom or 7-OH. I even do a disclaimer at the very beginning every single week saying that. We're just basically a roundtable discussion, a lot like this, where we're just sharing our thoughts, our opinions, and letting others share theirs without being attacked, without having to debate. You know, it's not a debate stage. It's like, these are just everyday Kratom people, and now we're getting more of the 708 consumers, and we're just talking.
And we're all chronic pain patients or abandoned
Most,
pain patients.
a lot. Not everybody, but a lot.
Well, not everybody, true, but most of us, the three of us gals here are, you and I are abandoned.
The gals on the show, I'm sorry, I just don't want anybody watching this to think,
yes, you're right.
I can't come participate or watch. No, everybody's welcome in the community.
Right. Yes,
but yeah, we do talk about chronic pain a lot because we all, and we're not just some chronic pain, or we're all long time chronic pain sufferers. And so it does get brought up a lot because for those of us that are at that kind of place, it is all consuming. It is your life 24. I know all of us who are on stage here, all consuming 24/7. You never get away from it. And a lot of us have had this. For me, it's been 20 years. So we talk about that quite a bit.
And we also want to make sure that if people are going to, I'm sorry. We want to make sure that if people are going to go out there and they are going to consume it, instead of just hearing gas station heroin and go on and grabbing that, they know what to look for or just what not to look for and what to stay away from, and to be able to consume it responsibly and not see a package that's 1,000 milligrams and grab it and just go home and take it, you know? Because small milligrams, when we say small therapeutic doses, we're talking about 3, 5, 10, 12 milligrams, something like that. And I'm sure it varies, but I think that's what we mean.
Yeah. And if anybody, ends up trying it, you have to go small. You have to make sure that your body knows what you're taking, and don't, because maybe 5 milligrams is too much for one person the first time. I started with like 1.2, 5, because I cut a 10 milligram tablet in 10 pieces. So very low, and I'm still low to this day. So, I've increased, but overall 2 to 3 milligrams period in how I do that. You wouldn't want to stop at a highway rest stop, grab it, take the whole tablet, and get back on the highway. This is why regulation is so important.
Right.
The regulation is important so that if people that sold it didn't do it properly, they'd get a spanking and be told, you can't do it that way, or, I don't know, perhaps lose their business. But then this way you have a model like that, and it keeps everyone, the person that sells it and the person that picks it up. And it's not just, 100 milligram capsule in a gas station or in something like that could be adverse. So, but that is why the regulation is important, not the prohibition and the bans.
Right.
Exactly. And I just want to take this minute just to let everybody else that's here know that these gals here are a huge part of the reason that the stigma has changed and the divide has gotten a lot smaller. It started with little Twinkie, as I call her, is my Twinkie.
I love it. Yeah.
Taking her little nibbles of 7-0 and being brave enough to talk about it. And now you guys are a safe space, as journalism shows both sides of things. You make sure that everybody knows what's going on. I also just take nibbles at a time. I've been taking 7-0 for 3 years now, and I've never gone above 7 milligrams. And that's kind of crazy that my body's never needed to really get in. If I take more, it just me, want to go to sleep. So it's not, that's the good thing about that. So I just want to tell everybody here, please go and watch the Kratom Gals. Listen to their things. They're great. They're hilarious. They're very entertaining, and we are so grateful to them for what they've done. And we're so happy to have them here, as well as Madalyn here on our team, and coming on to this for us, that we just extended giant 7 hope thank you to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us. This
Thank
was really
you.
great.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it. And again, as an ally, I really love all that y'all are doing. I love that y'all support all Kratom. I love when
Mhm.
like Twinkle's shirt when she first got that in California and we were seeing
Yep.
pictures, and it's like people in the Kratom community, they don't support Kratom. I'm like, look at the shirt and
Yeah.
look
Yeah.
at the testimonials they give. They're not just talking about 708. Y'all are talking about Kratom as well.
Yes.
So
Mhm. And most of them started out as
Yes,
plain Kratom consumers.
That's it. Correct.
yes, a lot of people we talked to
We all
either started with that
Yeah.
or they still use natural Kratom along with their 708. That's very
Mhm.
common. We hear that a lot.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for having us.
Yeah.
Thank
it
you
was-
so
Thank
much.
you.
Yes, honestly, it's also absolutely great to have actually be in Sacramento. I flew out there and I got to meet Twinkle,
Yes.
and we walked around the Capitol together and spoke to different
Yes.
staff members and everything. And yeah, it's amazing when you actually are in that bonding moment of finally from knowing someone online and fighting for something for so long and then meeting them in person. And it was just this crazy click of like, we already know each other. We're all family here.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
I really consider these communities as family. And, you know, I'm a dork and a nerd in science, and I don't have a lot of in-person here. So y'all are my friends and y'all are my family.
And you're ours.
So,
Definitely.
All right. Well, thank you for
thank
having
you.
us. We
Thank
appreciate
you for
it. See
having
you
us.
later.
Thank you.
Kratom
Bye.
Gals.
Thank you, Jackie.
So
See you in the
much.
comments.
Thank
Thank
you.
you,
We're
Lynn.
so grateful. Yay. Yay. Twinkle Venus.
y'all.
Yay. All right. Wednesday. You're holding on there. Bertha is like I said, is trying to take you down, but we're not going to let
I
her.
know.
So.
Just let me. I know. Right?
Exactly. So really great, really great. That was a wonderful conversation. And, you know, I want to remind everybody that you can look for, if you don't know who the Kratom Gals were and you didn't know who they were before this, you can look for the podcast, Kratom Stories podcast and Kratom Gals. And you will find some really awesome conversations and stories with these women and more. So, with that, I think Wednesday, let's take a minute and just talk about why we're here today and our comment-a-thon. All right. Our goal is to get everybody to continue to post your comments at HHS. We'll go through probably the steps one more time after the next guest. And but comment, petition, post on Twitter and on YouTube. Yep, all of it. We want to keep it all going. We've got another hour and a half to go, and then and then we'll wrap this one up. But we're not there yet. We have got a fantastic guest coming on in just a minute, and his name is Hamilton Morris. And so I think right before we get Hamilton on stage, let's, producer, if you have maybe two more consumer comments, consumer videos. Let's go ahead and take a look at those. And then Wednesday, I want to thank you for jumping in and participating and being a part of this. You're an amazing force as well, and we love everything that you do. So thank you so much for being here. And let's go to some some testimonials. All right, stay safe out there.
Hello, please consider not banning
Thank you.
7-OH,
Love
the
y'all.
extract of the kratom plant. It's a natural remedy for chronic pain. It has helped me with chronic pain from my knees and from years of sports and my lower back from a car accident in my early 20s. Please consider not banning this so you can help people like us also get on and be pain-free. Thank you very much for your consideration.
I don't think 7-Ohm should be banned. It has been pivotal, along with Kratom, at getting not only me, but so many people.
Oh, I think that one, we lost that one a little early, but thank you, producer, for doing that. So we are at the top, we're 2 minutes in, but we're at the top of a half an hour. How about that? And with that, I am going to introduce our next guest. Many of you already know who he is. And for those of you who don't, you're about to find out. So Hamilton Morris is a podcaster. He is a chemist, a journalist, a documentary filmmaker. He is best known for as the creator and director of Hamilton's Pharmacopoeia, which examines psychoactive drugs through their chemistry, history, and cultural significance. And I would love to invite Hamilton to the stage to come join me. Hamilton.
Hello.
How are you? Super good to see you.
Good to see you. I haven't had a chance to look at all this, but I'm glad this is happening. I'm glad that you're drawing attention to everything that's happening right now. Are the comments coming in?
They're going wild. Massive amounts of comments. We've had unbelievable engagement. Everybody is just fantastic. We've had some great questions. A lot of stories have been shared. We've really covered a tremendous amount of ground. We had some incredible speakers throughout the day. So excited to have you join us. Hamilton, why and how did you come about? We'll go back in your history in a minute, but let's tell us how you got to Kratom and 7-0. How did this particular plant make its way into your world?
I've been interested in it for a very long time. I probably tried Kratom for the first time sometime around 2010, 2011, something like that, long before it had become as widespread as it is today. And I appreciated it. I didn't really have any medical need for something like that. I don't have chronic pain or problems with pain. I just thought it was an interesting, enjoyable substance. And I was kind of amazed to watch as it became increasingly prominent in American culture and became a sort of industry and seemed to have all kinds of amazing health effects. And then I was, of course, dismayed in August of 2016 when there was this effort to ban Kratom. And then I was really amazed when the efforts of activists and users and people who believed in this plant and wanted it to be available for research and for medicinal use and for anything else actually succeeded in this unprecedented reversal, which was for me incredibly inspiring because there's just such a long history of the government trampling over the wishes of the people and interfering with people, criminalizing things that, if they're issues at all, are medical, not legal concerns. And so I think I was, like many people, really heartened to see how people had organized and succeeded in the face of all of this ridiculous opposition. And watching all of that unfold, I then made a documentary about it for my series in 2017. And at that time, there was still this feeling that, you know, at any point the government might just decide to destroy all of this because they never had a particularly good reason in the first place. So who knows what might motivate them to try to prevent people from doing this. Like, one of the interesting dimensions of it being so popular is that it developed a strong enough user base and strong enough industry base that people were able to maintain its legal status, which I think is also sort of unprecedented and interesting and shows what happens when something is effectively integrated into society. So, you know, all of that was amazing. And then I've been a little bit disheartened to see how many people from that community have been opponents of 7-hydroxymetragenine, or to see how much infighting has emerged. And I've tried to think about this as empathically as possible, or to try to understand that perspective. It's sort of slightly analogous to something that you see in the psychedelic world, where paradoxically, members of the Native American church are sometimes opposed to efforts to decriminalize peyote. I don't know if you've ever seen this before.
I have seen a little bit, but tell us. Yeah.
Yeah, and so if you look at that as an outsider, you think, well, wait a second, that doesn't make any sense at all. Why on earth would these people who fought so hard to have the legal right to use peyote be in favor of it being illegal? But if you think about it a little more, that's exactly the reason. Is there is this idea that they fought so hard for this to be legal that they're afraid anything might interfere with that status. And what if these people who don't have it integrated into a religious tradition misuse it in some way, and that results in the reversal of this right that they fought so hard for? So they're doing it essentially out of fear. And I think that there's something very similar operating in the infighting in the Kratom world, where people think we fought so hard for this plant, we don't want to lose what we fought for by allowing people to have this other way of using it. But I think this is misguided. I understand where they're coming from. I understand why they think that this is a logical approach, but I don't think it's the appropriate one. And I think that ultimately what we've seen, I mean, it's already happened in Kansas. They've made Kratom illegal. This is a process that is irrational. If it were rational, they wouldn't have even tried in 2016 to begin with. This is like, of all the public health threats in this country, this is like truly not the major concern in terms of protecting people. So yeah, I'm glad to see that people are making their voices heard. I've been talking about it. I've been surprised that it's as controversial as it is, because my take on this has always been, it doesn't matter whether you like a drug personally, or even whether you think a drug is good or safe or anything like that. Prohibition is simply not an effective control strategy. It doesn't mitigate harms. It exacerbates harms. We've seen this again and again and again. And so even if you think that 7-hydroxymetragenine is a terrible substance, you still should be opposed to its prohibition, because prohibiting it is not going to make things better. I can say that with absolute certainty. Ask any chemist who knows even a tiny bit about this, and they will be able to name 50 things that could take its place that will likely be less safe. And it's also going to interfere with valuable scientific research. If there are outstanding questions about exactly how it interacts with the mu-opioid receptor, or exactly what effects it may or may not have on respiration, which are very complicated to study, that's only going to get more difficult to study once this is prohibited. In fact, the tendency is for it to halt research entirely.
Right. And, and that's such a good point. We haven't actually talked much about that today. So I'm glad you brought that up, because for the people out there, if 7-0 does end up as a Schedule I drug, that essentially halts research. So the whole idea of let's learn more about this, let's study it, let's, understand it better, would go away. And it's counterintuitive, it's counterproductive. Why do you think that the government continues today in 2026 to push for prohibition? What do you think is going on there?
Oh, we could talk about that for a while. So and it pains me to say this, it brings me absolutely no joy whatsoever to say this, but the very painful reality is that many people still think prohibition is a good idea. There was a recent RAND survey of American attitudes towards psychedelic legalization, and I was shocked by the results. About 2/3 of people don't approve of medical use of mushrooms, even in a medical context. So that's kind of shocking. And what it mirrored is American attitudes toward cannabis in the 90s, approximately. We are, unfortunately, have been exposed to generations of propaganda about drugs. Many people have a misguided belief that prohibition is an effective strategy. They simply haven't thought about it very much. They don't understand. They're not thinking deeply. They're not looking at the history. They're not looking at how people have been trying this for hundreds of years internationally, and it doesn't work. And the few times where it does work require enforcement so draconian that it's incompatible with a free society. Like, sure, if you kill people, if the state murders people for using drugs, that tends to work decently, but that's not, I don't think that's a good way to go about this. So that's, I think, a big part of the problem. You know, there was a YouTube comment on my YouTube channel recently where somebody said, ketamine's an interesting drug and all, but there's no way they can make this stuff legal because I used to be addicted to it. And I thought, so your logic is that you became addicted to this drug using it illegally, therefore it can't be legal, even though its illegality didn't prevent you from becoming addicted to it. So there's this like extreme logical inconsistency in this view. Also, he doesn't recognize that it is legal and is used medically all the time. So there's many layers of weirdness, but this is the thinking, is that if somebody has a problem with the drug, the solution is to make it a crime to use that drug, no matter how much evidence accumulates that this is absolutely absurd. It's nonsense. It's a medical problem. If it is a problem at all, it is a medical problem, and one that needs to be treated through social support, medical interventions, not legal interventions. This is a huge waste of taxpayer money, of legal resources. It interferes with science. It interferes with medicine. It interferes with society in general. It costs people, I mean, it destroys lives. It's insane that we keep doing this. And a big part of it is that a lot of people support this. I mean, even on my subreddit, I'm a very vocal opponent of prohibition. You know, I sell hats that say the DEA is a terrorist organization, which may not be the most diplomatic, phrasing, but I'm very openly opposed and categorically opposed to prohibition, right? Because I don't, people sometimes will say, oh, psychedelics are different because they're not addictive, or psychedelics are different because they have medical value. It's not about whether a drug is good or bad. That's not the issue. The issue is that prohibition doesn't help people. It's a waste of resources and it harms people. It's incompatible with freedom. It's bad for science. It's bad for public health. That's the point. And so it's sort of unsettling to see on my own subreddit that people are saying, oh, but this is different. They're selling it in gas stations, you know. But the problem is that it always feels different. It always feels, you're always exposed to some propaganda that makes you think that this is the appropriate strategy. And then you look back 20 years later and you think, ooh, whoa, maybe placing LSD in Schedule 1 was kind of a mistake. Maybe that actually denied people access to a substance that was really valuable for studying consciousness and had potential applications in treatment of addiction and psychiatric medicine. So we really shouldn't have done that. But at the time, everyone had been exposed to news reports saying that it caused chromosomal damage or whatever, and they were afraid. We see this again and again and again for hundreds of years, the same pattern. And I think this is a really good opportunity for people to realize that it's not about whether they like the substance or not. That's actually completely irrelevant. The issue is that this is a waste of taxpayer money that interferes with interventions to protect public health and science.
Well, and I think you touched on so many things. There's a lot to unpack there, but I think one thing that sticks out at me is that just because something isn't good for you doesn't mean that it should be banned from the rest of the world, right? You as an adult, you can control hopefully what you do, what you put in your body, what what works for you, what doesn't work for you. I had a friend a long while ago who had smoked cannabis for like 30 years, since he was like 13 years old, right? Every day, big stoner. And then one day he gave it up. Well, I don't remember what happened, but he gave it up. And so it was a part of his lifestyle, it was a part of his culture. But once he gave it up, he not just gave it up, but he started judging everybody else who smoked weed. And I'm like, and I kept confronting him saying, how are you getting from I smoked my whole life to now you're a horrible person because you smoke weed, right? It's that disconnect. And I think we see that with a lot of the, I'm going to call them right now, legacy Kratom folks. And what I mean by that is people who've been around in the Kratom space for a long time and were, very happy and comfortable using natural Kratom leaf, which again, we completely support. But are having a hard time wrapping their head around how another version, another, way to take Kratom products and get the result you're looking for is somehow bad, right? So that's like this disconnect. And we at Seven Hope, we're constantly trying to educate people. We're trying to say, look, maybe open your mind a little bit and realize you may not want to do 7.0. We have a lot of people that don't use 7.0 that are allies of us, lots. So how do we get for people from stuck in the past to let's not focus on prohibition, let's focus on medical freedom, let's focus on responsible regulations, right? Not prohibition. Let's not send people back to the illicit market.
Yeah, I think really what is happening is that people are operating from a perspective of fear. That's really what's going on. It's not even that there are people that legitimately don't like 7-hydroxymetragenine, but I think what is really going on is that the majority of these people are afraid that it will give Kratom a bad name and it will ruin everything. This is what they're thinking. But again, this is kind of a weird way of thinking about it, because then you should just, first of all, the legality of Kratom shouldn't hinge on anything other than Kratom. So this is already kind of buying into a weird, twisted way of thinking about all of these problems, which the government has promoted. I mean, this kind of like weird strategies that people develop. I get where they're coming from. It sometimes works a little bit, but it's so inconsistent. One example of this logic arguably working would be things like the prohibition of DMT, but not many DMT containing plants. But what you actually end up with is a situation where the government selectively prosecutes people for the DMT containing plants if and when they feel like it, right? So it's not as if you can just sell DMT containing plants and nobody cares. What is actually going on is some people get completely fucked over, some people don't, and there's no way to know. And that is that's like a likely outcome that is one of the better likely outcomes of this. There's also far worse outcomes that could be a product of this.
Exactly. And that would be potentially going to jail, right? Being criminalized.
I mean, like this selective prosecution of people for having Kratom as a result of 7-hydroxy being made illegal. Like, we don't even have particularly good studies on rates of natural oxidation of metragenine. And so, like one possible scenario is someone has just old Kratom that is like gradually oxidizing and converting to 7-hydroxymetragenine past a legal limit, and now you have the opportunity to legally mess with people. There's all kinds of weird scenarios that can emerge. I don't think there's any situation where prohibition makes things better. It just doesn't ever work out that way. And I see people falling into this trap repeatedly. This was also happening somewhat recently with the DEA's efforts to prohibit these two psychedelic phenethylamines, DOI and DOC. And I remember people doing the exact same types of mental gymnastics where they were saying like, oh, let's give the DEA DOC to save DOI. This is a thing that people were actually give them DOC and it will protect DOI, as if it's like a sacrifice being made to an Aztec god. Like if we give them this, they will be appeased. Their hunger will be appeased and we'll get to have DOI a little bit longer before they need to feast again on a new molecule. And it's like, this is crazy. This is why are we sacrificing molecules to them so that scientists can't research them? This is absurd. This is like absolutely crazy and should not be done. I mean, there's still so much fundamental research to be done on these compounds. I was spending some time recently filming the production of 7-hydroxymetragenine and some related compounds, and the process that was being used to make metragenine pseudoindoxyl at this lab that I was at has never even been published, right? This is a scientifically totally unknown process for the rearrangement of these molecules. It's useful. It's chemically really fascinating. This stuff, it doesn't exist anywhere in the scientific literature. I was just on my Instagram, put out a story a moment ago asking if anybody can collaborate on research on respiratory depression, like to start answering some of these questions. And I'm thinking, how much time do I have to even do this research before it becomes a crime to collaborate with somebody in doing experiments? 2 weeks, less?
Right. Right. I mean, shouldn't the government actually be encouraging this research?
Yes.
Right. We tried to do a bunch of research. I think Kyle early this morning told us about it. We tried to do a bunch of research last year, the year before. We kind of got stonewalled, to be totally honest. The FDA sort of stepped in and softly said, nope, we don't want you to do this. And it was unfortunate because there's so, like you say, there's so much unknown still. There's so much research to do. And I mean, that's not even talking, that's the whole Kratom plant. There's still much research to do, not just on 7-OH, right? It's unfortunate that we're not able to do this right now. So what do you say to the folks that are out there that are saying, because we see it, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of comments are saying, if 7-O gets banned, I'm going back to the illicit market. I'm going to start drinking again. I'm going to fentanyl, et cetera, right? What do you say to them?
I say it's unsurprising. And I think that we've just seen this again and again and again. Synthetic cannabinoids are another example that they tried to stamp it out 50 different ways. They just kept getting stronger and more dangerous, causing more and more problems. They never disappeared entirely. They're still out there. It evolved. The market evolved, of course. I mean, at some point you have to contend with the reality that people use drugs for better or worse. And we need to create a society where that can be done in the safest possible way with the least detriment to the individual and the social structure. And that happens through regulation, through scientific research, through psychological support, through community support. I mean, it's just clear to me that this is going to have all sorts of negative, unintended consequences, and that it's a bad strategy for both the government and for the people who think that this is going to protect Kratom. I don't think that that is going to be the outcome.
Yeah. Well, we're here today to encourage people to continue to comment, post their public comments to HHS. Let's boost those numbers. Let's let them know what your thresholds that you use are, what your personal story is. If you haven't submitted yet, we'll go through it, the steps again in the next hour. But this is really it. This is our opportunity to share all of this information with the government and let them know that we don't think that there's enough information yet for them to justify a ban, right? There's too many unknowns. Science is obviously one huge part of that, but they haven't really spent a whole lot of time yet with the consumers either. And I think that's one of the great things about this public comment period is that it, as we've said many times today, it's not just about you as the consumer and what your experience is. We want to know that, but it's also about your family, your friends, your coworkers that are seeing how, hopefully how much better your life is and has become when using these products, and especially responsibly. I mean, I think as Hamilton, like we at 7-Hope, we support regulation, right? We are very, very anti-prohibition. We just like yourself, we do not believe that prohibition is the answer. It does the opposite of what it's intended to do. And it's a very old and antiquated system that really shouldn't really probably exist anymore unless it's something legitimately, terrifying that is really super dangerous for people. And, but this is not
Although
that.
I would point out, even with the most dangerous substances, we don't use the Controlled Substances Act.
Right.
Cyanide, strychnine, mercury, these are not controlled substances. Mercurochloride, the Controlled Substances Act is used to prevent people from using enjoyable drugs, not dangerous substances.
Yeah,
this is just the reality of the situation, and people have manipulated into thinking otherwise.
Right, and nobody should have to become a felon or a criminal of any kind for using a plant in this case, right? I mean, this is the other thing. We've got botanical sort of category versus pharmaceuticals, and that is also a big divide in this conversation.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'm getting enormous numbers of targeted ads that are, do you need help getting off 7-hydroxymetragenine? Sign up for this buprenorphine telemedicine. I'm not anti-buprenorphine, but at some point, it's obvious that this is just a sort of state-sanctioned opioid maintenance without any clear articulated pharmacological benefit of any kind, other than physician sanctioning and supervision.
Well, we are in just the last couple of minutes of our talk. What do you have going on in the future? What are you up to in this area?
Yeah, I've been filming the process, all of the chemistry and everything related to this, because I do think this is a really important historical moment that has been pretty much undocumented. Many of these processes have never been published scientifically. There's been so much scaremongering about various aspects to this. A lot of really basic questions haven't been asked about how many people are using it. Instead of talking about the dangers, I don't think enough people are asking the question of why is it so safe, which is another question that doesn't appear to be asked very often, and I think is a pretty important one to address if anyone is interested in the future of opioids and how they can be designed to maximize therapeutic effects and reduce adverse effects.
Yeah. If you don't mind, I really would try not to digress into this topic, but we've seen a lot of comments. Can you take just 60 seconds and talk to us about some of the other drugs that are looking down the barrel right now of the controlled substance list, whether it's pseudodoxil, tianeptine, SR, 17. Talk to us about those things for just a minute.
Yeah, there's a bunch of drugs that are being slated to be prohibited by the DEA, and I encourage anybody listening to this to look it up and get involved in that as well for all of the same reasons. Tianeptine is a big one. Another big one is SR17018, which is particularly interesting because it has been for many people a miracle drug for getting off of other opioids. It's not associated with any deaths. It doesn't appear to have any prominent abuse potential based on what is currently known. It seems like it's helping a lot of people. It seems like an extraordinarily bad drug to prohibit at the moment, when it is, based on everything I've read and every interview that I've done for my podcast, it seems like it's really helping a tremendous number of people. And there is just a attack by the government on a wide variety of these things. It's metragenine, pseudoindoxil, MGM-15, 7-hydroxymetragenine, SR17018, tianeptine, and others. And so I encourage people to fight the prohibition of those as well, because what's interesting is that a lot of these substances have the same thing in common, which is that despite being somewhat widely used, they seem remarkably safe. Tianeptine is another example. People say, like, it's associated with a small number of deaths or something. But what's really amazing is how few people have died from using this stuff. It seems like you can use extraordinarily, I'm not recommending this, of course, but it seems that many people have used extraordinarily high doses without issue. So these are actually, if anything, drugs that appear to have higher therapeutic indices than many of the historical pharmaceutically used morphine and opioids like oxycodone. And I think they sort of expand the definition of what an opioid can be by having such a large therapeutic index.
That's wonderful. Well, I think that's a great way to wrap this up. Hamilton, it has been a thrill and an honor to have you join us. We are now at 6 hours. We have been on for 6 hours. I feel like we have a comment-a-thon, but I kind of feel like it's a dance-a-thon too. So, you got to keep standing up, keep going. We're going to do this, guys.
I'm going to comment. I haven't commented yet.
You haven't commented? Right, okay, you got to get your comment in, Hamilton. Get your comment in. I'm going to do it. Yeah, do you want me to walk you through how to do it?
Yeah, well, for everyone, maybe you should. Yeah,
I think we could do it. We could take another. For between you and our next guest, we could let's do it. All right, here we go. We go to 7hopealliance.org/federal. When you get there, click on, if it doesn't get you straight to that page, go to Take Action, click Federal. It's the same page there we go. And you scroll down. We've given you 2 different ways to do this. The first way is by answering some survey questions. We've built an LLM to help with letter writing. It is not a template. It is going to be a unique letter that is based on your answers, and it will send you that letter, which you can then continue to customize if you want. You answer those questions, it'll send it back to you, tell your story, and then you'll submit that at regulations.gov. Alternately, if you don't want to use the AI method, you're going to directly submit. We're going to go send you right over to the regulations.gov page, where we're going to bring that up here in a second. And from there, producer's just getting that together. Here we go. All right. Once you get to this page, you're going to go ahead and you'll see it's open for comments on the left there. So you'll click open for comments, then you'll scroll down and you'll click comment in the bottom right. And then once you get to the bottom right corner, it's going to ask you, okay, start typing your comment. And your comment right there could be the whole story. It could also just be, I'm making a comment on 7OH or anything, and then you already have it as a PDF or as a Word doc or any other thing that you can attach into the box below. So the comment could be the whole story, or it could just be take a look at this letter. And once you put your comment in there, they're going to ask you for your email address, and then it's going to want you to choose who you are. Are you an individual, an organization, or anonymous? We recommend you choose individual. This is for people that are okay to have your name up on the Federal Register. If you do that, it's going to ask you for your contact information below, and then you'll just hit submit. Otherwise, you can choose anonymous if you don't want to be public, and it will not ask you. It'll just ask you to verify that you're not a robot, and your comment will be submitted. And just to reiterate, the government does have an AI that is scrubbing for duplicate comments and templates. So we definitely do not recommend you use a template. And if you do have a template, go ahead and take the time to update it, change the story, put your own story in there, because that's how it's going to get through the system and be counted properly. And that's it. That's the whole process. So if you can get that done and get your family, your friends, your coworkers, everybody you know to tell the government how amazing you're doing, how they've seen you get better, how they've seen your quality of life improve, that is equally as important as telling the government what milligrams you use per day, which you should be honest. Tell them what you use so that they understand that there's a wide range of thresholds to work with. So that's the process. Comment, comment, comment. We're going to get this thing up, and we'll see our numbers from today should show up tomorrow. It takes them usually overnight to update the comments. So the number itself may not change, although we're up at about 17,000 submitted comments right now. So we'll see how we did tomorrow, how we did today, tomorrow. So with that, Hamilton, you now know how to do it.
And just as one other very final, because I've gone through so many of these comments on other prohibition things, the people should not say that alcohol should be prohibited. The solution to injustice is not more injustice. So I see people sometimes saying like, oh, prohibit this instead of this. Don't do that. Just talk about how prohibition isn't good and how this is not. Be honest, of course. I'm not suggesting anyone, but like just talk about how this is. Be honest about how prohibition isn't going to help you. Don't recommend something else be prohibited in its stead. Let's get out of this gift to the gods mentality. It's not constructive.
I think that's excellent, excellent advice. So thank you, Hamilton. Really, really, really happy to have had you join us, and as an ally to the consumers out there. So thank you so much, and we'll hope to see you soon. So thank you. All right, everybody. Well, guess what? We are in our last and final hour of this live stream. It's been amazing. I'm still just watching the comments just fly. It's just incredible. So thank you so much. So we have a couple more guests coming up. I think producer, could you queue up maybe one consumer video to just show in the middle here, and then we'll bring up our next guests and keep going. So let's get up. Thank you. I'm trying. So we'll see you in just a second once producer puts up our consumer video, and then we'll come back with our next guests.
Hi, my name is Lacey and I'm 27 years old. I suffer from extreme PTSD and depression. And before taking 7.0, I was jobless, lifeless. I had no relationship with literally anybody. I was just existing, not living. And since taking 7.0, I've created my own business. I've gotten a new job and been promoted at that job. There are so many benefits from this. Please don't take it from us.
That's powerful. That's really powerful. Every single one of these is powerful. So, you know, we could show you guys these all day, but we'll keep it short for now. So, all right, we're moving into the last segment here. So I am about to introduce you to two wonderful, amazing human beings. The first person is Kat Murthy from Students for Sensible Drug Policy, SSDP. And Kat is the executive director. She's been working to advance individual liberty and more sensible drug policies. She is SSDP is the world's largest grassroots network focused on replacing the war on drugs with policies rooted in science, compassion, and human rights. And we are going to bring on Robert Rush, who some of you may have heard of. He is an attorney in private practice who focuses on controlled substances law, administrative law, and emerging drug policy issues. He's also the founder and director of the Rights and Reason Project and helped lead the historic DEA hearings challenging the proposed schedule of DOI and DOC, which Hamilton just talked about. He is currently spearheading efforts to stop the emergency scheduling of SR 17018 and is preserving the access to scientific research, legal review, and potentially important public health applications. Kat and Robert, welcome, welcome, welcome. There's Robert.
Hey.
Do we have Kat yet? Is she in the room? She said she was running a few minutes late. Well, Robert, while we're waiting for Kat, you and I can get started. Thank you for joining us today.
Hey, it's a pleasure to be here. I wish we were meeting under better circumstances than, the continuing insanity of the DEA with making drug scheduling decisions that are going to harm public health rather than preserve public health. And we just keep seeing this trend over and over again with really a disconnect from science, a disconnect from evidence, a disconnect from fact. Really just, this just reckless prohibition perspective that, it damages safe access to these substances, driving them underground. The continued criminalization, all it does is lead to proliferation of new substances of unknown origin and unknown provenance and pharmacological properties, and it destroys research opportunities in developing safer and better drugs.
It sure does. And we have heard a lot of information today about all of this. What is, in your experience, because you've been doing this for a long time, what's going on here? Why is the DEA so intent on driving us back decades in prohibition? Why are they not getting it? Is there a secret reason that we don't know about?
Well, I think, it's one thing. It's cultural with the DEA. It's the corporate culture, for lack of a better word, within the DEA. They have a prohibitionist mentality. That's how they look at everything. There are no good drugs as far as they're concerned other than an FDA medication. And quite frankly, you even look at something like Adderall, the shortage of Adderall that constantly affects patients throughout the United States every month, leaving shortfalls in medication that is prescribed lawfully by a doctor. DEA controls the production quotas on that. They refused to put forth reasonable production quotas to meet the people's needs. So even for lawful medications, there's problems with the DEA, but they just have a perspective that anything that is psychoactive, anything that's not an FDA-approved drug has to be Schedule 1. And we watched that with the DOI hearing that, they stipulated that there was no medical evidence of human use whatsoever. And this was incredibly important research compound for neuropharmacological research, and would have devastated science. But what did we see at the hearing? We saw them attack the scientists and personally attack them, and make insinuations that this would destroy their career and things like that. And I think science isn't that much far behind drugs with the DEA's contempt, quite honestly.
That's a really interesting point, because obviously we've seen over this last, 2 years here that the government has sort of gotten rid of a lot of the scientists that were in the space, right? I feel like there's a lack of scientists in the space right now. What do you think about that?
Well, I think they're definitely making it harder to function in the space. And also, too, they're just like this, the SR 17018 scheduling is a good example of this, that, you have here a compound that people have researched, and this may be a game-changing drug that could solve a lot of, issues with opioid dependence and provide an exit ramp for people who don't wish to use opioids anymore. And what they're doing is going to destroy the research into this compound, but also people who want to research this. Are you going to, if you're a grad student or if you're a professor, are you going to pick to research something and then knowing that at any moment, 30 days notice, the DEA can come in based upon a non-scientist, authority, the administrator, to criminalize this, and then all of your years, perhaps decades of research work you've done is just stripped away. So no, you're not going to research opioids. You're not going to research these things where we really need better options for a lot of people out there. You're not going to research that. You're going to pick something that's more safe. You're going to pick, some antihistamine or something for allergies, that they're, although if they find out it's psychoactive, they'll come after that too.
I come from my prior work to this was in cannabis space, and there was a doctor that I was close with, and he was an AMA, licensed doctor, but he had started practicing in cannabis medicine, and this was quite a while ago, before legalization, actually. And but he was seeing the results, right? He was treating kids with epilepsy and taking their seizures down from 100 a day to 1 a day, right? He was doing all kinds of things. He was working on his own dosing, and he was just kind of an outlier. There was very few cannabis doctors. I mean, gosh, there was like 3, right? For a while, like nothing. And I remember talking to him and saying, so, what's going on here? Like, what are you going to do? Are you going to keep going? Because isn't your AMA license sort of threatened? And his answer was, yes, it is threatened. And they have tried to take it away. And you know what? Let them. He goes, because I am doing the work here that I'm seeing the results. And if they want to take my license away, I will just continue to practice and do the good work of helping and healing people. It takes a lot of courage.
But you know what? It shouldn't have to take courage to research. You shouldn't be scared to research on. You shouldn't be scared to practice medicine, terrified of an organization. The DEA is the Drug Enforcement Administration. Enforcement, not the medical enforcement agency or administration. They're supposed to. They're supposed to enforce the Controlled Substances Act. They're not supposed to regulate medicine. They're not supposed to regulate science. They're supposed to enforce the Controlled Substances Act. And their scope of their, mission creep is gone haywire here. They control everything. And soon they're going to control the cannabis industry, possibly.
Well, yeah, that's a whole nother topic that is out there right now, and the DEA is looking at, right? So, yeah, exactly. So what is your recommendation for, people in the industry that are concerned right now? Because obviously, and even the consumers, right? I know you do a lot of big cases and things, and I'm not sure if you represent consumers or not, but what would you say to people where we are today?
Where we are today, I think the people in the industry, people who research this, it's a time for legal action. This is if the political action, if the voices of all the tens of thousands of people, their comments that they're submitting isn't enough to influence the policy and the judgment, I think then it comes down to it has to be the lawyers who are going to litigate this. And you look at the emergency scheduling, section of the Controlled Substances Act that they are using to do this. It's designed for serious imminent health threats. It's, this this does not appear to meet that. But it also, too, doesn't allow for any judicial review for 2 years during this period, extendable to 3 years, which, I mean, this is just madness. This is just, where do you have some that based upon the judgment of one person, either the administrator or the administrator, and just delegating that down to one chemist who's going to make sure that, they have it's based upon they're like an emperor, their thumbs up, thumbs down, and then no judicial review for 2 years. You have people with businesses, you have people here, whether it's SR or whether it's 70H, if this is emergency scheduling and goes through, people will die. There's going to be lots of deaths, and these are needless preventable deaths. That seems to me a hell of a long way from preventing an imminent health threat. It seems to me the agency itself is causing the imminent health threat.
Yep, you're probably right. Well, listen, we have about 5 minutes left, and unfortunately, we had a little problem with our Kat getting on, but she is on now, so I want to bring Kat on stage. Where is she? There we are. Hey, Kat.
Hey, everyone. I'm sorry, I'm joining from my phone because I couldn't get on the other way.
Okay, no problem. I already gave your intro, but again, Kat is the executive director of Students for Sensible Drug Policy, and her and Robert have you guys known each other for a while?
Yeah, we actually been speaking on the DEA together.
We've known each other since the DOI battle. That's where we first became connected with, I was representing a client, SSDP was filing a claim, and then we combined forces together with their attorney, Brett Phelps, and we took it to the DEA. So that's kind of how we became connected in the trenches of battling the DEA.
Yeah, well, Kat, we just got a couple minutes left. Tell us, what is SSDP doing as it relates to 70H and the Kratom fight? Where are you guys at?
Yeah, absolutely. This is something that is really important to our network. So SSDP, we're the largest grassroots network working to end the war on drugs. And we'd first gotten into this when we started to hear rumblings of Kratom prohibition coming back. There'd been a push for that in 2012. There'd been a push for that in 2016. And we started to see this. And then as we did that, we started to look into, hey, what's going to happen? What's going to be our strategy? How are we going to push back and prevent it from happening this time? And then we heard about 70H, and we saw this industry fight where a handful of companies have been misled to believe that they can keep Kratom legal by attacking 70H. Of course, 70H is a metabolite of Kratom. This is like saying that we're going to save coffee from getting criminalized by criminalizing caffeine. It doesn't make any sense. We started to look into it. And prohibition kills. And so we've got a tool out now. So we have a very short window for finding federal comments. It's less than, we supposedly 30 days. It ends on the 31st, and it only started on the end of the day on the 6th. So less than 30 days. We've got a public comment tool. We're encouraging everyone to post a letter to the federal government telling them why this is so important to them, why how 70H has helped them or people that they know what the dosage that they are using is, because that 1 milligram dosage does not make sense. And from that, we've started to see the stories pouring in, not just in the past year that we've been working on this issue, but particularly this comment period. In 2016, the grassroots was able to post 23,000 comments to the Federal Register. In just the last week and a half, we've got about 16,000 comments now. About 4,000 of those have come through our tool. And as we've been watching the stories pour in, there's just person after person who is talking about how 70H has helped them avoid other types of opioids that they don't want to use for one reason or another, that has helped them taper off of illicit or licit opioids when they've wanted to, that's allowed them to be more productive, more happy, and approach it in that way. And so it's very clear that this prohibition, and that is what it is, it's basically a full prohibition, is going to negatively impact millions of Americans. It's going to cause all sorts of problems, and ultimately it's going to result in deaths. And so that's a big concern for us. Of course, there's also issues of this is going to be shutting down the science. This is going to be adding new crimes. It's going to be criminalizing people who are in pain and who found a way to treat it for themselves in a way that it is working. And of course, people who just want to make choices about what substances they're using. And so we really are encouraging everyone, use your voice. We were able to defeat this in the past because of the grassroots. We were able to defeat this in the past because people stood up and they said, this is wrong, this does not make sense, and we need you not to pass this law. And we're asking you to do that. It takes less than 5 minutes to submit a comment through our tool. You can either use the letter that we've already written for you, or you can edit it to tell your story and explain why it's so important.
I think that's really great. Thank you, Kat, and thank you, SSDP, for your constant allyship in all of this as well. You guys are an incredible team, and we're so happy to have you working side by side with us. I hear some kind of sketchy sound here, but sorry about that, guys. Don't know where it's coming from, but all right, great. So anyway, thank you for everything. Robert, thank you for your time. Go fight the good fight for us. And we appreciate you guys so much. And so we're at the last little bit of our session here. So I am going to, before we bring on our sort of final guests here, you met her earlier, Madalyn Sklar from Kratom Gals. Madalyn put out a video I don't know, 2 or 3 days ago, something like that. And I really would love to show it to you. And then after that, we'll move on real quick. So, ma'am, producer, wherever you are, producer, if you would bring up the Madalyn Sklar video, that would be fantastic.
All right, let me be clear. I don't personally consume 7-0H, but I am a chronic pain sufferer over the last 20 years. And I'm seeing these comments show up more and more from people in the pain community. And this one says, I'm scared. 7-0H helps me very much. Not a huge amount. I'm going to be searching for illicit substitute methods. That's very concerning because we keep being told a narrative that the 7-0H products are causing everyone to get addicted. Well, is typically someone who is abusing it and who's taken very high amounts. And if they weren't abusing that, they'd be abusing something else. The pain community is very different than the addiction community. And we're seeing more and more people in the chronic pain community speaking out now about how they have found help with small amounts of 7-0H. Now, I support people in the pain community, however they're able to find what works for them, whether it's their pharmaceuticals and they're still in pain management, I say good for them. Or they're using natural kratom like myself, or if they're using 7-0H. And you know what? Even if they're going to the streets and getting illicit substances, people that have uncontrollable pain deserve pain relief. And the medical community has failed millions of us. So when I'm hearing more and more of these stories of people who have found help with therapeutic amounts of 7-0H, I'm here for them. And I'll help spread their voices out so they can get heard. And no one who suffers from debilitating chronic pain should be forced to suffer or forced to go get illicit substances off the streets. So share your thoughts in the comments. Me personally, I'm for regulations, not prohibition. Some people don't like that I say that. Too bad. I'm a natural kratom leaf consumer, but I also suffer from debilitating chronic pain, and I'm tired of we chronic pain sufferers being the forgotten ones across the board at every turn, whether it's the pharmaceuticals, it's a plant, or whatever. But share your thoughts. I want to hear from you.
Yeah, again, that's great. We are so grateful that we have Madalyn as an ally in this. That was a very powerful message. And thank you so much for everything. So here we go. We are in our last half an hour almost. So let's comment on that Comment-A-Thon. And I am about to bring back onto stage somebody that was on very early in the morning for those of you who have been with us all day. One of my most favorite human beings on in the entire planet, a woman by the name of Elena Lyman. And Elena is part of our Seven Hope team, as well as just being an incredible advocate. She is our drug policy advisor. Elena has come from, we'll get into it in a minute here, but she's come from, the way I like to say it is, in California, she is the one that had the baton in her hand that took legal cannabis over the line, or took cannabis over the line to make it legal. She worked tirelessly to advocate, working for Drug Policy Alliance, working to reverse all of the criminalizations that were out there, keeping kids out of jail, so many different amazing things. And we are just going to actually go back and talk a little bit about cannabis and how we got there and how it relates to what we're doing today. So with that, Elena, welcome back.
Thank you, Jackie. I've been here all along, amplifying people's amazing comments. Thank you, everyone, for sharing your stories. They've been really moving. And I've been one of the people behind the scenes trying to make sure that your voices were reflected on the screen.
Well, that's just great. Thank you for everything that you've been doing for us. It's really great to have somebody on the team who has a real big, deep knowledge of drug policy, as you heard all day long with all of these amazing people that we've had join us today. There's a lot to know. There's a lot. This is actually a very specialized, kind of industry and world. And it's just not something that a lot of people, kind of voluntarily take on. They usually end up in it accidentally. So I don't know, Elena, how did you get into all of this?
Well, I really ended up in drug policy because of my work to end mass incarceration. And when you really began to look at what has gone on over the last, 50 to 100 years, most criminalization has been driven by drug policies. You can go all the way back to when we first made heroin illegal as a way to discriminate and oppress the Chinese, and we went through every drug as a way to discriminate a particular group. And so when I began to really focus on this issue of mass incarceration, there are more people in jail in the US than in any other country in the world, is how I got to drug policy. And so I was the California director of the Drug Policy Alliance, and was one of the people who led the fight to legalize cannabis in the 2016 election in California, Prop 64. But one of the things that I was sharing in the morning that I would like to share again here now in the afternoon crowd is just to really talk to people directly about the long arc of drug policy, right? This is not an easy issue. You don't think it and win it. We don't have cute little children, right? We are drug users and people don't like us. The powers that be don't like us. They don't want to see us. They don't want to know about us. So it is the fight is a long one, right? People got to be in it for the long haul. And as Hamilton was saying, and you heard earlier from both Soren and Dr. Hart, you can't pick and choose the drugs you like and the drugs you don't like, and before the legalization of some and not the others. And so, we all have to kind of ask ourselves, that question. And as we know, there are people within our own plant community who are trying to take us down and to advance prohibition. So, happy to talk more about the long-term arc of the fight, Jackie, but I don't know if there's other questions you wanted to jump into.
Yeah, well, I actually thought, it's been a long day. I have a feeling that some of the people that are joining us today have been on the whole day, where others I know have popped in and out. So I thought we could lighten it up a little bit and maybe just kind of tell a couple of stories of how things were. I personally, and again, guys, I understand we're talking about 7.0 today, but it's all related, right? So back before cannabis was legalized, I remember having a phrase that I said a lot to people in the industry who were frustrated. And I kept saying, guys, these are the good old days. We're in the good old days now, right? Once things get legalized and regulated, it's a lot harder, right? And so it could kind of be similar in this case with Kratom and 7.0 sort of being, legal and unregulated. and everybody had direct access and can get it, and there's no problem, and everything's wonderful. And here comes the government to try to, put their rules on and put their prohibitions on and do all of that, and somehow it complicates things, right?
Yeah, it's a fine line. It's a fine line between, prohibition and then what you get with full legalization and commercialization. And, I remember with cannabis, we used to be able to get our 1,000 milligram gummies.
That's right.
And then they put us down to 100 milligrams a cap, 10 milligrams per serving. And for those of us who were heavier consumers, we weren't happy about that, but we adjusted.
That's right.
What we really weren't happy about were the taxes. And I really think we have to think carefully as we talk about regulation. It always means taxation, but we have to be careful to not overtax this plant the way we did with cannabis. Like, we destroyed the cannabis, legal market. We destroyed it before it could begin by overtaxation. So it's not that regulation is the paradise, right, that we all seek. And there really is a trade-off. These are the good old days, freewheeling. We can get what we want of whatever kratom alkaloid or its derivative. It's not going to be like this in the future. On the other hand, it's better than being criminalized, right? So.
Absolutely. It is better. And, and you're right. We did adjust, and it was frustrating. And I remember everybody freaking out. Oh my God, how am I going to go? How am I going to just have 10 milligrams? And everybody worked it out, right? Everyone worked it out. And now it's just kind of the way it is, but we still have legal cannabis, right? So it's going to be interesting to see how things continue to unfold with 7.0 and Kratom and, even pseudoindoxil, because right now they are, quote, legal, right? And I put the quotes there because obviously that's why we're here today, right?
And I think that's the thing for people to remember. The good news is we are still legal, right, for most of these derivatives. And so we're starting from ahead. And with cannabis, we were starting from way behind. By the time we were all born, we were already Schedule 3. And so, there's really an opportunity for unity, which is what we're always promoting at 7 Hope Alliance. What?
I said Schedule 1.
Sorry, Schedule 1. Yeah. But to say that there's really an opportunity for unity here, and we're seeing it in communities that are attending our calls and, our live streams. I really hope the broader Kratom community can come on board. I really hope the broader cannabis community can come on board. I mean, there's really is, something a little bit unnerving about people who want to kind of pick and choose winners and losers. In the end, as we've heard all along, prohibition doesn't work. I'd love to tell a story about how I met Jackie Subeck, the founder and executive director of this organization. I remember when I met her 10 years ago. I was running the Prop 64 campaign to legalize cannabis in California. We were in the final 3 or 4 months. And believe it or not, it was still our own cannabis industry who was sort of against us. Again, our frenemies, as I like to say. And the hub of that was the city of Los Angeles, which the largest cannabis market in the world was then, still is. And they were at each other's throats and they were at our throats. And Jackie walked into a meeting and she said, oh, okay. She didn't even say it. She just began to organize them and to get them to talk to each other and to get them to stop trying to defeat us. And then, she very quickly became our liaison to the industry, particularly in Los Angeles, so that we in the campaign could focus on our actual opponents, who were the cops and, soccer moms and the politicians. And, she really worked a miracle getting the industry to cooperate. And in some ways, Jackie, there's kind of some consistency in your role. So, Jackie was just one of those people who jumped in, full feet first. Honestly, I don't even think we paid her. But, she just was, worked around the clock to get the job done. And so, having you here leading this effort, it makes a big difference.
Oh, thank you so much for that. And yeah, it's a long journey. And I think something you said earlier really resonates, which is that these things, you don't think them and then they just happen. It takes time. It takes sometimes years to get, policies written that you think might be like average, normal, nothing special. As an example, like you know, I worked on cannabis consumption lounges in California, and one of the ideas was to like be able to have food and, you know, have a restaurant kind of situation. There's no alcohol around, so it was just cannabis and some food. And you would think, oh, well, that shouldn't be a problem, you know, but you know, we want to sell a bottle of water or a taco or whatever, not infused, just regular food. I mean, you take cannabis, you're going to get the munchies probably. So it seemed like a normal thing. But honestly, it took 6 bills, 5 authors, and 6 years to get the state government to even allow regular food to be sold, like a muffin, anything. It was like, how does it take 6 years to get them to allow food? We all eat every day. So, you know, but we had to stay at it. I mean, I was on it from the beginning. I could have given up along the way. And trust me, there was many times that I wanted to give up, but I knew that it had to get done, because how ridiculous that they're going to do something like that, right? Just prevent you from selling food. So it's an example of what we're doing here with 7.0 and trying to protect it, and Kratom and trying to protect it. And it takes a long time. So what's happened here is that, of course, DEA has stepped in and made our time window short, right? And all of a sudden it's like, oh my gosh, like we were talking earlier, we don't have time to do all the science. We don't have time to like educate every lawmaker in the country, in every state capital, so that they are aware of what this product is, what it does, let them hear from the people. We just don't have a lot of time to do that. I mean, that's what our partners Hart do. That's, you know, we're constantly doing education. And I think that's kind of a really big message for everybody here, is that we're fighting this battle. We're also constantly trying to keep everybody educated and trying to get them away from the bad media, which is hard to do in these days, right? We didn't really have as much of that during cannabis days. We didn't have as much bad media. There's some out there, but it wasn't as vicious as it is right now. Would you agree?
The bad media?
Yeah.
You know, I think the media has been a little bit all over the place. And I think that, you know, unfortunately, even the stories that have covered sort of some of the corruption that's going on behind the scenes refer to 7.0 as this terribly dangerous. So the media really needs to be informed. And we had to do that with cannabis as well. I mean, reefer madness was alive and well. We still see it. But there's now like Kratom madness, or whatever we want to call it, you know, and we should just call it leaf madness, you know.
Yeah.
But we do need to do, I think, we need to get the media more educated. I think the documentary that we showed a clip of really made that point. And I think, you know, more of these documentaries by Chris Bell, by Soren, by others, I think are going to be really helpful to the media perspective right now.
Well, you know, and it also comes down to donations and funding, right? You had what's the Facebook guy? What's his name?
Sean Parker. So
Sean Parker. I mean, right.
In order to run a $20 million, $26 million campaign, you need anchor funders. And that's the other thing I want to remind people. You know, we still have the opportunity to run ballot measures in the states, right? We were running ballot measures to legalize cannabis in the states, and cannabis was Schedule 1. So if any part of the leaf becomes Schedule 1, we still have the opportunity to do that in the states, even if the state legislatures aren't supportive. So again, if we stick together and there is funding there, it's a long-term battle. It's not like, oh, the DA bans it and it's over, we all go home. If we had done that on cannabis, we would have never been able to legalize cannabis. And now you're seeing, you know, psilocybin and other things moving along the same vein. So we need people in this for the long haul.
Yeah, I completely agree. Well, you know, on that, I think as we enter our final 20 minutes here, I would love it if I want to see who's still here. Is Madalyn by chance still here? If Madalyn, oh, there you are. You are still here. Thanks for staying around.
Oh, you did. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. Elena, you can come back and join, but sure. Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, I just wanted to like get your sort of take, and then I'm going to bring the rest of my team on stage here in just a minute, okay? But yeah, so make sure everybody's cameras are on. Let's do this. But Madalyn, as you've sat here and listened to this live stream today and all of the people speaking, including yourself, of course. What's your overall take on this?
I think the overall takeaway here is prohibition, not that regulation. It's been a long day watching all this unfold and watch all the amazing speakers and topics. Is that prohibition is not the answer. Regulation, not prohibition. Don't ban this. It's just not the right way to go.
Yeah.
And that was my biggest takeaway pretty much from everyone that spoke today.
Yeah. And for everybody to keep commenting, right? And I know a lot of people here, fortunately, you've already made your comments. But if you haven't, please do it. Do it today. Don't wait. The deadline is next week on the 31st. We will not know for a while if we get an extension. Assume we won't get one. Get that comment in there. Make sure you get it in. That is the most critical thing right now. So everybody continue to publicize this, continue to promote this, and continue to encourage everybody in your world to help save 7-0, because that is what we're here to do today. And so to sort of wrap things up, I would love it if my team is here. If you guys are able, the stage is going to get a little crowded, but I'd love to have my team join. I think Bertha might be getting in the way for Wednesday. We'll find out in a minute. The tropical storm. But yeah, I just want to show you who is behind all of this. So Jessica Lawless is our unbelievable. She's regional director for us. She's helped she's been running the backstage of this whole journey. Jessica, say hi and tell everybody, say hi to Jessica and thank her. She's been busting her butt to make this happen. We're so grateful.
It's been an incredible day. Thank you, everyone. I mean, all of you all who have been hosting and talking and doing all the bits and pieces have been amazing to watch. The guests have been incredible. The background, me and Enya are like texting and emailing and communicating with people and making sure, and then we have our scrambles and we have this and that, but it all worked out beautifully. And the beauty of all the comments going on, the fact that we've had like pretty consistently somewhere between 600 and 700 people, like, we got this. Like, this is quite a community. It's quite a movement. It's nerve-wracking, the potential of what's coming. This moment feels hopeful, and it's so nice to have a hopeful moment. And yeah, everything I'm listening to you two talking about and everyone else talking about the history of the cannabis struggle and drug policy struggles just lets me know we have a lot of options. This moment may not look like what we want, and it may look like what we want. We don't know, but this is not our only moment, and there is a lot of potential. So today has been very educational and uplifting and beautiful. So I'm proud to be part of it.
And Jessica, you are a 7-0 Kratom user as well, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I use both. So I use for two reasons. One is I have Crohn's, so a chronic disease that's digestive, and so Kratom is actually tough for me. Leaf Kratom is tough for me. I do better with extracts, and that's why I found 7-0, because I can digest it much better. I also actually have PTSD from things in my past, and it contributes to that part of my mental health as well. And I have to say, Dr. Hart made me really happy, because he early on sang my song, you know, there's things going on politically. This administration doesn't work for me in any way, and THC doesn't, my metabolism is different because of my Crohn's. THC doesn't work for me in my brain, and alcohol doesn't work for me in my body. So to have something that I can have that helps me health-wise, but honestly gives me a moment to imbibe, because sometimes I just need a break from this world right now. It's a great substance. I mean, it's really, it serves a lot of purposes, and I'm pleased that I found it.
That's so wonderful. Thank you so much. And Enya, our little Energizer bunny in the background. Enya, how did this day go for you? Enya's really just came onto our world here like the day that the DEA dropped everything. So she really dropped right into the center of it all. So talk to us.
Yeah, I'm just so grateful to see. I think there's so much that happens behind the scenes, and like, we hear you guys when you might not even think that we are hearing you. We are there alongside you with like, what else can we build? What else can we do to help support and like get our message heard. And so between all of the back end things that were happening, like leading up to today, and then us really just jumping in and being like, we're just going to do it, and it's going to be 7 hours, and it is what it is, to now us being on here and hearing from the comments, hearing from speakers and their testimonies, like hearing the videos and just everything else in between. Like, I am so grateful to be a part of a community where everybody is so inclusive and feels loved, as well as just that you guys are so empowering to like and inspiring for everybody else to have their voices heard too. So I am honored to be a part of this community. I'm also just really grateful for all of you who stuck around, whether it was for 1 minute, whether it was for 5 hours. I saw in the comments. Thank you, because we could not do this without you.
Thank you so much. And I just want to say to the other team members that cannot be here, we've got one of them is in the middle of Tropical Storm Bertha. That's Wednesday. So she's been kicked off her internet. But we will thank Wednesday so much for her participation. So helpful. And we've got Melissa in the background who's been running on Reddit, on Discord. And yes, you've been working on Twitter, X, and I don't know who's been working on Facebook. But either way, my team there is amazing. You all this morning, if you've been on all day, we had Kyle, our comms guy, who is now hopefully on his way to the airport to go have a much needed vacation. And we love Kyle. Kyle, thank you so much for doing this. Twinkle was amazing as a host, and that was incredible, really. And Madalyn and all of you and your Kratom gals and every single person that showed up today to speak, every comment that has been happening. I mean, these comments are flying past us in a remarkable way. So we hear you, we see you, we're here to help, we're here to support you. We're not going anywhere. But stay with us, right? Stay with us on this, because even if things don't go the way you want them to in the next week or so, it doesn't mean we're done. Okay. We're not going to just fold up shop. So, but I think at this point, we'll see what happens, and we will keep you posted. I think if everybody has signed up on our email list or text list, Jessica, do we have something that we can post that has the sign up possibly?
Yeah, I think Elena, are you working on that? You got that.
Okay, one of you guys got that happening. We'll drop that in here. Yep, there you go. And of course, sign that petition, because we are going to try to get that petition up. We're getting closer and closer to 60,000 signatures, which would be remarkable. And then of course, help fund us, donate. We didn't really push for dollars today because that wasn't the intent of the day, but it does take money to do this. So we are grateful for all of your donations. You can visit sevenhopealliance.org. I think it's /donate potentially, and to help us in this. These things take a lot of work. You see, I've got an incredible team, and we're super happy to keep doing this, and we will. Thank you to all of our sister organization, Hart, for everything that they do. That's Hart, H-A-R-T, heartsupporter.com. You can also donate to them. They also need help. They are the ones that are running all of the state lobbying. They're working in all the state capitals, and we need all of that to keep going on as well. So please help. Every little bit helps. Doesn't have to be a lot. We are just grateful for all of it. So with that, does anybody have any last final words? And otherwise, yes, Melissa's trying to get online, but it's okay, Melissa, if you're listening. We've got some great graphics here. Keep talking about this on social media. Don't just be relentless. Don't stop. We also want to make sure that the administration hears us, sees us, knows that we're out there, and we want to make it hard for them to ignore us. Right? The more we are organized, the more we come together, the more we speak out, the harder it is for the government to do what they're trying to do. So let's stay the fight, let's stay the course, and we'll see you soon. We're gonna roll a couple of consumer videos on the way out, and then we will see you next time. Thank you for everything. Yeah.
I see so many productive things that come from 7 O's. I really hope that we can stop the ban on them, have helped me and a lot of my friends get clean off of opioids, and the opioid crisis is just going to skyrocket right back up if they ban.
7-0 does not cause respiratory failure. It does not have detrimental withdrawal effects. It has helped countless people quit heroin, fentanyl, alcohol. It has helped many people maintain their anxiety and PTSD, as well as the countless numbers of people battling chronic pain. And 7-0 needs to stay accessible for society to be able to manage these things on their own.
Being someone that suffered from pedestrian versus vehicle accident in 2015, and I've been prescribed several different types of opiates, fentanyl included, over the years, I was able to distance myself from pharmaceuticals utilizing cannabis and kratom. Over the years, it has saved my life from not just dependency, but overdose. I would strongly suggest people to give this a second thought, maybe a regulation of.
Hey guys, I just want to say how much 7-0 has impacted my life greatly. It has improved my sleep quality. It has eased my stress and anxiety and chronic pain conditions without the use of having to use heavier opiates, and it's been affordable.